Chapter 1. Hey, I would like to inform you that I will be publishing 3 chapters a week, on Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. The chapters are usually about 1,200 words each, and I don't know if this is short or not, but with the time I have it is the best I can do. You would also like to say that I do not intend to abandon this fanfic, as I already have an idea of where and how it will end, and if you like it, please be happy to know that according to my prediction, it will have more than 300 chapters. Applause. So that's it, now stay with the story.
Arg, and I was thinking that I would be able to enjoy this new life, using my future knowledge to be able to have an easy life with lots of money and success. But no.
The boy said irritably as he threw himself on the bed in his room. The boy, lying on the bed, looked at the ceiling and with his arms up said,
But why? Why did it have to be me? Soon me, being reborn in the bloody world of Harry fucking Potter. Sigh.
Yes, this 7-year-old boy is no ordinary boy. His name is Ethan, someone who had a new opportunity on life by being reborn in this world. There wasn't much difference between your world of your old life and this world of yours now beyond the ages. This is what he thought. In his old life, Ethan was born in the 2000s, where technology and society were both socially and technologically advanced. He had good friends and a loving family. He studied, hung out with his friends, and while he was alone, he watched movies, anime, and played video games like any other boy. But Ethan also liked to read, so he read fiction books, mystery, books in many other genres, and even advanced subject books, and he still had time to read novels and fanfics. Of all her readings, her favorites were from the Harry Potter franchise. But Ethan couldn't expect that when he caught a disease at age 17 from a virus, he would eventually die, only to be reborn in the 1980s. The situation was awkward in itself, but it was just time to stay more strange. Ethan in his new life was born on April 9, 1980 in England, and was named Ethan Stephen Knight, still keeping his name from his old life. Ethan is the son of a pair of young parents. Sarah Melinda Knight, née Taylor, a beautiful woman with a fine, delicate face, black hair, and chocolate brown eyes, and Joshua Richard Knight, a well-built, strong-looking man with brown hair and amber eyes. Ethan's appearance pulled a bit from each, with a pretty and cute face for a child. He has black hair like his mother with strands of brown and amber eyes like his father. Ethan lives with his parents in the town of Blindford, County Devon. Ethan took a while to accept the fact that he was reborn in the past, mostly because he's someone who's used to the society, technology, and entertainment of a more advanced age. But when he finally accepted, or more accurately, had to, Ethan then decided that, since he had no choice, he might as well enjoy this new life of his with his new parents. And that's what Ethan did. He lived the life of a carefree child, being well-behaved, which wasn't too difficult considering he's a teenager in a child's body. He also enjoyed all the love and affection he received from his parents and family. And with his family not having any financial problems, with Joshua being a surgeon and Sarah a lawyer, Ethan always had something to do as he was growing up, with lots of toys, which he didn't particularly play with, and lots of books. He still kept your addiction to reading and learning. But normality can only last so long.
80s and in England, even though he wasn't British in his last life, eventually led Ethan to only one answer. But he still had that little hint of doubt, and to dispel that doubt, Ethan needed confirmation and one last answer.
And that confirmation was what led us to the events of this morning.
All right, now is the moment of truth. After all this planning time, I will be able to put an end to this mystery,
I said as I looked at myself determinedly in my bedroom mirror. Today, everything should go as planned. The date is September 1, 1987, and I managed to convince my father to take me with him to King's Cross train station. My plan is to see if any wizarding families pass us at the station, or even try to enter the 934 barrier if I have no other option. If this really is the wizarding world, sigh.
Ethan, come down for breakfast,
Shouted a woman's voice. Yes, who called me as my new mother, Sarah.
I'm coming, Mom.
I yelled back as I walked out of my room and down the stairs. My parents in this life were a part that I thought would be awkward for me to get used to, but I really came to love them over time. I have a funny and cool father who is terrified of my mother, and a mother who can make me fear her and love her at the same time.
Hey, big boy, excited to have men's day today.
My dad asked me, smiling as soon as I got to the kitchen.
HMPH.
My mom huffed.
Men's Day.
She said, first looking mockingly at my dad, and then turning to me smiling. And I, who easily recognized a trap, immediately gave the expected response.
Of course, Mom. Spending time with you is always amazing.
I said with a face that screamed innocence and cuteness, but didn't hide the mischief in my eyes at all.
Yes, yes, dear. Your dad really needs us. Otherwise, he'd just be a dull and sad man.
My mom said with an understanding face as we looked pityingly at my dad.
Okay, enough, you guys won. I really couldn't live without my two wonderful things, but you don't have to throw it in your face. What day is today? The day to make fun of Daddy.
My dad asked in mock pain, but we could all see how much fun he was having with this conversation.
Well, now enough of the jokes and eat soon. We don't want your ride to be delayed, right?
Chapter 2. As this is the first day I post a story, I decided to post more than one chapter. The programming will still be the same, with 3 chapters per week, but you can consider this a bonus. I would like to know what you are thinking of Ethan and his family. The interactions, the personalities, whether it feels forced or not, that sort of thing. And also if the story is too rushed, because I can try to slow down, although future chapters will be more moderate and will have some filling in with information. That said, let's go with the chapter. Chapter: King's Cross Station. When we arrived at the station, we could see that it had many people boarding the train or disembarking. My request to come here with my father was that I had never ridden a train before, so he decided to take me on one as a sightseeing tour. As I looked around, since I've never really seen a train in any of my lives other than in pictures, I heard some very loud voices.
Boys, you didn't forget anything, right? You kids always forget something because of your messy rooms.
Said a red-headed and chubby woman to 2 red-headed teenagers. The 2 boys were carrying luggage carts with suitcases inside. The boys had red hair like their mother and freckles on their faces and looked to be between the ages of 17 and 14 years old.
Yes, Mom, we didn't forget anything. We've already checked it several times.
Said the older boy, rolling his eyes.
Yes.
The second boy asked, frowning, as he pointed to an 11-year-old boy who was also carrying a luggage carts.
Charlie, I just asked you guys why you guys are the most disorganized. And Percy was always the most responsible of you kids.
The woman replied to the boy I assumed was Charlie Weasley. Meanwhile, Percy lifted his chest in pride.
Okay, I get it, but we're no worse than Fred and George.
Charlie grumbled, looking at 2 red-haired 9-year-old twin boys who were pulling the hair of a boy who looked my age.
Yes, I know, you kids.
Said the mother with a tired sigh.
And Fred and George Weasley, stop teasing your brother.
She then scolded the twins.
Oh. I don't want to see you playing games with your brothers. All those items at home are not enough anymore. Even away from home, you still play, Sai. At least Ginevra is well-behaved compared to you.
Molly then said, looking at a red-haired girl, a little younger than me, who was holding her hand.
Mom, don't call me Ginevra, call me Ginny. Ginevra is very strange.
Little girl Ginny said with a pout to her mother.
But it's your name, dear, and it's beautiful.
She said, looking around and seeing they were attracting some attention.
Okay, Mom.
Said the children in unison.
So I really am in the wizarding world of Harry Potter. And that's the Weasley family.
I thought. So I started looking at the Weasleys, analyzing them. Molly is a little different from the actress in the movies, but not much. I assume the oldest is Bill Willian. He's quite different from his actor in the movies, and I assume he's in his senior year. While Charlie, which doesn't have much to compare since your actor didn't even appear right except in a photo in the newspaper, is in his 4th year. And Percy in 1st year, he's also a little different from the actor in the movies. The other children must be the playful twins Gred and Forge, along with the future Lady Potter, Ginny, and the red-haired member of the Golden Trio, Ronald. By all appearances, when they grow up to be the age of the plot, they will basically be the same as the actors, changing little details perhaps.
Will the other characters be the same?
I pondered it to myself. Then I saw the Weasleys walk to a wall between platform 9 and 10. And when they reach what I assumed was platform 934, I noticed that people stopped looking at them.
This must be some kind of magical barrier to divert non-magicians.
Attention!
Oh look, this is where they're going to get through the barrier.
I exclaimed in my mind, excited to see how the barrier worked. Then I saw Bill push his cart through the wall and disappear into it, soon followed by Charlie, Percy, and the rest of the family.
Really, magic is amazing.
But wait!
I sighed. As I was thinking about how wizards' minds worked, I heard my father call me.
Come on, son, our train has arrived, and you don't want to miss this amazing tour with your amazing and handsome father as a tour guide, do you?
He asked me, smiling with his chest puffed out with pride.
Where's all this arrogance when mom's around, you old narcissist?
I thought inside, but outside I replied.
Of course I don't want to miss this tour. It will be incredible.
With the best smile and odd expression I could put on my childish face.
Excellent, now let's go on your big adventure.
My dad said as he took me to the train. Knight's house afternoon.
Honey, we're here.
My dad yelled as soon as we opened the door.
Oh, you finally arrived. I missed you already. So tell me, dear, how was the ride with Daddy? You liked it.
My mom asked, kneeling in front of me to reach my height.
Yes, Mom, it was awesome. It was the best tour I've ever had.
And it was really great. I've never ridden a train before, and the experience was so much fun, especially with my dad doing a great guide job with his funny comments.
That's right, honey. You should have seen his joy, but of course, with me as your guide was to be expected.
My dad declared as he ruffled my hair.
Haha, obviously yes, dear. Now, Ethan, why don't you go play while I finish making lunch with your dad's little help?
My mother said to me as she looked at my father the way a master looks at his servant.
Of course, Mom.
I said, so I started upstairs to my room while shooting one last sympathetic look at my dad, to which he responded by sending me a look of despair. When I got to my room, I started thinking about my discoveries today.
So that's it, I'm in the world of Harry Potter.
End flashback tilde. At moment. Now is not the time to grieve anymore, sigh. In this dangerous world with muggle parents, I have to get stronger. Hiding won't do any good, my parents and I will probably be hunted anyway. As I stared at the ceiling, I started to think.
I'm 4 years old before the start of the canon, and I already have good control over my magic, and that should already give me a big advantage. Wandless magic, knowledge of the future, and an open and creative mind.
Chapter 3. Third and last chapter of the day. Hope you like it. Leave a comment, add to your library, share with friends, give power stones. I still don't know what they are for. Feed your pets, brush your teeth, and most of all, drink water. That's it. Stay with the chapter. Chapter. As I had to start planning, I quickly rose from my bed with new determination. I grabbed a diary from my desk drawer in my bedroom, sat down in a chair across from her, and started jotting down my plans.
Let's see.
I reflected while writing in my notebook.
I've been training since I was 3 years old and I have a fair amount of power and control of my magic. But in these next few years, I have to train even harder. I want to be at least in my 5th year of studies and 3rd year of spells when I start at Hogwarts.
I thought, determined. And so, I started to write down all the steps that I will have to follow to become more powerful and prepared in these 4 years. Planning 4 years. Training. Magic, practice my magic until it's powerful enough so I can use more powerful spells and won't get tired quickly. Meditate. With meditation, I will be able to use my magic more gently and I won't lose control of it, besides being able to help me in times of stress and concentration. Physically train. I won't be standing still to get hit by spells in a fight. I want to be able to defend myself even without my wand or magic. Besides, training can make my body fitter to accommodate my magic. And having a defined body doesn't do any harm, hee. Martial arts, it won't do any good if I can only hit hard. I reflected to myself. As I looked at the list of my plans with pride, I thought.
Now that I know what I have to do, I'll start asking my parents for help for those plans where I won't need to explain about magic. The books for me to study will be easy to acquire. The physical and magical training can also be solved easily, and the ones that I will only need my mind and memory, I can do it at any time.
My mom yelled at me.
Hey, this is not true. It even makes it sound like I'm some kind of greedy eater.
I heard my dad say indignantly.
You could really fool me if you weren't with 2 loaves in one hand and a chicken leg in the other. You hungry?
My mother replied. I couldn't help but smile at this interaction.
I'm coming, Mom, and don't let Daddy eat it all, otherwise he might end up even fatter.
Chapter 4. Leave a comment and rate the story. And now, let's go to the chapter. Chapter. So I, the great Ethan Knight, started my training, which I decided to call.
Advancing to kick ass.
And by the name, it was easy to understand what I would do when I finished training. But let's get down to business, my first year of training. Time skip. Getting my parents to put me in a martial arts school was pretty simple. Of course, it was necessary to convince them at first, but I knew exactly what to say.
Bully my little baby.
She allowed me to go to a dojo, and when I said that with the classes I would be strong enough to protect her from anything because I loved her, well.
If I get stronger, I would become more attractive to girls.
My father decided that it would also be worth training a little in his free time. And with that, the part of getting some fight training was over. The dojo I started going to taught many types of fights like MMA, karate, Muay Thai, Krav Maga, Taekwondo, Jiu-Jitsu, and many others. And I tried to learn as much as I could from each of them. It seemed that this was going to be something difficult or even impossible to achieve thanks to the short time I had. However, to my happiness and to the euphoria of my masters, I had a great aptitude for the martial arts. I think my magical abilities influenced my development and learning in martial arts a lot, such as occlumency, which allowed me to memorize all the moves and techniques I saw. The legilimency, which even with the little control I had of it, still helped me to predict what my opponent would do, similar to a much weaker Sharingan. And my instincts that for some reason were incredibly tall, which I think was possibly part of my unknown abilities. So with all of that, I basically absorbed all the knowledge quickly, becoming the perfect student for my masters, who couldn't have been more ecstatic and happy. Going back to my training.
Wow, he's an op.
Chapter 5. Leave a comment and rate the story. And now, let's go to the chapter. Chapter. Now about the studies. I managed to advance incredibly fast in this regard. The studies were simply memorizing the things I read, and in some cases, I had to really understand what I was reading. Occlumency again was a big factor for me in achieving this. I was able to read faster thanks to her, and with that, I could read more than one book a day and still remember them perfectly. Of course, just reading and memorizing the book wouldn't help me much, and I wasn't going to do like a certain member of the thick-haired golden trio. So after memorizing some book, I would always go over it in my mind so I could understand it. Because my father is a doctor and my mother is a lawyer, my house had many books about their work. My dad had some biology books, of human anatomy, chemistry books, and some physics books. As for my mother, she had books talking about the laws, about business management, and on human rights. And having these books at home cut half the work I would have to go to the library and look for myself, and I could still ask my parents if I had any questions. What about remembering the franchise? Well, I managed to remember most of the spells, but some of them are useless for combat, and the ones that would be useful to learn didn't have a detailed explanation or even any kind of explanation, so I will have to learn them myself from the beginning. What about subjects that don't need a wand or magic? They were barely featured in the franchise, so the only way for me to learn about them would be to get the books on those subjects at Diagon Alley, but I still can't go there. So all I could do was wait for the Hogwarts letter, sigh. What about my projects? Well, unfortunately some projects can only be started when I enter the wizarding world, so the only projects I'll be working on for now are those from the Muggle world. The project I'm working on in the Muggle world is about raising funds, as even if my parents have a lot of money, I'll need a lot more to make my plans work, and besides, I don't want to be totally dependent on my parents. Now let's talk about the development of this project that I divided into 2 parts: companies and the media. The companies part would be where I would use my knowledge of companies and products that will be very successful in the future to invest in them. And then when those companies start to grow, I would end up profiting a lot as an investor. And the products and projects that would eventually become a phenomenon in the future, I could develop them myself, or at least guide the original creators, so that I have at least some kind of connection with these creations. But in order for me to start investing, I would need to have some money first. So that's where the next part of the project comes in, the media. The media part is where I would earn the startup money to use in my investments. I would use my knowledge of future media and entertainment successes I've seen in my past life to start creating music, books, TV series, films, cartoon, games, or comic books. And after that, I could either patent them with the help of my parents or sell them to their original owners. That way, I could use my parents to remain anonymous if need be. I would profit a lot and I wouldn't feel too guilty about stealing or plagiarizing someone else's work. That is, if they exist in this world, because I doubt all those famous people exist here, especially the actors from the Harry Potter movies. Did you ever think if you were walking down the street and meeting Emma Watson, who played Hermione in the movies?
I'm not afraid of the man who has practiced 10,000 different kicks, but the man who has practiced the same kick 10,000 times.
Chapter 6. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. And here's the chapter. Chapter. Time skip 3 years. And then another 3 arduous years of a lot of training and planning went by, and in that time a lot of things happened. My martial arts could now be considered top-notch. With my quick learning and my incredible instincts, I was able to easily achieve a black belt in many of the martial arts I practice, and this placed me on top of all the other students in the dojo. I also won a lot of competitions and tournaments at the request of my masters, and the tournaments range from kids my age to some older kids and teenagers where I beat them all pretty easily. Should I feel terrible for hitting kids? Nah, they should be cured by now. Also, I liked seeing the proud looks of my parents whenever I won a fight and brought home an award or trophy. I know that with my martial arts training, an adult with no combat experience could lose to me. Hell, even someone with experience might not be my opponent if I rely on my foresight, legilimentia, and my instincts. What about my magic? Well, after a lot of training and practice, I finally got enough power and control to be able to cast advanced spells, at least those that I have some knowledge or understanding, like expecto patronum. Well, I may have exaggerated one little in this training, as I think making a patron at my age and without a wand is pretty advanced, but I'm not complaining. And for your information, I haven't been able to produce the corporeal yet, and that's not for lack of power or happy memories. When I release Patrono, it feels like something keeps me from completing it, and I don't know what it is. But I'm very curious to know what my patron's form will be. My levitation can now hold up to 200 kg, which might not seem like much since there are people with that weight, and I can summon things up to 10 meters in size. I can basically lift a sofa with my mind, a sofa very big. The distance of my telekinesis, which I thought it best to call it, extended to a radius of 130 meters, and the amount of objects I can levitate at the same time is 30, but the greater the distance, size, weight, or quantity of objects, the more difficult it becomes. In order to be able to cast the spells, I used a method that involves intention and imagination, and let's say it was a success. The transfiguration was the easiest, as it involves the principles of intention the most. I started small, transfiguring matchsticks into needles, and then moved on to transfiguring insects and small animals, where some had an unfortunate death when the transfiguration went wrong, but with those failures came success. I can also conjure some small items, and this is basically an infinite item maker. Okay, these items disappear after a while and you can't conjure something very complex yet, but I was sure I would get over it. But that was my limit, as I lacked the theoretical knowledge of transfiguration. As for the charms, I was able to use the ones I know at least how it works, from Alohomora and Lumos to Pratigo and Defindo, since the function of these spells is to light or cut something, quite simple actually. But when you don't know all the theory behind these spells, in practice it ends up being much more complicated. And even though I knew how to do some of the spells that appear in movies and books, I still felt that the ones I cast were still a little different. What about my spell creation? I was able to create many spells that use elements, as elements were the most basic type of magic, as the intention we have when casting an elemental ice or fire spell is that we simply want to use our magic to produce the ice and freeze or create fire and heat something, and after some practice we can even mold them to our will. The elements I had the most control over were the elements, lightning, fire, and water, which in turn allowed me to have control of the ice element. I could still use the other elements, but for some reason these were the ones I found it easier to use. The first thing that came to my mind when thinking about using the elements was Naruto's ninjutsu and the avatar element bender. The avatar bender was simpler, so it was easier to copy, whereas the ninjutsus? Let's just say that to produce a Chidori or Rikiri, I also need to be immune to electricity or at least resistant to it. But I was still able to replicate some techniques like earth style, mud wall, fire style, big fireball, which luckily didn't burn my tongue or my face, sand casket and sand burial of Gora, ice style, 10,000 ice petals, which is literally launching a barrage of ice darts and shattering ice spear where you create spikes of ice from the ground for a surprise attack, water style, water prison and hidden mist jutsu, wind style, forward and high forward, and many other jutsus. After trying to reproduce all these techniques, I realized that any spell with destructive elements like fire and lightning will have limitations. Techniques like this can sometimes end up doing damage to me, as I'm not immune to them like the anime characters. And Chidori and Reikiri were a great example, so I can only use techniques that don't involve contact with me or that aren't dangerous, as the water element wouldn't hurt me with the contact. But this problem is temporary. I will find a way to be able to use all the techniques without having to suffer from their retreat. Now back to the rest of my magical training. I was also able to use my magic to improve myself, becoming stronger, faster, and tougher, and with that I could even break a wall with my bare hands. To achieve this, I needed to work my magic through my body, nerves, and muscles, and human anatomy books were very useful for that. I was also able to heighten my already heightened senses by making my magic pass through my eyes, ears, nose, and even for my brain, and in those moments I had to be very careful because any mistake I made could cause some irreversible damage to me, but luckily nothing went wrong. And I realized that this was also a great way to become immune to elemental spells, but this enhancement isn't strong enough. End. Chapter 7. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. And here's the chapter. One important thing to mention is that I found that I wouldn't need to go through the same time-consuming and stressful process I went through when I first improved, as my body seemed to memorize the process and now it's smoother for me to improve. It took me a week to improve my body for the first time, but now I can improve it in a matter of seconds. Another thing I noticed was that my magic was unconsciously strengthening my body. It was like a limiter had been turned off. I almost feel like I'm in one of those Chinese cultivation novels. And this improvement was what gave me more hope to be able to use the techniques my body can't handle. But with all these spells I created, I obviously wouldn't forget about combat spells. The combat spells I created could push, but not a light push, and yes, a truck strength push. Cut, and the size varied by launcher, depriving someone's senses where that person would not be able to see, hear, speak, and feel anything, and cause illusions that I was inspired by Naruto's genjutsus. These spells are really quite scary, and if anyone saw some of these spells, they would definitely consider them dark magic. Many of these spells must already exist or at least have some similar in the wizarding world. However, I created my spells from scratch and I can still cast them without a wand and silently, making them much better, at least for me. I'm still trying to figure out how to get around more easily without needing to apparate or a portkey. But creating a new teleportation spell is very difficult, so I decided to put that idea aside until I get to Hogwarts, where I will have many books with information at my disposal. And my pranks? Neither the Marauders nor the twins are match opponents for me. Those who face my wrath will have to suffer the consequences. Becoming house elves for 24 hours, just being able to talk by singing, and so much more. Muhahaha. As for my progress in studies, I've read every book by my parents and the city library that caught my attention or that I thought would be helpful to me, and I can say with absolute certainty that I have enough knowledge to get a diploma and even some master's degrees in many areas, at least theoretically. And now I know that no one at Hogwarts, and possibly in the British wizarding community, is more knowledgeable than I am about Muggle matters, mainly because the purebloods wouldn't stoop to the level of trying to learn about them. And the Muggle-born in most, they sometimes abandon their Muggle studies the moment they enter the wizarding world. And I think that's stupid, since it's pretty obvious that they're discriminated against and will have a harder time having a future in wizarding society than in Muggle society. But if they want to stay that way, so be it. What about my project to publish the Inheritance Cycle and Percy Jackson books? Well, so far everything is going wonderfully well. The moment I showed the manuscript of the books to my parents, they thought it was so amazing that they made a point of helping me get it published, and they kept telling me how proud they were of me. I spent the entire week being complimented by them, and I couldn't keep the smile off my face. And then, with their help, I managed to publish the first book of each of the franchises, which were Eragon and Lightning Thief, when I turned 10 years old. And both books were a success. They were a phenomenon among children and even among the elders, managing to win many hearts, and with that the two books managed to reach the top of the ranking as the best-selling book of the year. And with the money from sales, I was finally able to invest in companies that I know will be very successful in future. As my family was earning a lot of money from the sale of books, my parents didn't have to work as hard anymore. They still work, but this is more out of want than necessity, as the money from the books would be enough to retire them both and have two more generations of our family living comfortably, and that's not counting the publication of the other books and my investment in companies. So with my parents having more free time, we started spending more time as a family, and we even took some trips over the holidays. With all this going on, my parents couldn't be more proud of me, as now their son was the writer of two successful books and an investor who already had his own form of independence. Well, my mom got a bit sad. As for her, this meant I was getting big and couldn't be spoiled anymore, but then I told her I would always be her baby to be taken care of. And because of that phrase, she spent the whole day me spoiling, much to my father's jealousy and envy. Ha, take that, old man. And these are not the only news. I now have a little sister. Yes, a sister. Looks like my dad took my tip about training to be attractive to mom seriously, and you already know where this is going. My little sister is going to be 3 years old. She was born on June 6, 1988, and her name is Celestia Sarah Knight. She has the same amber eyes as my father and me, and my mother's face and black hair. And she is the most wonderful thing and fluffy there is. From the moment I saw her, I already knew that I wanted to be the best brother possible for her, and as she grew up that certainty intensified, especially when her first words were Ethan. Well, she didn't say it exactly like that. She spoke in baby words and it was kind of confused, but it still counts. And now she keeps following me around the house, calling for her big brother. Sniff sniff asterisk. What a cute little thing. I can't wait to teach her to call me Oni-chan. Another thing that happened at that time was the discovery that I really am a natural legilimens. Ha, suck these bitches, you've been training your whole lives to get something that I naturally have. However, I realized that this was not what gave me my special abilities, something I had already expected. And what I found out about these abilities was something much more amazing. End. Chapter 8. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. And here's the chapter. So this is when things will start to get more interesting. Let's talk about what I found out about my special abilities that after a long time training and trying to understand them and even controlling them, I finally got it. After a lot of research, I found that I had a set of skills, and they all seemed to be connected. I decided to call the complete set Beast's Power, and the 3 abilities that are part of that set I decided to name them as Empathy, Instinct, and Beast Talk. They're not very good names, but I never said I was good at naming things, but the names do their job of describing TJE skills really well. Empathy, as is already explicit in the name, allowed me to feel the emotions and intentions of people and animals. If a person is happy, sad, irritated, or in anger, I will know why your emotions are being transmitted to me. And the intention is like a sixth sense, where I can feel when a person has some bad intention for me because they would start transmitting malicious intentions. And I can even tell if a person is lying or telling the truth. But it's also worth remembering that I will feel intentions more easily if they are focused on me. Empathy is like a radar or a detector. It can cover a large field. And I realized that empathy works in much the same way as animals' senses, where they use those senses to sense if they're being watched by any predators, so they can run away before they're attacked. Instinct is like a power-up in my body. My senses as smell, taste, eyesight, and hearing are on a more than superhuman level. I can see things many meters away perfectly. It's like my eyes have zoomed in on them. In addition, I also have night vision and infrared vision, which allows me to walk in dark places and find people, and I don't think the disillusionment spell would work against me, because even when invisible, people still transmit body heat. But to make it even better, if I transfer magic to my eyes, I will be able to see the magic. I could see the magic around, in my spells, and in myself, and I suspect that I can also see the magic of enchanted objects and other living beings. I basically have a magical Byakugan. My sense of smell, on the other hand, could allow me to smell smells many meters away, in addition to which, after I managed to control it, which was very difficult due to the many smells my nose received, learned to differentiate in detail the many smells in around me. I would know the exact spices that were used in a food, and even what kind of perfume my neighbor started to use. However, when I used magic to improve my sense of smell, as I did with vision, the only thing that happened was that I could smell smells at greater distances. It's not as good as the magical vision of my eyes, but it's still a huge boost in my perception. My taste buds are the same as my sense of smell. It's bigger than the taste buds of other humans. My taste buds allowed me to feel tastes in detail, and the only difference in smell is that my taste buds are more resistant for most things, since even if something very hot or very cold was on my tongue, it wouldn't do me any harm. Maybe my sense of smell and taste also make me resistant to certain smells and tastes, like something toxic or poisonous, but I've never tested it and I don't intend to, thank you. My hearing is the same as taste and smell, as it only allowed me to hear sounds being made in distant places, and the magical enhancement only increases my reach. And that was the most annoying and difficult sense to control, as he naturally has a wider range than the others, and every environment always has some sound. Now you may be wondering why I didn't realize my senses were so high before. Well, the reason I didn't realize it was that I unconsciously limited them, and how was that possible? Simple, my senses started out like a normal person, so they didn't make much difference to me in childhood. And also because I had another life, where I was a normal human with normal senses, I kind of unconsciously controlled my senses to the same level. And over the years they gradually increased, almost imperceptibly, and I only found that they were stronger when one day I gave full focus to my vision, trying to see in the dark of my room at night. And that was when the blockage I put in my senses was broken, and let me tell you, you may be the strongest and smartest person there is, but no brain can handle so much information at once, neither can mine. And I guess I just didn't collapse because I'm a reborn, because I have magic, for having my beast's power. After a long time training my senses, I finally learned to control them to a level a little above the level of a normal human, and every now and then I increase or release some sense, and only in the smallest moments do I use them for complete, as it is still very difficult to use them all at the same time at full strength. And there's more. Thanks to my incredible senses, I became much more powerful in fights. It was as if I knew where I was going to be attacked and could dodge, as I could hear and see the smallest details of my opponent, like the contractions in his muscles and the sound of blows coming towards me, and all of this allowed me to fight back opponents with more years of experience than me. And adding the fact that the longer a fight took, the faster and stronger I got. In short, I was unbeatable in combat. Yes, more chapters. I'm really loving writing this story, and your fun comments and suggestions are helping me a lot. Thank you. I'm thinking of publishing another story, but just to pass the time. Perhaps an original slice of life story. But don't worry, this story will not interfere with the release of Savage, the Night Wizard. What would be a good nickname/code name for the twins? And a group of pranksters with the twins and Ethan should be called what? Chapter 9. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. And here's the chapter. And now for my last skill, Beast Talk. This ability ended up getting its name for the simple fact that it allowed me to understand animals and communicate with them in a certain way. I couldn't literally talk to animals, at least not to ordinary animals, I think, but I could understand what they wanted to convey. Your feelings, your thoughts, and your memories. It's hard to explain.
Communicate.
Chapter 10. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. And here's the chapter. After all my plannings, trainings, and working hard in those 4 years, I finally had time relax. And with that, I started to wait for the arrival of my letter from Hogwarts, which must be delivered by a teacher.
Oh, why don't we open this letter? It must be for us.
Yes, sure, that would be super normal.
How to cook with cats.
And yes, it is a very good book. It is about cooking with cats.
Did my letter arrive?
I thought excitedly as I quickly got out of bed.
Ethan, get down here. There's someone wanting to talk to you.
I heard my mom yell from downstairs.
Yay, it must be the Hogwarts professor with my letter.
I thought excitedly. I then quickly left my room and started down the stairs. And when I turned down the hall to the living room, I saw my parents sitting on the couch with someone else. This person was a woman who appeared to be about 70 years old. She wore glasses and had black hair that was tied up in a bun. She also had a stiff, stern appearance and was wearing a distinctly old-fashioned emerald dress. She was sitting on the sofa across from my parents while drinking tea, waiting calmly for me. I didn't even have to think too hard to realize that this lady was obviously the head of Gryffindor House, Transfiguration Professor and Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall.
Ah, Ethan, come and sit down. This lady is Minerva McGonagall, and she is here to talk to us about you going to the school where she works.
Said my mother, being the first to notice my arrival.
Hello, Mrs. McGonagall. What would you like to tell me about your school?
I said as I sat down on the couch, in the middle of my parents and facing her.
Hello, Mr. Knight. No need for formalities, Mrs. McGonagall. You can call me Ethan. Mr. Knight is my father and being called sir makes me look old.
I said, smiling, interrupting her mid-sentence.
Of course.
She said, initially surprised, but then let a small, barely perceptible smile appear.
Like I was saying.
She finished saying, looking at us as she waited for our reactions. And then she saw the surprise and skepticism on my parents' faces and understanding on mine.
A school of magic? Is this some kind of joke?
My dad asked, reacting earlier than my mom.
No, Mr. Knight, this is not a joke. Here, I will demonstrate.
Said Professor McGonagall as she pulled a wand from her robes. So my parents and I watched as she turned our chair into a dog with a wave of her wand. And I have to say, even though I can transfigure objects into animals, I can only do it with small animals, and watching her turn an armchair into a dog with relative ease is something amazing to look at.
This is amazing, so the magic is real. Why doesn't anyone know about this?
My mother then let out a barrage of questions, marveling after Professor McGonagall turned our chair back.
Yes, Ms. Knight, magic is real. And to answer your question, it's pretty simple. No one knows about magic because we're hiding it from muggles.
She replied to my mother.
But why are you hiding the magic? And what are muggles?
My father asked curiously.
We hide for our safety. In the past, wizards and witches were hunted by the church and by the people, and so no one would know about our existence. The statute of secrecy was created, where the law prohibits the wizards from showing magic to muggles. And we also create our own community, hidden from your eyes. And what are muggles? It's people who don't have magic, and muggle is a term used to refer to them.
Said Professor McGonagall, answering each question.
And what would this Hogwarts school be?
My father kept questioning.
Hogwarts is a school for wizards, where magical children are enrolled when they demonstrate the first signs of magic. And when they reach the age of 11, they then receive their letters informing them of their registration. At Hogwarts, children will learn how to control and use their magic. There we teach several subjects, such as potions, herbology, charms, and what you just saw, which is called the Transfiguration, that I happen to be the teacher.
Professor McGonagall replied to my father patiently.
Wow, that's a lot to take in.
My mom asked in realization as she looked at me.
To answer your question, Mrs. Knight, yes, Ethan is also a wizard.
Professor McGonagall told my mother. Then she turned to me, noticing how in no time I had shown surprise upon discovering the existence of magic, and asked me.
Ethan, has anything strange ever happened around you, or with you in times of strong emotions or stress?
I looked at my parents, only to see they were paying attention to me and my response.
Yeah, I always knew that I was different from other people and that I had some kind of special power. Sometimes objects floated or came towards me when I was younger, and there were even times when things around me changed color or size. I just didn't expect it to be magic.
I replied half-truthfully, as back then I didn't really know my power was magic.
When were you younger? Didn't that ever happen to you after you grew up?
Professor McGonagall asked, raising an eyebrow and looking at me curiously.
Not anymore.
I said, shaking my head.
At least not after I learned to control it.
With that said, I started using my magic to levitate the cups that were on the table, much to my parents' surprise and Professor McGonagall's shock.
What? At this young age, and you can already control your magic. And on top, wandless magic.
Professor McGonagall exclaimed in surprise as she looked at me with wide eyes.
Yay, I've been training this power since I was 3 years old, but I still can't levitate things that are too heavy or too big.
I obviously wouldn't say what my true strength was. I don't know if it's reliable. And even if she was, I still wouldn't tell my secrets to someone I barely know. Plus, she might end up telling Dumbledore, and I still don't know what the version of him in this world. So what did you think of this chapter? Was the interaction between them good? Was Professor McGonagall forced or bad? Tell me what you think. Leave a review on this story, preferably 5 stars. I would like to know how the story is doing, and that would help future readers. Get in the ear of your friend, or the woman-man you like, and whisper in his ear sensually.
You've read Savage, the Night Wizard.
Chapter 11. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. And here's the chapter, hee. Chapter.
Incredible, in all my years of life I've never seen anyone with such good control of their magic. Just wonderful.
Said Professor McGonagall, looking at me in wonder.
Apparently I just won an admirer. Sorry, Minnie, but you're a little too old for me.
Thought fun.
Ethan, did you always know you could do magic? Why didn't you ever tell us?
My mom asked me with a hurt expression.
Because I didn't know how you guys would react if you found out I had those powers. I was afraid you guys would think I was abnormal and didn't like me anymore.
I replied, lowering my head. What I said really was how I felt. This family is something I've become very attached to, and I was afraid of the reaction they would have when I told them about magic. That was one of the reasons my training was always hidden.
Ethan, what are you talking about? We would never treat you differently, even if you were an alien. You always were and will be my little baby. You said it yourself, so never, ever think I'll stop loving you for something like that.
My mom said, looking at me with all the love and affection possible.
That's right, son. We would never stop loving you for having magic. In fact, it makes you even more amazing. Ha, suck bitches, my son is a wizard.
My father said, puffing out his chest proudly in an attempt to cheer me up and show his love for me.
Yes, I know.
I said with teary eyes and a big smile on my face.
It's really good for you to know that, because you won't escape us.
My mom told me with a smile, wiping my tears with her fingers, and then she hugged me.
Certainly, who else would I have a men's day with? And remember that your sister will still need her older brother.
My father spoke, also joining the hug.
Okay, I get it. And I'll always be here for Seal. Someone has to teach her how to play pranks.
I said, laughing.
And we still have company.
I then reminded them of Professor McGonagall's presence in the room. And when my parents realized we weren't alone, they quickly got ready.
Cough, sorry, Mrs. McGonagall. We ended up getting a little emotional.
My father said, a little embarrassed.
Don't worry. It's always nice to see a family that loves and supports each other like yours.
Professor McGonagall said with a small smile on her face as she saw our show of affection.
So back to the subject of school.
I said, reminding everyone of the reason for the visit.
Oh yeah, about school.
Professor McGonagall said, pulling a letter from her robes and handing it to me. As soon as I picked up the letter, I could see that there was something written on the back, and when I read it, I realized it was my address. Mr. E. Knight. 2nd bedroom. Place Herder Endegg 5. Blindford, Devon.
Very specific, this address in the letter.
My father commented, looking at Professor McGonagall curiously.
Letters are written by a magic feather. It is a very ancient and powerful artifact created by one of the founders of Hogwarts, and even I don't understand how it works. But I have to say it's amazing what feather does, and the creator is even more amazing.
Professor McGonagall explained to my father, expressing her admiration for Rowena Ravenclaw. I then went back to paying attention to the letter with my parents. I then opened the envelope and pulled out the letter, and my parents and I started reading. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Great Sorcerer, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Ethan S. Knight, we're pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We're attaching a list of books and equipment needed. The school year starts on September 1st. We await your confirmation until the 31st of July. Regards, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. List of materials first year. Uniform. 1 3 sets of ordinary work clothes, black. 2 a simple pointed hat, black, for everyday wear. 3 a pair of protective gloves, dragon leather or similar. 4 a winter cover, black with silver clasps. Note, student clothing must have name tags. Books. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshwack. A History of Magic, by Battle de Bagshot. Magical Theory, by Adalberto Waffling. Transfiguration Guide for Beginners, by Americo Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, by Philidus Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions, by Arsenic Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, by Newton Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection, by Quintino Trimble. Other equipment. Wand. Feathers and scrolls. 1 cauldron tin size 2. 1 set of bottles. 1 telescope. 1 brass scale. Note, students can have an owl, a cat, or a frog.
Wow, pretty weird stuff you guys have there. But where would we buy them? Because I don't think any stores I know of sell these things.
My dad asked Professor McGonagall after looking at the materials list.
Muggle stores obviously wouldn't have these materials, so we'll buy them on the magic side.
Professor McGonagall replied.
Well, I think it makes sense for magic things to be sold in magic shops.
My mom said to my dad sarcastically, to which he responded by looking away in embarrassment.
But as it's getting very late, we'll have to leave to do these shopping tomorrow, where I'll take them to the magical community.
Professor McGonagall said as she got up from the couch.
Oh, sure. We got lost in the conversation and didn't even notice the time passing.
My mother said, looking at the clock on the wall, only realizing now how late it was. Then we also got up and followed Professor McGonagall to the door.
It was a pleasure meeting you, Ms. McGonagall, and thank you so much for the information and help you've given us.
My mom said, thanking Professor McGonagall.
Yes, and thank you for explaining to me what my skills were, and for allowing me to go to your school, Ms. McGonagall.
I said, nodding my head in gratitude.
No need to thank me. It was a pleasure to be able to help your family. And Ethan, since now I'm going to be teaching you at Hogwarts, you can call me Professor McGonagall.
She said, first to my parents and then to me.
Of course.
I told her with a mischievous smile on my face. She then looked at me with a stern look that didn't hide the small smile she had on her face. Well, I think it's time for me to leave. Tomorrow I'll come to join you at the same time. Have a good afternoon, and it was nice meeting you, Professor McGonagall said to us, and then she turned and started to walk away.
So,
my dad said as we walked into the house and closed the door.
Serious? What kind?
My mother asked my father dryly.
that magic exists and our son is a wizard, and that I prefer my armchair without a tail and paws.
My father said completely seriously.
I deserve it.
My mom said, exasperated as she rolled her eyes. She then started to go to the kitchen.
But I'm not wrong, am I?
My dad asked, going after her. This family sigh. Chapter 12. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. Hey guys, I'm posting the day's chapters earlier because I don't think I'm going to be mentally stable to post at the normal time. Sorry. Read the end too. Chapter. Pav Minerva. Yesterday I had to visit another Muggle family, something that is also part of my job. I have to explain to these families about magic for the first time, but the family I visited yesterday was much more interesting than the others. When I arrived at their house, the child's mother, Sarah Knight, greeted me, and after asking to speak to them and her son about enrolling in our school, she took me to the living room where she was already there was her husband and the child's father, Joshua Knight. And after I sat down on the sofa, Mrs. Knight then offered me tea while she went to call her son. And I didn't have to wait long, as not a minute later the child appeared. Ethan Knight was the child's name. He was a tall boy compared to the other 11-year-old's boys. He had messy black hair with a few strands of brown, captivating amber eyes that sparkled with mischief and cunning. His face was a mixture of his father's harshness and his mother's gentleness. He walked confidently and exuded ferocity with every step, and my feline side asked to respect him and fear him, and that was something I never felt from anyone, not even Albus. I felt like I was in front of a big predator. When he spoke to me, I felt that aura of kindness and calm, and it made me relax. It was like I had known him for years. And when I was about to start explaining about magic and Hogwarts to him and his family, the boy interrupted me and then asked me to call him Ethan, as he preferred not to be called sir. And even though I knew I should remain professional and remain formal, something about him made me relax and let that go, and so I started calling him by his name. After that, I started telling them that Ethan is a wizard, and because of that he had a place at Hogwarts School. His parents reacted surprised and skeptical, as every Muggle family does when they find out about the existence of magic, but the most interesting thing was that Ethan didn't react as I expected. Usually when a child finds out he's a wizard, they react surprised and excited, and sometimes even doubtful. But Ethan simply showed acceptance and understanding. To prove to Mr. and Mrs. Knight that magic really existed, I had to do a little demonstration. What I did to prove to them that the magic was real was to transfigure their chair into a dog, and while Mr. and Mrs. Knight reacted with amazement and shock before being overwhelmed, Ethan again showed only a little admiration, and I have never seen a child react like this when discovering magic. In fact, I've never seen any children react like this to seeing their furniture turned into some animal, even children from wizarding families. I then asked him if anything strange ever happened when he had strong emotions or when he got stressed, to which he replied that strange things had already happened when he was younger, and I noticed that the way he spoke was like if it had never happened again after growing up. And that's strange since accidental magic keeps happening until the child reaches the age of first magical maturity, which is 11 years old. So when I asked him why he talked like it never happened again, he responded by saying that his accidental magic stopped happening after he learned to control it. And if that was already unheard of and surprising, what happened afterwards was shocking to say the least. The moment Ethan finished speaking, the cups on the table began to levitate in the air. At the age of 11, having such control over your magic that you could even levitate things without a wand or spell, that was just amazing. And after learning that he had been controlling and practicing his magic since was 3 years old, I was completely shocked. This boy from a Muggle family could do something that even adult wizards cannot do. He's a genius of such talent that I've never seen him before. Not even Albus, when he was Ethan's age, could do that. So I saw how sad Ethan's parents were that he had hidden that he knew he had magic, and when he said why, I could understand why he did it, as the family would not always be understanding about finding out that their son is not normal. Chapter 13. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. And here's the chapter. Chapter Pav Ethan. After Professor McGonagall left, my parents and I started talking about plans for the next day's shopping. We also sat down and briefly explained to Celestia about magic, but in a simple way since she's only 3 years old, and we also didn't forget to let her know that she shouldn't tell anyone about magic. The rest of the day went by normally, and in the end we all went to bed to be rested for the next day. The next day we were all ready, waiting for Professor McGonagall to arrive. And by my senses, which are now activated, it must be.
Must be Mrs. McGonagall, who has arrived.
My mom said as she went to answer the door.
Good morning, Mrs. Knight. I'm here to accompany you shopping in the wizarding world, as arranged. Are you ready?
Professor McGonagall spoke as soon as my mother opened the door.
Good morning to you too, Ms. McGonagall. We were just waiting for you.
Was my mother's reply. And with that, the rest of my family left the house, with me walking ahead and my dad carrying Seal in his arms right behind me.
Good morning, Professor Minnie.
I boldly greeted Professor McGonagall with a big smile on my face as soon as I saw her.
Good morning to you too, Ethan.
Professor McGonagall said with a small smile, before being replaced by a stern look.
But remember that in formal situations, and at school, you must call me Professor McGonagall, okay?
She reminded me.
Yes, Professor McGonagall.
I answered her while saluting, and my parents, who were watching our interaction, rolled their eyes at me.
Who is she, Daddy?
Then we hear a cute voice say,
And could I know who this beautiful little girl is?
Professor McGonagall asked, seeing my sister for the first time.
Ah yes, Seal, this is Ethan's new school teacher we told you about, and Mrs. McGonagall, this is Celestia, our little daughter and Ethan's sister of 3 years old.
My father then replied, introducing each other.
Oh, nice to meet you, little one.
Professor McGonagall told Seal, smiling.
Hehehe, you are like the older brother said.
My sister replied, laughing, making me stop in nervousness.
And what did your brother say about me?
Professor McGonagall asked Seal, as she gave me a sideways look that I pretended not to see.
He said you were kind and nice.
Seal replied to my relief.
Oh, so he said that.
Professor McGonagall said as she let a small smile break across her face, but that smile faded when I heard my sister's next sentence.
Yay, and he also told me to call you Minnie every time I see you.
My little sister said innocently as she opened her little arms happily.
Traitor!
I exclaimed in my mind, noticing Professor McGonagall's gaze on me.
Cough, cough, hee hee, these kids nowadays invent everything.
I commented as I looked away innocently, feeling the cold sweat trickle down my back.
Yes.
Professor McGonagall replied slowly, giving me a look that said she obviously didn't believe me.
Well, no more stalling and let's get going.
My dad said, changing the subject and bringing our attention to the fact that we still needed to go buy my supplies.
Yes, indeed, we need to get going.
Professor McGonagall said, and then she started walking with us, following close behind. After walking for a while, my dad asked,
Well then, how are we going to get into the wizarding world? Did we order a taxi?
No, Mr. Knight, we're going in a wizard way.
Professor McGonagall said cryptically as she pulled her wand out of her robes. She then looked around us, and after confirming that there was no one else in the vicinity, she raised her wand, and not a second later did something happen. Boom! Almost as soon as Professor McGonagall raised her wand, we heard a loud bang, and suddenly a purple three-decker bus appeared in front of us.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is the night bus, one of the wizarding means of transport. And remember, Ethan, to call him, just raise your arm or your wand high, and he will appear immediately.
Professor McGonagall explained to us. Squeak! As soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, the bus doors opened, and the first person to appear was Stan Shunpike, the driver.
Ah, Professor McGonagall, to what do I owe the honor?
Stan said respectfully as soon as he saw the person who called the night bus.
I'm here to accompany this family shopping, and we're in a hurry, so if you could get ahead of yourself.
Professor McGonagall told Stan.
Oh yes, of course, so where do you want to go?
Stan then asked us.
Across from Charing Cross Road, at Leaky Cauldron.
Replied Professor McGonagall, wanting nothing more than to end this conversation.
Okay, that's going to be a total of 11 sickles per person.
Stan said. Then Professor McGonagall took out a small pouch that was hidden in her robe, and from that pouch she took out 3 gold coins and 4 silver coins and handed it to Stan, who started counting.
Here it is.
She said as she boarded the bus, and we soon climbed in behind her. When we were finished settling into the night bus, Professor McGonagall told us.
I suggest you guys hold on tight. The trip might be a bit turbulent.
Wait a minute, what do you mean turbule?
My mom started to speak, but was interrupted by Stan.
You heard Ernie, Charing Cross Road, Leaky Cauldron.
Stan told the driver, an elderly man who didn't give me much confidence to think of him driving. It looked like she couldn't even walk down the street without bumping into something, even if it was an empty street.
Yeah, let's go, Ernie.
Another voice said, and when I looked for the owner of that voice, I saw that it came from a severed mini-head, much like the ones used in voodoo rituals. My mother also saw the severed head, but before she had a chance to say anything, Ernie started the engine and started it. Chapter 14. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. And here's the chapter. Charing Cross Road.
I'm never writing that again.
My mother exclaimed angrily, leaning on my father a little dizzy.
I.
I spoke between pauses to catch my breath and the anger I felt at the evil bastard who thought creating a bus that goes against all the laws of physics would be a good idea.
Calm down, son, we don't need.
Mine started to say, until he was cut off by my mother who grabbed my shoulders and started to stare at me.
That's right, son. Find this person and make him suffer for creating this monstrosity with wheels. Make him beg on his knees. Make him pay.
My mom said to me with conviction, anger, and a hint of insanity. And I couldn't help but feel a shiver down my spine hearing this, but at the same time I was also proud of my mother, and my father who was beside us started to look at us strangely as he walked away from us slowly.
It wasn't that bad either.
My dad said, pulling us out of thoughts of torturing a certain someone, as he tried and failed to not seem bothered by the trip.
Hard to believe that, when you were the one who screamed the most.
Was the thought that crossed my and my mother's minds.
Yup, let's go again, let's go.
Seal squealed excitedly, throwing her arms up happily. I then started looking at Seal strangely, because if anyone could really enjoy riding the night bus, surely that someone would need to be kept under surveillance, because such a person is not normal.
Maybe another time, honey.
My mom told Seal with a strained smile on her face, whispering the last part.
Don't worry, I don't like riding the night bus either, but you guys get used to it. And besides, this isn't the only mode of transport we have.
Professor McGonagall commented, her face looking more rigid than before.
Please, Mrs. McGonagall, tell me. These means of transport are better than that bus, right?
My dad asked in a desperate tone of voice that still held a little hope.
Well,
Was Professor McGonagall's evasive answer, and I could see how my dad's face lost all color when he heard the answer.
don't look like that, dear. Look on the bright side. It is very likely that we will never need to use these means of transport again.
My mom said in an attempt to cheer my dad up, which apparently worked as his face started to come alive again.
Yes, honey, that's true. The only person who will still suffer from these deadly methods of traveling is Ethan, so that's okay.
My dad said, his face reflecting an expression of pure happiness and relief, and then he looked at me mockingly.
How miserable, throwing your son in the grave like that, and he still has the guts to make fun of me.
I thought as I looked vengefully at my father. Chill asterisk, why did I feel like I am on the way to suffering a calamity? My dad thought after feeling a chill in his back and then started looking around. It must just be my imagination.
Well, since you all look better, then we better get going. The entrance to the wizarding world is right there.
Said Professor McGonagall, pointing to an old and shabby pub.
Is that the entrance to your community?
My dad asked doubtfully, looking strangely at the crumbling old shop Professor McGonagall was pointing to.
Appearances can be deceiving, Mr. Knight.
Professor McGonagall replied enigmatically.
Since you're muggles, you're seeing a rundown shop, but this is a camouflage.
She then started to head towards the pub, and upon seeing this my parents and we started to follow her.
Look, teacher, if I happen to get mugged or killed while followed you to this peculiarly dirty and decrepit place, I swear I'll sue you.
I said jokingly as I followed her calmly, because I doubted anyone would be able to sneak up and get close to me without me realizing it.
Isn't this a bit like those horror movies?
My dad questioned, looking at what he thought was a store.
If it's like a horror movie, know that it's always the man who dies first.
My mom replied nonchalantly.
Damn it!
All the way to the pub, Professor McGonagall smiled seeing our jokes.
Well, here we're. This is Leaky Cauldron, a magical pub where the entrance to Diagon Alley is.
Professor McGonagall said as she opened the door to the establishment, letting us into the pub. Once inside the pub, we could see that it was an old but cozy place, and we could also see that all over the bar there were people wearing weird clothes, ranging from clothes that were worn tens and even hundreds of years ago to more quirky clothes, like the outfit of a woman who was sitting in the corner to the right. The woman was wearing a zebra coat with a fish-shaped hat.
People here are certainly.
My dad half-stated half-asked after taking a look around.
But it could be worse.
I said without thinking.
Yes, and how?
My dad questioned me with a raised eyebrow.
I don't know.
I shrugged.
Maybe some dancers in that corner, some gaming machines in the other.
How come normal people aren't surprised to see these people dress like that?
My mom asked after noticing how everyone still acted normally, even with all these.
That's because, Mrs. Knight, in addition to having a cloaking spell, the leaky cauldron also has a muggle repellent barrier. And it was only possible for you to get in here because you were accompanied by a wizard.
Professor McGonagall explained to my mother. As we walked deeper into the pub, a man caught Professor McGonagall's attention.
Ah, Professor McGonagall, I see you're bringing one more family to the alley, and this must be our newest little wizard, all right.
The man said, smiling at all of us.
Yes, Tom. These are Mr. and Mrs. Knight, along with their children Celestia and Ethan Knight. And Ethan is going to be a new student at Hogwarts this semester.
Professor McGonagall told for who I assumed to be Tom, the bartender and owner of Leaky Cauldron.
But we can't stay to talk. I still have to take them shopping for materials.
She continued as she ended the conversation with Tom.
Oh yes, of course. Pass on Professor McGonagall, the barrier is clear, have a great shopping day and welcome to the wizarding community.
Tom told us, pointing to a corner of the pub and also welcoming us, which we thank. So Professor McGonagall led us to the front of a closed wall, turned to us and said,
Listen, this is the necessary sequence you're going to have to do with your wand in order to get into the alley.
So she makes a sequence of hitting the wall with his wand.
Why the fuck do you have to have a code to enter? It's not like someone who comes here doesn't already know how to get in anyway. It's basically a useless password if everyone already knows and those who don't just need to ask to know.
I thought as I wondered what was on the wizards' minds to do something so meaningless. After Professor McGonagall finished doing the sequel, we saw how the wall started to magically disappear right in front of us. After the entrance finished opening, Professor McGonagall turned to us and said,
Welcome to Diagon Alley.
Chapter 15. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. And here's the chapter.
Welcome to Diagon Alley. Wow,
What an amazing place.
it really is a fantastic place.
Those were the first words my family said as soon as they saw Diagon Alley. And I have to say, even though I'm already prepared to see the magical world, it's still very impressive. Apparently, imagining something and seeing it in person are two totally different things, especially in a world with magic. I guess I didn't really understand until now that I was in the world of Harry Potter. A world I could only imagine what it was like in my past life, and now I am part of that world.
Glad you're enjoying it.
Professor McGonagall said upon seeing my family's amazed expression.
But we don't have all day. The first place I'll take you is Gringotts Bank, where you can exchange your muggle money for wizard currency.
She continued, and after saying that she proceeded to lead us through the alley towards Gringotts.
So does that mean you have your own currency? Well, it's not like I haven't already expected something like this.
My dad commented with a shrug.
Yes, and you will be able to find out more once we get to the bank.
Professor McGonagall replied. As we walked to the bank, we couldn't help but look at all the shops and people in the alley. It was like we were in a different time or we had entered another dimension, with all these magical gadgets in the shop windows and these people wearing bizarre robes.
Here where?
Professor McGonagall said as we arrived in front of an imposing white marble building with bronze doors, which were flanked by two creatures that I'm 100% sure were goblins, or more accurately, the Goblin Guards. The Goblin Guards were wearing some kind of uniforms and armor that were scarlet and gold. As we walked up the steps to the bench, Professor McGonagall started telling us.
Remember, Gringotts are run by goblins, and they're generally not the most patient and friendly creatures.
We then went through the door, and I was so intent on listening to Professor McGonagall, I didn't notice the way the Goblin Guards were looking at me. As soon as we walked through the door, we found ourselves in an entrance hall that led to yet another set of doors flanked by two more guards, and on those doors were engraved the words, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed." For those who take but don't earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than a treasure there.
I'm the only one who thinks it would be a bad idea to try to steal this place.
I asked dryly.
I don't know where you got that idea from.
My mom replied sarcastically back. As we passed through these doors, we came across a long hallway with many doors that were supposed to be used to access the vault passages, with over 100 goblin boxes sitting in front of these doors, and we could also see many wizards coming and going between the cashiers.
A few dancers over there, a dozen gaming machines over there. And since the ventriloquist would be at the leaky cauldron, we could put some stages for street performances right in that corner,
Unaware of my thoughts, Professor McGonagall continued to lead us across the bank to a line in front of a goblin cashier, and it didn't take long for our turn to come.
How can Gringotts help you?
Asked the bored goblin cashier as we stopped in front of him.
We would like to convert Muggle money into wizarding.
Professor McGonagall replied professionally.
Know that the conversion is currently £5 to 1 galleon.
The goblin said as he looked at us.
Excuse me, mister.
My dad started.
Sharpfang.
The goblin, now known as Sharpfang, replied.
Mr. Sharpfang, could you let us know what the wizard coin looks like? We have 3 coins, galleon, sickle, and nut. 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, 17 sickles equals 493 nuts, so 29 nuts equals 1 sickle.
Sharpfang then explained to us.
Mr. Sharpfang, does Gringotts have a conversion limit?
I asked, curious. And then for the first time since we got here, the goblin noticed me, and as soon as he laid eyes on me, his face took on a shocked look. Through your emotions, I could feel the fear and respect.
No, young warrior, Gringotts doesn't have a conversion threshold.
Sharpfang quickly recovered from the shock and answered me respectfully.
Young warrior, is he being respectful because of my beast power? And if so, does that mean that my abilities actually affect even rational beings? Well, I'm not complaining about it.
I thought.
How do you open a safe in Gringotts? And do you work with accounts from the Muggle world?
It would make it a lot easier if they also work with Muggle accounts, as it would be more practical and less stressful than going to normal banks.
To make a safe in Gringotts, you just need to sign a contract and choose what level of security you would like to have in your safe. And yes, we also work with Muggle banks.
Sharpfang replied.
Well then, I would like to open an account here.
I told him.
So I won't have to keep converting Muggle money every time I need to come here. Of course, young warrior, if you could follow me to a meeting room to finalize the deal.
Sharpfang said, getting up from the register and calling another goblin to take his place. After that, he started leading us towards a hallway with several doors, and in all that time, Professor McGonagall and my parents could only watch our exchange with their mouths open.
What the hell just happened?
Chapter 16. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. And here's the chapter. After walking down the long hallway for a while and passing a few doors, we came to a door that had a sign on top, and on that sign was written, Meeting Room 37. Sharpfang opened the door to the room, and as soon as we all walked into the room and sat in the chairs that faced a desk where Sharpfang was sitting, we started negotiations.
So, young warrior, let's start with creating the contract.
Sharpfang began by saying,
I would like a high-security safe, and also connecting my Muggle account to this vault.
I said, deciding to be direct and brief about what I wanted.
Well, that's possible, but know that a high-security safe is expensive.
Sharpfang warned me.
Money won't be an issue.
I continued confidently. I don't mean to sound snobby, but...
Well, all you've to do is sign this contract, and give us a drop of your blood.
Sharpfang said as he snapped his fingers, making a sheet of paper, a bowl, and a craft knife magically appear on the table.
Okay.
I said, signing the contract after reading it, but it didn't even have to, as I could feel Sharpfang didn't have any bad intentions for me. After I finished signing the contract and filling in a few lines with my Muggle bank account information, I took the knife and cut my finger, where I let a drop of blood fall into the bowl. And I realized that I wouldn't even need to heal my finger with magic, as the cut has already closed on its own. When my blood fell into the bowl, Sharpfang started singing in another language, which for some reason, possibly because of my beast's power, I could understand.
It's probably the language of the goblins, gobbledegook.
I thought. And as Sharpfang sang, the drop of blood in the bowl began to transform, and in the end of singing, it ended up taking the shape of a golden key.
This one is the key to your newest vault, Vault 574. Your vault can only be accessed by you together with your account manager, which is me, and your key only serves as a form of identification.
Sharpfang began to explain, handing me the key to my new safe. I then put the key in my pocket as I didn't have a better place to keep it yet. Maybe at some point, I will do something so that I always have the key with me. Since the vault subject is finished, it just remains to say how much money you would like to convert from your Muggle bank to wizard money, Sharpfang told me.
I want to convert.
I said, giving what I thought was enough for me not to need the money for quite a while. And if at any point I need more, I can just come and convert more pounds.
10 million.
Professor McGonagall exclaimed in shock as my parents just looked at everything calmly. Professor McGonagall's reaction was something to be expected, as she didn't know we had so much money and we weren't wasting our wealth.
Are you sure you're going to convert all that money?
Professor McGonagall asked us uncertainly.
Of course, Mrs. McGonagall, it may not seem like it, but we have a lot of money. Although almost everything was Ethan who won alone.
My dad said.
Ethan won alone. How is this possible?
Professor McGonagall asked in disbelief, and this time even Sharpfang began to pay attention to her answer.
Yay, Ethan got this money pretty much on his own, and how did he get it?
My mom responded with glee and pride as she ruffled my hair.
Yes, teacher, and if you want, I can give you a copy of the books as a gift.
I told her with a smile. Professor McGonagall said with a small smile after recovering from the shock.
But don't think that that's why I'll give you less works at school.
She said, much to my disappointment.
Damn it, Sai, at least I tried.
Sharpfang said, joining the conversation and looking at me with awe and respect.
Well, back to the subject of conversion. Your 10 million pounds will be converted into 2 million galleons. And here's a bag connected to your safe. Just put your hand inside and think about the amount you want to withdraw and it will show up. And don't worry, it can only be accessed by you.
Sharpfang told me as he handed me a bag of leather with a string.
But remember that she can only take out coins. Anything else you plan to take out of your safe will have to be taken out personally.
He finished.
Thank you, Sharpfang.
I thanked.
This is my job, young warrior. Anything else you would like?
Sharpfang asked.
Nah, I think for today that's it.
I said after giving some thought.
Well, anything is just looking for me as manager of Knight's accounts. And here is a list of all the things Gringotts has to offer you.
Sharpfang said, giving me a pamphlet. And the first thing that caught my attention in the pamphlet was the list of services, where there was a section talking about the options for wards and protections. This was perfect for my project to protect my family, but I'll leave that for another time.
Thank you so much for your help, Sharpfang.
I said as I rose from my chair, with my parents and Professor McGonagall doing the same.
You do not have to thank me. It was an honor to help a young warrior like you. May your enemies bleed to death and your vaults be filled with gold.
Sharpfang said, finishing with the so famous and typical goblin salute.
And may you get rich, while all your enemies drown in acid.
I greeted him back, ignoring the weird look I was getting from my parents and Professor McGonagall.
Indeed.
Sharpfang said in appreciation as he nodded to me. As everything was taken care of, we thanked Sharpfang and quietly started to leave the bank.
Well,
Professor McGonagall started to say as soon as we were out of the bank.
I don't think I've ever seen an interaction between a wizard and a goblin like this.
She said, looking at me like I was some kind of rare specimen that should be studied.
Sai.
Professor McGonagall commented with a tired sigh, but the small smile on her face betrayed her true feelings.
I know you're adoring me, teacher. And if everything were normal, where would the fun be?
I said with a huge smile on my face.
Yes, yes, but let's continue shopping. We still have a lot to do.
Professor McGonagall said wearily.
Of course.
I said happily as I started walking down the alley, with my parents following close behind and smiling at my antics. What will become of Hogwarts this year, Sigh? Chapter 17. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. Read the end, AN. And here's the chapter, yup. Chapter.
So,
My mom asked as she looked around.
Well, you can go get Ethan's robes while I get the other materials. And in the end, we can meet in front of the Flourish and Blot's bookstore to finish buying the rest of the material.
Professor McGonagall offered as an option.
This really is a good alternative.
My dad agreed, so I delivered some galleons to Professor McGonagall, and my family and I then left for the clothing store. After searching a bit, we quickly arrived in front of a purple shop, with garments on display in the windows. And at the top of the store was a sign with the words carved into it. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions.
I think it's here.
My dad said looking through the window.
Then let's go in.
I said as I opened the door. Tinkle,
hi.
I said as soon as I entered the store.
Hello, dear. Are you here for your Hogwarts robes?
A short, chubby lady, who I assumed was Madame Malkin, asked me with a smile as soon as she saw me.
You.
I nodded.
What are the other types of garments you guys make here?
I questioned.
Well, here we have Hogwarts robes, formal and everyday robes, and party and ball robes. And they are made of cotton, plain silk, or acromantula silk. And they can all be enchanted, with heating charms, cleaning and repair charm, and rain protection.
Madame Malkin answered me professionally.
Wow, I wish in the Our World clothes had these enchantments too.
My dad said appreciatively, to which my mom nodded.
Hi, these robes are fun.
Seal said laughing, and I couldn't help but agree. Witches aren't the best when it comes to fashion.
Well,
I said, to Madame Malkin's astonishment.
You is sure, these robes will be expensive.
Madame Malkin asked me uncertainly.
I'm sure we have the money for this.
I said as I pulled some galleons out of my bag.
All right, so come on, honey, let's take your measurements.
She said, leading me to a platform to be measured. After taking my measurements and giving the last details, Madame Malkin then began to work on my robes, and after it was over, I paid and then we left the store. We went to our next stop, the pet store. As we arrived in front of the pet store, Aelip's Owl Emporium, we could hear all kinds of sounds coming from inside, and looking through the store window, we saw many owls, cats, frogs, and many different types of animals. Some magics and some commons. Tinkle,
Look, Mom, a little bird. I want to.
Celestia squealed excitedly at the sight of the owls.
It's true, Seal, it's a bird, but we are here to choose a pet for your brother. When you're older, we'll buy you one too.
My mom told Seal, who pouted because she couldn't get a pet.
Don't worry, Seal, you can still play with my pet.
I told Seal, smiling.
Yay, the big brother is the best.
Seal said, smiling, as she threw her arms in the air in celebration.
Yes, your big brother really is the best.
I said smugly.
Yes, we know.
My mom said, rolling her eyes.
Now go and pick your pet. We don't want to keep Mrs. McGonagall waiting.
She then rushed me.
Okay.
I said, and then I started looking around the store for any animal that caught my eye. As I walked around the store, I noticed that the only animals that caught my attention were the owls and cats. The owls I could use to communicate with my family, and the cats were my favorite animals. But unfortunately, I could only take one animal to Hogwarts. But then I realized that I would only write letters to my parents, so I could leave the owl with them so I could receive the letters, and I could still take a cat with me to school. After telling my parents my plan, we caught a brown owl we decided to name Hermes, and then I started looking for a cat using my beast talk. Arriving in the wing where the cats were, I started to feel them, and while looking, I could feel many emotions and feelings. Some cats were transmitting joy and excitement, probably thinking they will be bought. Others were just lazy, and there was even one who was emitting emotions of anger, hate, and malice.
I've made up my mind. I'll take you, little one.
I said, holding him in front of my face, and in that moment I felt a touch of anger at the connection.
Huh, what was it, boy?
Anger and annoyance, what the hell?
Ah, you are a girl. Sorry, girl.
I asked, smiling. Meow, Nix meowed, and from her light-hearted emotions I could feel her approving the name.
So now your name is Nix.
I said as I lifted her aloft.
Well, now I'm going to introduce you to your new family.
And took her to where my parents were.
So, Ethan, did you manage to find any cats you liked?
My mother asked me as soon as she saw me coming.
Yes, I found a perfect one.
I said, smiling, and then showing Nix to my family.
This one is the newest member of our family. She's called Nix.
Meow,
Oh, what a cute little thing.
said my mother as she petted Nix.
Nix, the Greek goddess of night. It's a good name.
My dad said to me as he nodded in approval.
Kitten.
Celestia squealed happily at me, her arms pointed at Nix. Oh, what a cute little thing, said my mother as she petted Nix. Nix, the Greek goddess of night, it's a good name, my dad said to me as he nodded in approval. Kitten, Celestia squealed happily at me, her arms pointed at Nix. Yes, Seal, this is Nix. Say hi to Seal, Nix, I said to Nix, who was in my arms looking at Celestia. Meow,
Hitty.
Seal said to Nix with glee.
Well, since we already have everything, let's pay and go to the bookstore. Mrs. McGonagall must be waiting for us.
Chapter 18. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. Hi guys, I'm here at the beginning of the chapter to inform you that I have created an account on Patreon, and it is already active and with 15 chapters ahead. If you can support me by becoming patrons, it would help me a lot. I would also like to thank everyone who is reading and commenting on my story, and I am happy to see you all having fun. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. Yay, and here's the new chapter, clap clap. When we arrived in front of Flourish and Blots, we saw Professor McGonagall waiting for us.
Sorry for the delay, the robes took a while to be made, and we got carried away at the pet store.
I said as I scratched the back of my neck and looked at her a little embarrassed.
Don't worry, I just got here. But well, what are we waiting for? We still have your books to buy before we go get your chest and wand.
Professor McGonagall said. She then led us into the bookstore. When we entered the bookstore, I saw that it had.
Well, they always have a set of Hogwarts books ready. So while your parents and I go get them, why don't you find other books for yourself?
Professor McGonagall then offered it to me, and I couldn't help but smile.
Of course, heh.
I nodded excitedly as I went out to look for some.
Oh dear.
My father dramatically mourned the loss of his son to a bookstore.
Stop being dramatic. He'll be back in a bit like.
My mom asked uncertainly.
Certainly Ravenclaw.
Thought Professor McGonagall sadly, seeing how slim my chances of going to Gryffindor are. -2 hours later.
I arrived.
I said, catching up with my parents and Professor McGonagall at the counter, with a pile of books in my arms.
I got a little too excited about the books.
We noticed.
My father replied dryly.
Interesting books you have there.
Professor McGonagall said, after taking a look at the books I brought. And I couldn't blame her. Most of these books are advanced even for a 7th year, like advanced runes, creation of spells, potions for masters, government and wizarding laws, and wizarding culture and traditions.
Well, we won't be here all day. We still have to get Ethan's chest and wand.
My mom reminded us, and after paying for the books, we then proceeded to the last 2 purchases of the day. The chest was quick to get. I ordered a black dragon leather chest with silver accents, and on top of the chest I asked to put a crest of a starry sky to match my family name with my name abbreviations in silver below. The chest contained lightweight incantations, shrinkage, and a lock that only opens for my magical signature. The chest has an expansion enchantment inside, and in the trunk there are 5 compartments the size of a room where I'm going to do a lab, a library, a place for me to train my spells when I'm home, a normal room to relax in, and a place for me to store my clothes and other things that I will wear to school. The all chest cost 300 galleons, but that didn't even make a difference to my account. And I'm still thinking about taking the chest to the goblins to see if they have any extra protections to put in it. Call me paranoid, but nobody messes with my stuff. Finishing the chest purchase, we then went to the last stop of the day, the wand shop. After walking a bit, we arrived in front of the Ollivander's wand shop. The shop was narrow and old, and above the door we could see a sign with peeling gold letters that read, Ollivander's makes a fine wand since 382 BC. After looking around for a while, we all walked into the store. Tinkle. Looking around the store, I could see that it was small and contained thousands of wands on shelves stacked to the ceiling, with a thin layer of dust covering them. As I looked around, my senses warned me of someone sneaking up behind us, and I immediately went on alert. But after further analysis, I realized that the one behind us was Garrick Ollivander, who was described as having a habit of scaring people who came to his store. So after realizing that, I went back to staying calm and decided to play with him a bit.
Hello, Mr. Ollivander.
I said, smiling as I turned and looked directly at him.
He's just like in the movies.
I thought, a little surprised.
Oh, interesting,
said Ollivander as he looked at me with mild surprise and interest.
Excuse me, Mr. Ollivander, but we are here to get a wand for Ethan.
Professor McGonagall said, drawing Mr. Ollivander's attention to her.
Ah, Mrs. McGonagall, I remember your wand. 9.5 inches, fir wood with a dragon heart core, stiff and suitable for transfiguration, right?
Mr. Ollivander asked Professor McGonagall happily.
Yes, Mr. Ollivander, you got it right.
Professor McGonagall replied wearily. Looks like they've had this conversation many times, I thought, amused by the situation.
But we're not here to talk about my wand. We're here to get a wand for Ethan, so if you could hurry up.
Professor McGonagall said as she pointed at me.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Ollivander said, and then started inspecting me.
Know that every wand is different. There will never be a wand equal another. And it's always the wand that chooses the magician.
He told me, then he grabbed a tape measure from his desk and turned to me.
What is your main arm?
He asked.
I can use both, but my main one is right.
I told him as I lift my arm to be measured. After that, he started measuring my height, my arm size, my waist, and many other places.
What the hell does the size of my foot have to do with which wand suits me?
I questioned myself, perplexed.
Let's see.
He said as he finished measuring me, heading towards a shelf.
Try this one, 12-inch cedar with dragon heart core, kind of flexible.
Mr. Ollivander said as he came back carrying some boxes and handing me a brown wand with black accents.
Okay, so here goes.
So I took the wand and gave it a wave. Craig.
I guess this one's not for me.
I said as I put the wand back in the box and pushed it away.
Yes.
Ollivander said slowly.
Well then try this one.
He continued, handing me another wand.
10.5 inches, pine and phoenix feather core, quite stiff and...
Boom. Mr. Ollivander continued, looking at the shelf that had just been blown up by me, who was innocently lowering his wand.
Well, let's keep looking for your wand.
Ollivander then started looking for more wands for me, and with each passing wand, he got more excited. After a few dozen mismatched wands, Mr. Ollivander stopped and looked at all the destruction I'd wrought in his shop.
You are a difficult customer, aren't you?
He then told me, not in a question, but simply stating a fact.
What can I do?
I said with a shrug.
Being simple, easy, and normal is not for me. I'd rather be.
I said in reflection.
You mean weird, right?
My dad said as he looked at me with mockery.
How strange you say.
Mr. Ollivander began to ponder with his hand on his chin. He then snapped his fingers.
I already know which wand will match you,
he said, and then went to the back of the store, and a few minutes later he came back with a dusty black box.
This wand was one of my first wands ever made. Open it and try it on.
Chapter 19. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. And here's the chapter. When I opened the box, I saw a nice black wand with little blue tinges that glowed every now and then. And as soon as I held her in my hands, it was like I was connected to her, like I'd found something I'd lost a long time ago. And the tip of the wand began to spark blue and silver, looking like a starry night sky.
Perfect, amazing combination.
Mr. Ollivander said excitedly.
11 inches made with 2 unique woods. Blackthorn wood, which always produces great warriors. And ebony wood, which is good for combat and only answers those who always seek to be themselves, not caring about the opinions of others and who don't mind being strangers. This, along with the core, a feather from the tail of a thunderbird. Powerful, difficult to control, it can sense the danger, and if necessary, it can cast spells of its own. A flexible wand and very powerful in the right hands.
He then explained to me the components of my wand. And I had to say,
That's...
my father said uncertainly. Apparently he didn't understand anything Mr. Ollivander said, and if I didn't have the knowledge of the series, I wouldn't understand anything either.
This really is a wand worthy of someone as big as mine.
I said haughtily in a tone of nobility.
And with this wand I will become the greatest. Kneel before me, mere mortals, ha ha ha.
I finished while pretending not to see my parents looking at me strangely.
Yes.
Snorted my father.
Everyone fear the great Ethan, otherwise he will call his mother to you.
He added mockingly.
Uh-huh.
I gave him a fake laugh. You say that, but you're the person most scared to death of mommy. Haha, he laughed without humor.
Boys.
My mom said with an eye roll.
So, Mr. Ollivander, do you have anything to put the wand on? Because I doubt it's recommended to carry it in your pocket.
I asked him. I already knew there were wand holsters, but that's something I shouldn't know, as this is my first time in the wizarding world, so I couldn't directly ask for one.
Oh yeah, that's not really recommended, and for that we have wand holsters. And if I can, I would also like to offer you a wand cleaning kit, okay?
Said Ollivander, handing me a leather wrist holster and a box with a cleaning kit.
I'll take how much?
I asked, already collecting some coins from my purse.
The wand gave 7 galleons, the holster 3, and the cleaning kit 2.
Ollivander told me the price, and so I took 12 gold coins and handed it to him.
Here it is.
I said, smiling.
Well, since we've already got everything, we'll get going.
Professor McGonagall said.
Yes, it's getting late. Thanks for your help, Mr. Ollivander. It was a pleasure to meet you.
My mother said, saying goodbye to Ollivander.
I will handle this wand very well, Mr. Ollivander. Goodbye.
I waved at him as I walked out of his store with my parents.
It was my pleasure to see this wand get an owner, and make good use of it.
Ollivander said, waving back. Once outside the wand shop, we then head out of Diagon Alley and back to the Leaky Cauldron.
So this is where we say our goodbyes.
Professor McGonagall said as she turned to us in front of a fireplace in the Leaky Cauldron.
Yay, thanks for everything, Mrs. McGonagall.
My mom said in thanks.
Yay, if you weren't here with us, we would have been lost a long time ago.
My dad said with a laugh.
I was just doing my job, and it was a pleasure to accompany your family.
Professor McGonagall said with a small smile. Then she looked at me and said,
And I hope to see you on September 1st at Hogwarts, Ethan. And here is your train ticket for the Hogwarts Express. To get to the station, you have to go through the portal that is on the wall between platforms 9 and 10.
She continued as she handed me a note with details and golden letters, which was printed platform 934.
And I definitely will, since I have to cheer up Hogwarts with my presence, right?
I then said happily,
Hee hee, all those innocent young men ready to suffer my torture.
I thought as I laughed devilishly.
Right.
Professor McGonagall said slowly.
Well then, I'll be off. Goodbye, and it was a pleasure to see you again.
She said as she walked towards the fireplace.
Bye, Professor Minnie.
I said with a mischievous smile as I waved my hands at her, to which she responded with a stern look and her lips in a thin line. Then we saw her take a powder from a pot that was on top of the fireplace, throw it into the fireplace that had taken on emerald green flames, step into it and say out loud,
Hogwarts, Deputy Headmistress Office.
And with that the flames engulfed her body, and then she disappeared.
That was...
My dad said, his eyes widening in surprise as he saw someone throw themselves into the fire and disappear.
Nice, yeah.
This must be the other mode of transport Mrs. McGonagall told us about.
My mother said as she scratched her chin in thought.
He seems to be interesting.
My dad said, terrified of using another magical means of transportation. What will he say when he finds out that flying cars also exist? I thought to myself, already imagining the hilarious reaction my father would have.
Well then, let's go home,
Said my father, pulling me out of my thoughts.
Yay, it's late and Seal looks sleepy.
My mom said, pointing to Celestia, who was yawning in my dad's arms.
Let's get going then.
My dad said, and then we left the leaky cauldron and took a cab home. The ride home was smooth, and when we got home, my parents went to put Seal to sleep, and I went to my room. Arriving in my room, I put my groceries, which were shrunk in my pocket, on my bed and encrased them. So I started thinking.
I still have a little over a month to study with the books I bought, talking to the goblins about protecting my home, and prepare for the wizarding traditions and customs, since even if I don't use them, I have to at least get to know them.
Chapter 20. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey, here's the new chapter. I managed to do a lot of things in those days before my departure for Hogwarts, even though I was just over a month old. The first thing I did was organize my trunk. I bought new furniture to put it inside. I organized all the rooms and decorated it to my liking, and now it's like a new house of my own.
Good morning, Lord Knight.
And he would reply with a,
Good morning, Air Knight.
and even my mother joined in, and whenever she saw us she would lift her nose like a pure-blood lady and give us her hand for us to kiss, and after that we would all burst out laughing. And I bet if any pure-blood wizards saw us right then, they would do like Chinese romance novels and spit blood. What about my studies? They did really well, and I can say I'm prepared to face Hogwarts with ease. Thanks to the training I had already done, I could tell that my magic far surpassed that of a 7th year, and I confirmed this on a trip to Diagon Alley, where I went to buy Hogwarts course books from 2nd through 7th grade, and I decided to use my eyes to see some people's magic, as I didn't do that on my last visit. And what I saw was that my magic is much more concentrated and dense than most people, and only the older people at the age of 40 have more dense magic than mine. But they're not as powerful, and the rare instances where someone had stronger and denser magic than mine were wizards who are already considered talented in their own right, like the teachers at Hogwarts, who have trained for a long time to become masters of their craft. I could have taken a look at Professor McGonagall's magic the day she visited me, but there was no guarantee that she couldn't notice I was using magic.
Why didn't I teach her to control magic like me?
Chapter 21. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yawn, I'm sleepy, but here's the new chapter. Knight's House. September 1st, 9 m.
Have you got everything, Ethan?
Asked my mother.
Yes, I had everything ready yesterday.
I replied as I shrunk my suitcase and put it in my pocket.
Who would have thought, just 2 months ago we were having an ordinary life?
Sighed my father.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
He continued as he opened the door for us to leave the house.
Just a moment.
I said, and then I turned towards the stairs that lead to my room and yelled.
Nix, come soon, we're already leaving.
Meow.
We hear meow from upstairs, and after a while we see Nix come down the stairs and walk towards me.
Come on, girl. We have to be early so we can pick a compartment for us.
Meow.
We hear meow from upstairs, and after a while we see Nix come down the stairs and walk towards me. Come on, girl, we have to be early so we can pick a compartment for us, I said as I bent down to pick Nix up. Meow, I could feel her joy at the connection and I couldn't help but smile. After coming home with us, Nix was still a little afraid of others and would sometimes hide for a whole day, but nowadays she has started to get used to my family to the point where we see her playing with Seal in her room, sleeping on my mom's lap, or even sitting on my dad's shoulder reading the paper with him. And that's pretty surprising for a cat, so I've begun to suspect that she's, if not a complete Kneasel, then at least a partial.
There, now I have everything.
I told my parents after putting Nix in a cat cage, much to her dissatisfaction.
Then let's get in the car.
My mom said as she led Seal to the car, and my father and I followed close behind. Once in the car, my father turned it on and started driving towards the station. King's Cross train station. After we arrived at the station, we made our way towards platforms 9 and 10, and then my parents started looking around.
So,
Asked my father.
platform 934 is on the wall between platform 9 and 10, and Professor McGonagall said you can only go through if you have wizards with you.
I reminded him as I placed my hand on the wall where I thought the entrance was, and I could see my hand go through it.
You have to put your hand on me to get through.
I told my parents, and after they put their hands on my shoulders, we walked to the wall and walked through it. When we got to the other side, it was a totally different place. It had a big red train with the words Hogwarts Express written on its side, parked at the station. We could see families saying goodbye to their children, grandchildren, or nephews. Children and teenagers boarding the train with their luggage and animals. Friends meeting and groups getting together again.
Wow!
My dad said impressed.
Even though I've seen a lot in Diagon Alley, it still amazes me.
Magic really is amazing.
My mom said, nodding with my dad.
I'm going to find a compartment to leave my stuff, and then I'll be back.
I told my parents, and then I got on the train looking for an empty compartment. After finding a compartment at the beginning of the train, I took my trunk out of my pocket, increased the size of it, and then placed it in the trunk along with Nix's cage. I then cast some spells in the compartment so no one could enter it, and after I finished, I went back to my family.
So, son, how do you feel? Enthusiastic? Nervous? Wanting to go home and not leave mom's side?
Asked my mother hopefully, looking at me with Machiavellian and powerful.
Puppy eyes.
But I won't fall for it, no.
Okay, dear, enough. We don't want to embarrass Ethan before he even enters school and right on his first day.
He said, trying to calm down and stop my mom from trying to kidnap me.
What do you mean embarrass him? Are you saying that now I can't even show my love for my son? Is that it?
My mom questioned my dad with a look that promised pain if he answered the wrong way.
Hey!
My father started to say nervously as he looked around, looking for a way to distract my mother. Seeing my father in that situation, I decided to help him.
Look at the time, I better get on board soon, the train will leave.
I said, looking at the station clock.
Huh, already.
Lamented my mother.
Sigh, well, that's it.
She continued in mock pain, wiping her fake tears and laying her head on my father's chest.
Do not worry, dear.
My dad said, hugging my mom.
Ethan is now a free bird who will walk his own journey.
He added proudly, as if he had discovered the answer to all the world's problems. My mom then stopped crying, lifted her head from my dad's chest, and started staring at him with a look that said,
Really?
continued my father nervously, putting Seal in front of my mother's face.
And me.
Seal said happily, throwing his arms in the air. My mom nodded. Meanwhile, I next rolled my eyes at my parents' antics.
Yup, back to the subject.
I called my parents' attention.
Ah, yes.
Said my mother, and then she hugged me.
Remember, always brush your teeth before bed, warm up warmly, don't stay up late, and I would talk about the pranks.
Continued her hugging me tightly, then she ended the hug and looked at me.
And I want you to send me a letter a day.
1 letter a month.
I said, trying to negotiate with her.
1 big letter a week and 1 small letter every 3 days, no more and no less. All right, I accept.
I said, smiling ironically, knowing she won this exchange.
Very well.
Said my mother, and then she hugged me again and kissed me on the forehead.
I love you.
And left for my father to say goodbye to me.
Yeah, big boy.
My dad said as he placed his hand on my head.
So that's it.
And then he hugged me and whispered in my ear.
And if you cause any trouble.
He pulled away and winked.
And you, Seal, aren't you going to say goodbye to your brother?
I asked Celestia.
On, do you have to go?
Seal asked as I scooped her up in my arms.
Yes, Seal, I have to go. But I'm coming back for Christmas and I'll bring you lots of presents.
I said, hugging her.
I'll miss you, brother loves you.
After that, I handed Seal to my dad and looked at my family.
I'm going to miss you, take care, and even the Christmas holidays. Goodbye.
Chapter 22. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Cheer up, here's the new chapter. After boarding the train, I went to my compartment and got in, sitting on the window seat. From the window, I could see several students boarding and their families saying goodbye to them.
Meow.
Meowed Nix from her cat cage, trying to get my attention.
What is it, girl?
Meow.
Meowed Nix from her cat cage, trying to get my attention. What is it, girl? I asked, looking at her. Meow, Nix meowed at me, conveying emotions of irritation and boredom and scratching at the bars of her cage.
Oh, you want to get out?
I said, after understanding what she wanted.
Wait a minute, girl.
Meow.
Meowed Nix from her cat cage, trying to get my attention. What is it, girl? I asked, looking at her. Meow, Nix meowed at me, conveying emotions of irritation and boredom and scratching at the bars of her cage. Oh, you want to get out, I said, after understanding what she wanted. Wait a minute, girl.
There, girl.
I told her after I sat down with Nix on my lap.
When we get to Hogwarts, you can be free, and then we'll explore the whole school.
I continued, petting Nix.
Purr.
Purred Nix in satisfaction, to which I smiled. Knock, knock. And at that moment I heard someone knocking on the compartment door. And when I turned to the door, curious to know who was knocking, it was opened by two girls who looked like freshmen like me. The girl who opened the door had dark brown hair and brown eyes. She had an ordinary-looking round face and looked a little shy. And the second girl, she had long blonde hair and blue eyes with a thin, pale face. And unlike the first girl, she had a cool, noble appearance that showed disinterest. And looking at their clothes, they must be half-bloods or pure bloods. Asked the brown-haired girl.
Of course.
I replied, smiling politely, and then the two started to enter the compartment with their luggage.
Let me help you.
I said to them. I then took my wand out of its holster, cast a levitation spell on the bags and placed them in the trunk.
Ready.
I said as soon as I finished putting the bags in the trunk. So I put away my wand, sat down and turned around smiling at the two girls, only to see that they were looking at me in surprise.
Thank you,
said the brown-haired one shyly.
No way.
I dismissed her thanks with a wave of my hand.
I'm Tracy Davis.
Then introduced the brown-haired girl, now known as Tracy Davis.
From what I remember from the wiki, she's a half-breed Slytherin witch, Sue.
I thought.
Daphne Greengrass.
The blonde girl introduced herself coolly.
Well,
meow, meowed Nix from her cat cage, trying to get my attention. What is it, girl? I asked, looking at her. Meow, Nix meowed at me, conveying emotions of irritation and boredom and scratching at the bars of her cage. Oh, you want to get out, I said, after understanding what she wanted. Wait a minute, girl.
Knight, that's not the name of any wizarding family I know of. Are you by any chance a muggle-born?
Davis asked uncertainly, and even Greengrass started to pay attention to my answer.
Yes, I'm muggle-born.
I replied to her.
Is there a problem?
I questioned with a raised eyebrow.
Author.
She replied uneasily, and I could see and feel Greengrass, indifference and disdain after learning that I am from a muggle family.
Looks like the fandom was wrong about the fact that they aren't prejudiced towards muggles and muggle-borns.
I thought with a shrug. After that, the compartment fell into an awkward silence, but I didn't mind the silence, it's even preferable. So I decided to take a diary out of my bag and read a little. This journal of mine is where I write down the possible spells I can create, like the attacks and powers of comic book heroes and anime characters. In it, I write down all the details I know about those attacks and try to think of how to reproduce them with magic. And so far, only the ones that have elements and some simple ones worked. But that's because I tried to do them without a wand, Maybe now that I have a wand, I can reproduce more complex attacks.
Hum.
I thought to myself, but my moments of reflection were interrupted by the rude opening of the door. Standing in the doorway was a girl with thick hair, protruding front teeth, and wearing a school uniform.
Has anyone seen a frog?
She asked in a demanding, bossy voice.
A boy named Neville lost his.
Look,
Sorry, we didn't see any frogs.
Davis replied to her, and Greengrass just ignored her, but I could feel her irritation. I would also be annoyed if someone rudely barged into my compartment and started demanding things in a bossy way.
Would the other characters be like this? I haven't seen any frogs around here either. I think you'd better ask the older students to use the summoning spell on the frog.
I told her politely. Even though I didn't like the way she acted, I wouldn't be rude to her. My mom taught me to be polite to others.
Oh,
Stammered Hermione, in what is obviously a lie, and I didn't even have to feel the embarrassment and frustration coming from her to realize it.
I think she doesn't like someone having an answer for something she didn't have. Sigh, it seems that at this age she really is a bit competitive and arrogant.
I thought, disappointed.
But since you're looking for it, you should start with damp, dark places like bathrooms, as it's well known that frogs like that kind of place.
I said in the tone of a teacher teaching a student. Okay, this time I did it just to annoy her off.
yes, I'll look for him in the restrooms.
She said with a bit of annoyance in her eyes. And it looks like it worked.
Well, I hope your search is successful.
I told her with a calm smile on my face,
Thanks.
said Hermione unwillingly. And then she turned and walked out of the compartment, slamming the door behind her.
Well,
Chapter 23. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. Cheer up, here's the new chapter.
they're actually quite similar to the actors in the movies.
I thought reflectively.
Oh, looks like Goyle has already been bitten by scabbers, which means they've already met Harry and Ron.
Greengrass heiress.
Malfoy greeted formally.
Malfoy heir.
Greengrass replied in a cool tone, but still with the formality of wizarding manners.
And Davis.
He then greeted Davis with disdain in his voice.
Malfoy heir.
Davis replied softly to Malfoy. Looks like Malfoy doesn't like Davis, possibly because she's a mestizo, and she apparently doesn't have the courage to go against him. This means that Malfoy's family is superior to hers, I thought when I saw the exchange.
And would you be?
Malfoy then turned to me and asked.
What a bummer.
I thought, already knowing where this conversation would lead.
Ethan Knight.
I said calmly.
Judging by your name and your clothes, you must be a mudblood.
Malfoy said, giving me a sneer.
Did this ferret just call me mudblood?
I thought, surprised and a little angry, and I could tell from the emotions of Greengrass and Davis that they were also a little shocked by Malfoy's offense.
So it's like this.
I thought vengefully, thinking of the pranks I would play with him, while on the outside I kept a blank face. I then discreetly took out my wand, pointed it at Malfoy and his gorillas, and cast one of my spells without anyone noticing. The spell I cast is a modified appearance change spell, which would only disappear after 12 hours when the caster of the spell canceled it or if an experienced wizard removed it. As Malfoy looked at me with disdain, waiting for some reaction from me, the spell I cast began to take effect. And judging by Davis and Greengrass' wide-eyed eyes and their emotions of shock and surprise, I'd say the look I chose for them was a little bit shocking. Mainly because now I was looking at the newest member of the Weasley family and his two bodyguards who now look like a real trolls, but it seems they haven't noticed the changes that have taken place yet. Well,
Did your mother ever teach you not to offend others?
I asked him in the same way an adult punishes a child who has done something wrong, and in that moment I could feel the angry feelings start to show in him. So I looked him up and down and said in a thoughtful way.
Well,
I said excitedly, as if I'd solved the riddle of the century, and I could feel feelings of utter confusion coming from Malfoy.
oh,
Malfoy looked at me in total confusion, But a moment later, he saw his reflection in the train windows, and his face changed from confusion to horror.
Oh yeah, what happened to my hair?
He yelled in a high-pitched tone of panic as he ran his hands through his hair in despair.
Serious? I've basically changed his face to that of the family he hates the most, and the first thing he cares about is his hair.
I thought, looking at Malfoy as if he were a creature to be studied.
My hair, my face, what happened to them?
Malfoy continued to whine as he tried to get his freckles off by rubbing his face, only to find they weren't coming out. And I could feel the feelings of shock, awe, and amusement coming from Davis and Greengrass, as well as the shock and confusion coming from Crabbe and Goyle, who had just noticed the difference in Malfoy.
Why aren't you doing?
Malfoy then started talking, turning to Goyle and Crabbe, only to stop in shock. Malfoy looked at me in total confusion, but a moment later he saw his reflection in the train windows, and his face changed from confusion to horror. "Ah, what happened to my hair?" he yelled in a high-pitched tone of panic as he ran his hands through his hair in despair. "Serious? I've basically changed his face to that of the family he hates the most, and the first thing he cares about is his hair," I thought, looking at Malfoy as if he were a creature to be studied. "My hair, my face, what happened to them?" Malfoy continued to whine as he tried to get his freckles off by rubbing his face, only to find they weren't coming out. And I could feel the feelings of shock, awe, and amusement coming from Davis and Greengrass, as well as the shock and confusion coming from Crabbe and Goyle, who had just noticed the difference in Malfoy. "Why aren't you doing?" Malfoy then started talking, turning to Goyle and Crabbe only to stop in shock. "Kaya," he yelled in a definitely unfeminine way. "Huh?" Goyle and Crabbe looked at Malfoy in confusion.
What happened to your faces?
Malfoy asked with his eyes wide open as he pointed at them. Crabbe and Goyle started looking at Malfoy even more confused, but then they turned away, and when they saw each other's faces their eyes started to widen.
Goyle, your face is green.
Crabbe said in surprise, pointing a finger at Goyle's face.
And your nose is bigger.
Replied Goyle, staring at Crabbe's large, wrinkled nose, who turned to look at his reflection in the glass, with Goyle doing the same next, and the two surprised then began touching their faces. That was the only difference they noticed, was my thought, which was apparently the same as the others, judging by the strange looks they were giving Goyle and Crabbe.
Ahem.
I told Malfoy, or was it now Weasley?
I hope the next time we meet, you'll be with better company.
Malfoy said, looking at Greengrass and Davis before looking at me with disdain. And then he ran off looking for an older student to cancel the spell, with his two trolls close behind, leaving the compartment in total silence.
BFFFF, how?
I was the first to break the silence, because as soon as they left I couldn't hold back the laughter any longer, and even Nyx, who was watching the entire exchange, started to overflow with feelings of amusement. Meanwhile, Greengrass and Davis were looking at the spot where Malfoy had just left with their mouths open.
Phew, that was hilarious.
I said after catching my breath as I wiped my tears from laughing.
If Hogwarts is like this all semester, I'll love studying there.
Davis then turned to me perplexed.
How did you do that?
He asked in what was almost a scream. And it looks like Greengrass wanted to ask me something too, but decided not to and quickly put his emotionless mask back on, deciding to listen to my answer to Davis' question while pretending to be uninterested in the answer.
What did I do?
I asked back innocently.
How did you do that to Malfoy? I didn't even see you use your wand.
She continued.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I continued as I looked away and whistled innocently.
I know.
Davis said slowly, eyeing me skeptically. After that, the compartment returned to its silence, so I went back to picking up my diary, leaned against the window, and began to read it. The rest of the trip was uneventful, with Davis and Greengrass eyeing me discreetly from time to time, and the only other interruption we had was from the snack cart lady, where I bought a little bit of everything, which earned me another glimpse of the girls. And after that, the journey continued. Later, close to arriving at Hogwarts, we started to get ready. I then left the compartment to let the girls change, and when they were done, they left for me to change. After I finished changing, the girls went back inside, and we settled into our seats and waited for the express to arrive at Hogsmeade Station. After a while, we heard a voice echo through the train. "We will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train, they will be taken to school." After the warning, I then proceeded to pack the rest of the candy and my journal into my suitcase, and also put Nyx in her cage, after promising that I would release her as soon as we got to the common room. And so the minutes passed, and I could feel the emotions of anticipation, nervousness, excitement, and longing coming from the students. And then the train slowed down until it finally came to a stop, and the students began to descend onto the station platform.
This is where the adventure begins.
Chapter 24. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. Cheer up, here's the new chapter. As soon as I stepped onto the platform, I could feel the cool night air wash over me, but I barely felt anything thanks to the warming enchantment I had on my clothes.
Sigh, it was totally worth spending a few more galleons on these enchantments.
I sighed in satisfaction.
First year students here.
Shouted a booming voice. And looking in the direction of the voice, I saw the gamekeeper and the franchise's favorite half-giant Rubeus Hagrid calling out to the freshmen. And the closer I got to him, the more I realized how big he was.
Now that's a big motherfoo. Come on.
Hagrid continued calling.
Is everyone here? Excellent, first years follow me.
As he led us up a steep path to the boats. As we reached the shore of the lake, Hagrid then turned to us and shouted in his deep voice.
Only 4 per boat.
Pointing to a row of boats parked on the water. I then got into a boat further back, followed by Davis and Greengrass, and the last place was filled by a thin blonde boy with a snub nose who waved at us as he sat down.
All accommodated?
Asked Hagrid, who had his own boat, and after seeing that everyone was in place, the boats began to sail across the lake. After a moment of navigating, we came to a curve covered by a curtain of ivy.
Be careful with the head,
shouted Hagrid. As we passed through the ivy curtain, we then came across Hogwarts Castle in its splendor.
Ooh, wow.
Echoed the voices of the odd students. The view of the castle is really amazing, even more so for a fan of the franchise who can see it in person, I thought, looking amazed as we continued to head towards the castle. As soon as we reached the end of the boat trip, we landed on the castle shore, and from there Hagrid led us to a huge oak door, where he raised his gigantic fist and knocked 3 times. The door was then opened by Professor McGonagall, who looked at us with her stern gaze and rigid appearance, and when her gaze came to me, I gave her a little nod of my head with a small smile, which she returned and let out a own smile, but barely noticeable. Professor McGonagall then began leading us to a hallway that was close to the Great Hall. After we stopped, she turned to us and gave a speech about Hogwarts and its houses, and how they will be our families for the rest of our years here.
The classification ceremony will be held in a few minutes. I suggest you get ready properly while.
Professor McGonagall started to say, looking at each student until she stopped abruptly.
Sirs, what is this?
She asked grimly, looking at a trio of quirky students who were at the back of the group of students, and that trio is obviously Malfoy and his bodyguards, who were still under the effect of my prank. The students then turned in the direction Professor McGonagall was looking, and when they first noticed Malfoy's group, their eyes widened in surprise and began to laugh.
He looks like a troll. Look at the face of that one.
Isn't that Malfoy? Look, Weasley, your lost twin, ha ha ha.
Malfoy, who saw everyone laughing at him, started to turn red with embarrassment, and over Professor McGonagall's stern look said something in a low tone.
Speak up, Mr. Malfoy. I said we went bewitched.
He said in a near scream, turning redder still.
Have you been bewitched? And why didn't you ask an older student to remove the spell?
Professor McGonagall asked with furrowed brows.
I asked, but they couldn't,
said Malfoy with his head bowed.
They didn't make it.
Professor McGonagall questioned with a raised eyebrow.
Let me try.
She said, walking towards Malfoy. Arriving in front of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, Professor McGonagall pointed her wand at them and cast a counterspell, only to have nothing happen. Looking at them with a frown, she waves her wand again, but with more power and concentration, and this time it worked, and Malfoy and his henchmen began to revert to their normal self.
Now that it's settled, you wait for me here in silence.
Said Professor McGonagall, heading towards the Great Hall.
And Mr. Malfoy, I hope something like this doesn't happen again.
She said as she stopped at a bend, looking over her glasses at Malfoy, who blushed in shame. She then turned and continued on her way to the Great Hall. And while all this was going on, no one noticed my smirk. The rest of the wait took place just like in the books, with the kids arguing about how they would be classified and the Hogwarts ghost apparition arguing about Peeves. And right after that, Professor McGonagall arrived and started to lead us into the Great Hall. The Great Hall was lit by thousands of floating candles, and its ceiling was like a starry sky, and I could hear Hermione talking about it being enchanted to look like sky and that she read it at Hogwarts, a history. Looking across the Great Hall, I could see the 4 tables of the houses, where the other students and ghosts were sitting and looking at us. At the far end of the room was a long table where the teachers sat. I then saw Professor McGonagall bring a stool, and on top of that stool she placed a dirty and patched wizard's hat. After he was placed there, all the students were silent and paid attention to the hat. And me trying to control my moment of fanboyism by seeing the iconic sorting hat.
Wait!
As I nervously questioned myself, the sorting hat started to stir, and a tear appeared in the flap like a mouth, and he started singing the Hogwarts song, and when he finished singing, the entire hall burst into applause. Professor McGonagall then came forward holding a large roll of parchment.
When I call your name, you will turn and sit on this stool, and I will put the hat on your heads. You will then be selected for a house and will be seated at the corresponding table.
Said Professor McGonagall to us.
Abbot Hannah.
I then saw a short, awkward girl with pink face and blonde hair in braids climb onto the stool. The teacher then put her hat on her head, and after a few moments we heard him yell into the Great Hall.
Hufflepuff.
The tables then applauded, especially the Hufflepuff table, and after descending from the stool, the girl Hannah walked to the Badger table amidst the welcome. Professor McGonagall then continued with the classification by calling another name.
Bones, Susan.
Chapter 25. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yay, here's the new chapter. And while sorting was going on, I decided to take a look at the staff table. And the first person to catch my attention was Gandalf sitting in the center. Albus Dumbledore was just like his second actor in the movies. With his long white beard and sparkling blue eyes, he looked at everyone with a gentle grandfatherly smile.
Even knowing he is the most powerful wizard alive, and a little manipulative, he still manages to convey the feeling of a good old man.
I thought impressed, and then I tried to feel his emotions, and incredibly I didn't find any bad emotions other than a little guilt.
Apparently he's not the bad Dumbledore of fanfics, fortunately.
I was relieved, as this is one less problem for me to face. Deciding to go to the next teacher that caught my eye, I ran into Severus Snape, and if he didn't look the same as Alan Rickman and I didn't know who he was from the start, I'd think he was someone cosplaying Darth Vader mixed with Kylo Ren. He might as well put on a mask and say in a husky voice,
I'm Batman.
That I would believe. And the last 2 that caught my attention were a short, chubby woman with a kind, gentle smile on her face and a tiny teacher who was looking at the rankings excitedly. These 2 were clearly the herbology teacher and head of the Hufflepuff house, Pomona Sprout, and the part goblin charms teacher and head of the Ravenclaw house, Phileas Flitwick. After analyzing the teachers, I went back to paying attention to the classification, and after a few names, it was finally my turn.
Malone Roger. Hufflepuff.
Moon, Lily.
Slytherin.
Knight, Ethan.
Well.
I then began to walk calmly and elegantly with my head held high towards the stool, my robe billowing behind me.
Jealous of my style, bitches.
I thought narcissistically. Arriving in front of the stool, I sat on it, and then Professor McGonagall put the Sorting Hat on my head.
Oh, very interesting.
I heard Sorting Hat's voice in my head.
Hello, Sir Hat.
I said mentally in greeting.
Hello, young wizard. How interesting you are.
Said the hat.
What do you mean?
I asked, trying to look calm on the outside, but inside I was sweating with nervousness.
Well, I can see in you the main features of the four houses. It will be a difficult choice to classify it.
The hat answered me.
Huh, is that all you saw in my mind?
I asked, now confused and curious.
Yes, when the founders created me, they made me able to see the main characteristics of each person, so I could classify them.
He explained to me, and I sighed in relief.
And you are a complicated case.
The Sorting Hat added, impressed.
Well, I'd rather go to Ravenclaw, but you know.
I commented to him.
Ravenclaw, you say? Yes.
Sorting Hat asked me, curious.
Well, I can be brave like the Gryffindors, but I wouldn't mindlessly throw myself into situations like them. And as for Hufflepuff, they might be loyal, but they also have a naive mindset. They're easily swayed, plus I'm only loyal to a few people.
I then replied to Sorting Hat.
Slytherin is pretty obvious the reason I don't want to go there. This is a house where most of them are blood purists and are prejudiced against Muggle-born, and I am a Muggle-born, so that leaves only Ravenclaw, which despite being known for being a very competitive house in academics with an air of I know better, it's still the only one I see myself having less problems with.
I said, ending my analysis.
Less problems and less likely to try to drown someone in the lake. I see.
Said the Sorting Hat thoughtfully.
So I see no alternative for you, but to go too.
With the last part being said out loud. I then heard the hall break into applause, mostly coming from the Ravenclaw table. I could also feel the disappointment coming from Professor McGonagall. Hat off my head, I got up from the stool and walked over to Ravenclaw's desk, noticing that my tie had changed to the house blue color and the Ravenclaw crest appeared on my robe. Arriving at the table, I took a seat next to a blonde boy who greeted me amiably.
Hi, Anthony Goldstein. Ethan Knight.
I greeted him back with a polite smile, and then we went back to watching the classification. Sorting took place normally, until Professor McGonagall came up with a specific name.
Potter Harry.
The name caused a commotion in the Great Hall, and all the students craned their necks in an attempt to see the famous boy who lived.
Did she say Potter? Harry Potter.
I then saw a nervous Harry Potter walking to the stool. He looked like Daniel Radcliffe, with the only differences being the fact that he was shorter and thinner than the actor at the beginning of the films. The Sorting Hat was then placed on Harry's head, and after a while it announced it to the entire hall.
Gryffindor.
And the whole Gryffindor table went crazy. Everyone applauded and cheered for having Potter to their home, with the twins being the most excited. And from the staff table I could feel Professor Snape's emotions of sadness, anger, and contempt, and Dumbledore's happiness and guilt being directed at Potter. After Potter was sorted into Gryffindor, the rest of sorting proceeded as normal, with many names I knew or didn't know being called. When the sorting ended, Dumbledore stood up with a happy smile and his arms unconcernedly open.
Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts.
He said, looking at all the students.
And before we start the feast, I would like to say a few words. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thanks.
Chapter 26. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yay, here's the new chapter. We then started following Ravenclaw Prefect, Robert Hilliard, into the Ravenclaw common room, and meanwhile, he was talking about how Ravenclaw is the home of the smart and the best wizards came from it and blah blah blah. Ravenclaw's common room was in one of the towers on the 6th floor, and we had to climb a spiral staircase to reach the common room entrance, which was guarded by a bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle. The eagle then gave us a riddle, which after being answered by the prefect, allowed us to enter.
What a dumb way to protect a common room. The Hufflepuff entrance is much safer than this.
I thought in exasperation. Entering the common room, I could see that it had graceful arched windows with walls decorated in blue silks and bronze. The vaulted ceiling was painted to look like a night sky, which highlighted the midnight blue carpet. Tables, chairs, and bookcases filled the common room, and a white marble statue of the founder, Rowena Ravenclaw, stood beside a door that led up some stairs to what I assume are the dorms. After we all entered the common room, the prefect told us about the running of the house and the rules, which was basically not to disturb the other students when they were studying, and that the curfew was 9 p.m. He also told us that everyone we could take the books from the Ravenclaw library, but that we should return them at the end of the school year and always lend them to a student who was most in need. So the prefect showed us where our dorms were, which were actually up the stairs from the door next to the statue, and up there was divided into two corridors on opposite sides, and the girls were in the left corridor and the boys in the right. It's also worth noting that we have single rooms, I think to have more privacy to study. After that, the prefect left and allowed us to go to our dorms, but not before informing us that breakfast would be at 7:30 in the morning. Arriving in my dorm, the first thing I saw was that it had the same design as the common room, with a single bed at one end and a study table beside it. The room also had a small bookcase and some scattered pillows. At the foot of my bed was my trunk with Nyx's cage on top.
Hi, girl.
I told her, opening her cage to allow her out.
Meow.
Meowed Nyx, coming out of the cage and rubbing herself against my leg, conveying affectionate emotions to me.
Wait just a second while I renovate this room.
I said, placing Nyx on one of the floor pillows.
I knew those decoration spells would come in handy at some point.
I thought as I took my wand out of its holster. I then started to renovate the room completely. I cast an expansion spell on the room, made the blue a little darker and added some black and silver accents. I made the ceiling look more realistic with stars, increased the size of my bed, and above it I placed my family crest. After that, I moved the furniture in my bedroom to my liking, placed a scratching post for Nyx and an armchair in the corner of the room with a small table beside it.
I'm glad I had spare furniture in my suitcase.
I said to myself,
Sai, I can't wait to make this furniture with magic. It would be a lot less work.
I may have talent in magic, but this level of transfiguration is still very advanced for me, mainly because I don't have any knowledge about it, as I was only able to get the transfiguration books for less than 2 months, and I couldn't even read the advanced books yet. Looking around the room, I patted myself on the back, satisfied with my work. So I started casting protection spells in my room, as I don't want anyone entering without my permission.
Just this one end.
I said after launching the last protection, which happened to be a prank too that would make the invader turn fluorescent orange. Now truly satisfied, I grab my toiletries and head to the bathroom in my trunk to take a shower and get ready for bed.
Glad I asked the goblins to install a fully functional apartment in my suitcase. It must be horrible having to share a bathroom with the other male students.
I thought to myself after I finished my shower. Already lying on my bed, with Nyx resting beside me, I started thinking about my plans for while I'm at Hogwarts.
Let's see.
I thought as I mentally jotted down the plans.
And I also have to learn more about the theoretical parts of magic from the teachers, as this was the part that I lack knowledge and clarification. And with all that, I almost forget the subjects I couldn't do the practical part at home, like flying and herbology classes. Even though I bought a Nimbus 2000, I have never used it as I live in Muggle residence, and my trunk doesn't have enough room to maneuver with a broom.
I thought sadly as I was excited to fly. I realized that my beast's power made me more adventurous, and just thinking about flying free around gave me a big thrill.
Besides, I want to stand out in my studies and be the best student. I may have complained about Ravenclaws being competitive, but I never said I wasn't either.
I thought with determination in my eyes.
This is just one more step towards my goal, and I'm going to surpass it.
I said out loud with a smile on my face, looking up at the starry ceiling of my room.
The top of the wizarding world.
Chapter 27. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Meow.
Me.
Me.
I grunted lazily as I sat up slowly on the bed.
Yawn, good morning, Nyx.
Meow.
Me. Me. Me.
Yes, yes. It was my fault, I'm sorry.
I said to Nix.
Great, I went crazy. I'm talking to a cat.
I thought with an eye roll. 5 of 17.
It's still 2 hours to breakfast.
I commented. I then went to my bathroom to do my morning hygiene, and after I was done, I started dressing in my workout clothes.
I'm going to train. Are you coming, Nix?
Meow. Me.
You is sure. You need to lose weight. You're getting fat.
I told her playfully, to which she replied staring at me.
Just kidding, hee hee.
I said laughing nervously, but she continued to stare at me.
Well, I have to train so.
I said leaving and closing the door quickly, before Nix decided to cause the first case of a student being killed by her pet cat at Hogwarts. Because it was so early, the halls of Hogwarts were practically empty, and only my footsteps echoed on the castle's stone floor. And with that relaxing silence, I quickly arrived outside the castle, looking for the good place to train. I then saw a spot near the shore of the Black Lake, hidden from the view of the castle people, that would be perfect for my training, and after a bit of stretching, I started my exercises. My training consisted of physical exercises, training my martial arts and meditation. The magic training would be done in the training room in my suitcase until I went to the room of requirement, but before that I needed to decorate the school's layout. After I had enough practice, I sat down on the grass by the lake and let the cool morning breeze hit my face. So I picked up some stones from the ground and started throwing them into the lake.
This weather is so good.
I thought in satisfaction, seeing giant squid throwing the stones back. After a while, I took out my wand and released Tempest again. 709.
Well, I better get going. Breakfast is about to start.
I said, getting up. I then went back to the castle, and when I arrived in the common room, I saw that I already had some students awake talking or studying. As I passed them, I noticed that some were looking at me strangely.
It must be because I'm in a workout clothes and sweaty.
I thought on the way to my room.
Well, if they've never seen anyone exercising, it's not my problem.
I continued with a shrug. Back in my room, taking great care not to wake Nix up, I grabbed my toiletries and my school uniform and headed to the bathroom to take a shower. After finishing the shower, I changed into my uniform, grabbed my expanded bag, and packed my first-year materials and books inside. Before leaving the room, I decided to take a look at myself in the bedroom mirror.
I really look amazing in Hogwarts robes.
I said narcissistically, as I did several poses in front of the mirror. Not wanting to sound cocky or anything, but I'm really cute. I was quite tall compared to others my age with my 49 feet, approximately 1.5 meters. I had a well-defined body and growing muscles. My black hair with brown strands was messy and gave me a wilder look. My amber eyes looked fierce and, according to my parents, could intimidate anyone. My face was a fusion of my parents' faces, having my father's strong, firm appearance and my mother's softness and nobility. And putting it all together, I could definitely say that I'll be a soap opera heartthrob when I'm older. After my moment of self-admiration, I went down to the Great Hall, and along the way I met many students, some of them never appearing in the franchise and others were well known, like Cedric Diggory, Alicia Spinnet, and even Professor Trelawney. When I arrived at the Great Hall, I could see that it had few people, and it must be because it was still early. Sitting down at Ravenclaw's table, a plate appeared in front of me, probably the work of the house elves, and as I ate, more students started arriving for breakfast. And at some point, Anthony arrived and sat down beside me.
Yawned. Good morning, Ethan.
He greeted me lazily as he yawned.
Good morning.
I greeted him back.
Excited for classes?
I asked him as I pre-add jam on my toast.
I would say yes, but I'd rather still be asleep.
Anthony answered me as he filled his plate with bacon and eggs. Wasn't Ravenclaw supposed to be the home of scholars? I thought as I looked at Anthony strangely.
Don't you want to learn magic?
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
I can learn from books.
He replied with a shrug.
But what about practical classes?
I kept questioning.
Too much work.
He replied, waving his hands in disdain.
You are weird.
After that, we continued to eat breakfast and talk, and with 30 minutes to go before breakfast was finished and classes started, 5th grade Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater, passed, handing us the schedule.
Damn it, my first class is potions with Hufflepuff.
I cursed it in my mind when I saw what my first class would be, and then kept looking at my schedule.
Then I have charms with Slytherin in second period, lunch and break, transfiguration with Gryffindor in third period, and in fourth period I have defense against the dark arts with Gryffindor again. Ugh, it's our first day of school and we already have the 4 toughest classes.
Moaned Anthony beside me.
Look on the bright side.
I told him.
Oh yes, and what would be the good side?
He asked me curious.
That you can see how I'm the best at them.
I told him arrogantly, and in return I got a blank look from Anthony.
This is going to be awesome.
He said dryly.
It's almost time for class to start. I think we should get going.
I told for Anthony as I got up from the table.
Do you happen to know where the potions classroom is?
Anthony asked me with a raised eyebrow.
Yeah, she stays in the dungeons.
I said as I walked out of the great hall with Anthony following me.
And how do you know it stays there?
He questioned curiously.
I asked an older student.
I told him lying, as I obviously wouldn't say I read this in a book where he and this world are part of a fictional universe.
Oh right.
Chapter 28. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Here's the new chapter. We arrived in front of the potions classroom with 3 minutes to go before class, and apparently we were the first to arrive. I then entered the classroom and saw that it had 2 rows of tables, with each table having 2 seats. I chose a seat in the middle of the row on the left to sit in, and after settling into the seat, I pulled my materials out of my bag and arranged them on top of my desk. And while I was organizing up my materials, Anthony came and sat down next to me and started organized up his materials too.
What do you think our teacher is like?
He asked me as soon as I finished packing my materials.
I'm sure he's going to be a sweetheart.
I told him sarcastically.
Do you think that? I really hope he's a nice and fun teacher.
Anthony told me with a hopeful face. Yes, cool and fun.
Hey, how did you get here so fast? I almost got lost trying to find this room.
Terry Boot, our Ravenclaw classmate, asked us as soon as he arrived in the classroom and saw us sitting there talking.
Walking, obviously.
I answered him dryly.
No, I know you guys came walking. I want to know how.
Terry asked me, rolling his eyes at my joke.
With the legs.
I said as I looked at Terry with a totally serious face.
If you didn't tell me, it wouldn't even cross my mind.
He said dryly.
Ahem.
Coughed Anthony to get our attention.
Jokes aside.
Anthony then answered Terry's question.
Why didn't I think about it?
Terry then questioned himself thoughtfully.
House of the Smart.
I snorted. Re-eyeing asterisk. Then we hear the bell ring, signaling the start of class, and we all quickly sat down to wait for the teacher. The classroom door was then opened by Professor Snape, who walked to the front of the class. He then grabbed a scroll with a list of names from his desk, turned to us, and placed the call.
You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of making potions. There won't be any silly wand waving in my class,
he said as soon as he finished roll call.
I don't expect many of you to understand the beautiful and magical process of making potions.
He finished his speech looking at us contemptuously.
Cool and fun.
I thought sarcastically. The class took place normally, with Professor Snape explaining about the theoretical part of potion production, safety methods, about the 12 uses of dragon blood, how to use bezoar and how to find it, the different types of cauldrons and bottles and how they interfere with potions, and the standard ingredients for brewing potions. Of course, as the class continued, Professor Snape asked us questions, some easy and some difficult. He also deducted a few points here and there, and he didn't forget to curse and make fun of some students, especially the meek puffs. And in this coming and going of Professor Snape, the class ended up coming to an end, but not before Professor Snape informed us that in our next class we would be making a cure for Boyle's potion.
Didn't you tell me the teacher would be nice?
Anthony asked me with a look of betrayal as we left potions class.
I said that. I don't even remember.
I replied to him, looking away innocently.
Are all classes going to be like this?
Terry, who was on my side, asked with a defeated look.
Don't be like that.
I told them jokingly.
You only say that because he didn't take any points from you.
Anthony grumbled as he glared at me.
Or complained that you didn't know the answers to his questions.
Terry added, grimacing.
Boys, calm down.
I said in an attempt to calm them down.
He just didn't score points or complain about me not knowing the answers, because I'm a genius, and he was obviously impressed by my brilliant mind and my incredible knowledge of the art of brewing potions. And besides, I got all the questions right.
I ended up throwing my hair in an exaggerated way, and after that, Anthony and Terry started to glare at me more strongly.
I hate you.
What do you think our teacher is like? He asked me as soon as I finished packing my materials. I'm sure he's going to be a sweetheart, I told him sarcastically. Do you think that? I really hope he's a nice and fun teacher, Anthony told me with a hopeful face. Yes, yes, cool and fun.
Nah, you love me.
I told them with a smug face, to which they simply rolled their eyes.
Well, we have to get to Charm's class fast, or we're going to be late.
I told them, quickening my steps, with Anthony and Terry doing the same shortly thereafter.
I don't know where exactly the classroom is.
I thought as I led us to the staircase, where we started to climb to the third floor. Arriving on the third floor, we started looking for the Charms class, and after looking around a bit, we finally found the Charms classroom. And inside it already had some Slytherin students. My keen sense of smell can smell the familiar scent of earth and fertilizer coming from them.
They must have come from the herbology class.
I thought, walking into the classroom. Charm's classroom was also divided into 2 rows of tables, but this time the tables had seating for 3 people each. And looking for a place to sit, I see Greengrass and Davis sitting together in the left row. I nodded to them in greeting, but they just turned their faces and ignored me. But I could feel Davis' unwillingness.
Now they're going to pretend they don't know me.
I thought with a shrug.
But I think Davis is doing this more out of fear than any other reason. Slytherin policy must prevent her talking to Muggleborns.
I mused. I then calmly walked past them and went to sit in the right row in the front seats, and on my right side sat Terry and on my left Anthony. And as soon as we sat down, the bell rang for the beginning of class.
Please be a good teacher. Please be a good teacher.
Then I heard Anthony beside me mutter in prayer, and Terry and I started looking at him strangely.
What?
Anthony asked us as soon as he saw us staring at him, and I just shook my head with an exasperated sigh and decided to ignore Anthony and your strangeness. And just when Anthony was going to continue to question us, the classroom door was opened by our little Charms teacher. "Hello, students," Professor Flitwick excitedly told us as he reached the front of the class and finished climbing onto a pile of books behind his desk.
I'm your Charms teacher, Phileas Flitwick, and I'll be teaching you for the next 7 years. This year you will be learning about wand moves, how to pronounce spells, and basic first-year spells. I expect great things from you.
He ended his little introduction by bowing in greeting to us.
At least a nice teacher.
Chapter 29. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yay, here's the new chapter. Professor Flitwick, like Professor Snape, also made a little roll call. And when he finished the call, he started explaining to us about how wand movements and pronunciation affected incantation. And after the explanation, he told us that we were going to practice a spell.
Let's practice the Lumos charm. This spell will create a light at the tip of your wands. The incantation is pronounced Lumos, and its wand movement is a rising and falling in a circle.
Professor Flitwick told us as he demonstrating the wand movements.
Pay close attention, Lumos.
He then gave us a demonstration of the spell, and from the tip of his wand a bright light appeared.
Now it's your turn.
I could already do the nonverbal and wandless Lumos spell, but I decided not to show it, as I knew there would be better times to demonstrate my understanding of wandless magic. I then, already with my wand in hand, made the necessary wand movements and said in a clear, calm tone,
Lumos.
and from the tip of my wand came a white light, almost as strong as Professor Flitwick's.
Amazing, on your first attempt you managed to cast the spell, and yet with a light almost as strong and bright as mine. This is amazing, Mr. Knight. 10 points for Ravenclaw.
Professor Flitwick, who saw my spell, said impressed.
Minerva told me you were talented, Mr. Knight, but I couldn't believe you were so much.
He continued as he looked at me in awe, and I could feel the feelings of envy, jealousy, curiosity, and admiration rising from the other students.
I just got lucky, Professor. You praise me a lot.
I said humbly.
I recognize someone talented when I see one, Mr. Knight, and you seem to have quite a talent for charms.
Professor Flitwick said excitedly to me.
Thank you.
I then told him, accepting the compliment.
Well then, why don't you practice the Nox, counter-enchantment now?
Professor Flitwick told me. He then proceeded to explain how to cast the counter-enchantment.
The pronunciation is NOKSS, and your wand movement is a wave.
He demonstrated. I then, with the Lumos spell still in effect, cast the counter-enchantment.
Nox!
And I saw the light that was on the tip of my wand extinguish.
Perfect, Mr. Knight. 5 more points for Ravenclaw.
Professor Flitwick praised me again.
Truly a very talented student. It will be a pleasure to teach a student like you.
He finished as he gave me a nod. He then left to help the students who were having difficulty with the spell.
Dude, how did you do that?
Terry whispered to me in awe.
Yes, how did you do it? My wand hasn't turned on any light so far.
Anthony also asked me in an urgent whisper.
You have to pronounce the spell calmly, not demanding for it, but commanding. And the wand swing has to be smooth.
I told them, with the last part being spoken to Terry, who looked at me sheepishly.
Besides, the main factor to cast a spell is concentration and imagination. Concentration and imagination.
Anthony asked me confused.
Yes, concentration and imagination. You have to concentrate on the spell, want it to be cast, and focus on it. Also, you have to imagine the spell being cast and what it would do.
I said, finishing my explanation, and I could see out of the corner of my eye Professor Flitwick looking at me pleased. After listening to my explanation, Anthony and Terry then started trying to cast the spell again, this time following my words.
Look, I got it.
Anthony said excitedly, managing to produce some light from his wand after 3 tries. And a couple of tries later, Terry also managed to produce a small light from the tip of his wand.
Ha, I did it too. And mine is brighter than yours, Anthony.
Said Terry happily, mocking Anthony.
But I got it first.
Anthony then snapped, looking at Terry with superiority.
But your light was so dim, I doubt it could shine 3 feet in front of you.
Scoffed Terry, and any response Anthony might have given was cut short by Professor Flitwick, who arrived at our table.
Congratulations, sirs. 5 points each for being the second and third to cast the spell. And another 5 points to Mr. Knight for the great explanation of how to cast the spell and for helping other students.
Professor Flitwick then congratulated us and gave me more points, and the feelings of envy, jealousy, and admiration returned to be directed towards me. As soon as the professor left, I took a look around, and I could see a lot of Ravenclaws and Slytherins sending me jealous looks. And especially there were Greengrass and Davis, with Greengrass looking at me jealously, competitively, and curiously, and Davis looking at me a little in awe. And then there was Malfoy who, in addition to looking at me with jealousy, also conveyed feelings of anger to me.
Did he realize that I was the one who pranked him on the train?
I thought curious. After that, the class continued to go smoothly, with me training the spell casting speed and increasing and decreasing the intensity of the light. And I didn't help any other students with the spell, as no one but Anthony and Terry asked for my help. And when the class ended, a little more than half of the students managed to produce a small light from the tip of their wands.
Well, students, keep practicing the charm and counter-enchantment for the next class as we will review them before moving on to the next lesson.
Professor Flitwick told us as the bell rang, signaling the end of second period classes. After that, we left the charm class and started down to the Great Hall for lunch.
I still can't believe you got 20 points in your first charms class.
Anthony told me in awe.
What can I do? I'm naturally talented.
I said proudly.
And besides, I don't even care about House's points.
I finished with a shrug.
Serious?
Terry asked curiously.
Yes, what are these points for? When a Hogwarts house competition that doesn't give the champion any prizes other than having the Great Hall decorated in the house color. I think this is absolute idiocy, as it only serves to encourage rivalry and bickering between the houses. And as you yourself saw in the potions class, teachers aren't all that fair when it comes to giving or withdrawing points.
I said, and I saw that Anthony and Terry started mulling over what I said about the house points. End a new chapter for my dear readers. And I'm happy to inform you that my story, Savage, the Night Wizard. Chapter 30. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yay, here's the new chapter. When we finally arrived and sat down at the Ravenclaw table for lunch, some of our colleagues came and sat around us, and they immediately started questioning us.
How did you manage to cast the spell so fast? Yes, I barely managed to produce any light from my wand. And I haven't even managed to cast the spell yet. Come, don't all speak at once.
I said in an attempt to silence them, as their voices along with my improved hearing were making my ears hurt.
I just read about the spell in the book before.
But I also read the book, and I still couldn't cast the spell.
Michael Corner, a boy with long dark hair and blue eyes, said with a frown on his face.
So maybe I'm just talented at charms.
I said with a shrug, much to Corner's annoyance and a few others.
And you, Anthony. You and Terry were the second and third to be able to cast the spell.
Sue Lee, an Asian girl with long black hair and tanned skin, asked Anthony.
How, me?
Asked Anthony in surprise.
Well, I just asked Ethan for help, and he explained how to cast the spell.
He stated simply.
Me too.
Terry replied before anyone could ask him to.
And why didn't you help us too?
Corner asked me with an annoyed look on his face.
You didn't ask.
I said calmly with another shrug, and hearing my answer, Corner and the others could only sit in resignation. And with that, Anthony, Terry, and I were able to calmly go back to eating, talking about what we thought of the two classes we had, and comparing Professor Snape to Professor Flitwick.
Professor Flitwick is undeniably nicer than Professor Snape.
Anthony said, as if stating a fact.
I totally agree.
Terry said.
And who is it that takes points away from someone for writing too loud?
He asked rhetorically.
I think the same person who dropped points for being dumb enough not to know the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane.
Anthony replied with a roll of his eyes.
It's just that they don't have a difference. They are the same plant, which also goes by the name aconite.
I told them wisely.
Shut up, Ethan.
They said to me as they rolled their eyes. The three of us then looked each other in the face and started laughing.
Huff.
I said after catching my breath.
But that's still 2 more classes than I'd like to take.
Anthony said as he wiped a laughing tear from the corner of his eye.
Wait, wouldn't that give 0 classes?
Terry asked confused, and Anthony just shrugged as if to say.
So what?
After lunch, the boys and I decided to take a walk around Black Lake at break, while we waited for the next class to start, which was Transfiguration.
Next class is Transfiguration with the Gryffindors, right?
Terry asked as we sat down on some rocks in front of the lake.
Hum.
Anthony told Terry after taking a look at the class schedule, which he had tucked away in his bag.
The Transfiguration teacher is that stern-looking teacher who took it to the Great Hall and made our classification, right?
Anthony then asked.
Yes, her name is Minerva McGonagall, and in addition to being the Transfiguration teacher, she is also the head of Gryffindor House and deputy headmistress.
I informed them.
She can't be worse than Professor Snape, can she?
Anthony asked with a groan of despair.
I don't know.
Terry said with a frown on his face.
She's nice.
I said, defending her.
She can be strict at times, but she's a good teacher. Besides, she is quite fair in relation to the students. Do you know her, Ethan?
Anthony asked me curious.
She was the one who brought my letter from Hogwarts and took my parents and me to Diagon Alley to buy my school supplies.
I said, explaining to them how I met Professor McGonagall.
Ah yes, it's just that sometimes I forget you're Muggleborn as much as you know about magic.
Anthony said, slapping a hand to his forehead.
Speaking of head of house, who is our head of house?
Terry asked for us.
Our head of house is Professor Flitwick. Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin, and herbology professor Pomona Sprout is the head of Hufflepuff House.
I told them, also speaking to the heads of the other houses.
Yes,
Anthony said excitedly.
we have the best teacher so far as head of house.
The best teacher would definitely be the head of house of the best house.
Terry said proudly.
And I'm really not surprised that Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin. In fact, that's something I've come to expect.
Commented Terry thoughtfully.
He's obviously biased, and thanks to the fact that he's the head of Slytherin, he probably uses his position to gain Slytherin perks in the House Cup. That's why Slytherin won the last home cups.
I told them thoughtfully.
And that's all the more reason for me to think this competition is stupid. What's the point of trying to score points if Professor Snape is going to favor Slytherin and sabotage the other houses? The principal and the other teachers don't do anything about it.
Anthony asked, surprised and confused.
Probably not, since Professor Snape keeps doing it.
Terry replied to Anthony.
This is so unfair.
Anthony exclaimed indignantly.
Well, we're in a world where a person's purity defines what treatment they receive, so I don't expect things around here to be really fair.
I commented with a shrug.
But if Professor Snape favors Slytherin so they win the House Cup, why don't the other heads of houses do the same?
Anthony asked, confused.
Because, unlike Professor Snape, who is petty and insecure enough to have to cheat to win the House Cup, other professors prefer to win honestly.
I said mockingly.
That and the fact that they wouldn't be able to do that. Why couldn't they do that?
Chapter 31. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yay, here's the new chapter.
Well, that's simple. From what I've seen and heard from the other students, Professor McGonagall is someone who faithfully follows the rules, so she wouldn't do something like cheat because it's incorrect. Professor Flitwick seems too good to do something like that, and I really don't think he cares about the House Cup. As for Professor Sprout, well.
I finished my explanation.
Makes sense.
Terry said, nodding his head in understanding.
But what about the students? Didn't they try to do anything?
Anthony kept asking.
I think they've already tried to do something, and that was mainly Gryffindor, who because of the points taken unfairly must have started picking on Slytherin. And that's how the rivalry between the two houses probably started. Well, the fact that a lot of Slytherins, especially the purists who despise Muggles and Muggleborns, teased Gryffindor, who had a good part of the house's Muggleborns, must also have been one of the reasons.
I replied after a moment of thought, hand on chin.
Who knew a few simple stitches could make two houses hate each other?
Terry said.
That and the fact that both houses are very prejudiced and close-minded.
I said in disappointment.
Good, but enough about it.
I said right away, so I cast a tempest to see what time it was. 12:47.
The break is almost over, so I think it's good that we get going. We still have to find the right classroom.
I said after seeing what time it was, knowing that the break ended at 1 p.m.
Well, let's get going then.
Terry said as he rose from his spot on the floor, running a hand through his robes to brush away the dirt.
Yes, if this teacher is as good as Ethan said, I can't wait to have a class with her.
Anthony said excitedly as he quickly got up from the floor.
Look!
I told Anthony with a face of mock amazement.
Shut up!
He said, giving me a playful little push. It didn't take long for us to find the Transfiguration classroom. It was on the first floor, near the middle courtyard, also known as the Transfiguration courtyard. The classroom was large, surrounded by tall windows, and had 4 rows of 3 tables, with each table containing 2 seats. The room still had enough space for several cages and bookcases, 2 blackboards, and a table for the teacher. And on top of Professor McGonagall's desk, a yellow-striped tabby was sitting, and if you looked closely, you'd see eyeglass-like marks around the cat's eyes. That cat, for those of you who aren't aware, is Professor McGonagall, who is an animagus, a very advanced transfiguration that allows a wizard to transform into an animal. As I was walking at the front of the class, I felt someone looking at me, and turning in the direction I felt the gaze, I saw the cat Professor McGonagall staring at me. I then looked at her and gave her a little nod as I whispered,
"Hello, Professor Minnie."
with a small smile, and I could see the cat's eyes widen slightly in surprise. Sitting in my seat with Terry beside me and Anthony at the table behind mine, I wait for the rest of the students to arrive.
I can't believe it. We're going to be in the same room as Harry Potter.
Mandy Brocklehurst remarked ecstatically to her friend Morag MacDougall when they arrived in the room.
Would he sign my book?
MacDougall asked with a dreamy look.
I can't take it anymore. Everywhere is someone talking about Potter this, Potter that, like he really is someone special.
Terry said with an annoyed face.
Not a Potter fan.
I asked him with a raised eyebrow.
It's not about being a fan. It's about the fact that everyone talks about him wherever I go and it's starting to piss off.
Terry replied.
What about you? Doesn't it bother you having to listen to everyone talking about Potter?
He then asked for me.
I usually don't pay attention when they're talking about Potter.
I replied with a shrug.
And
Anything else I was going to say was interrupted by Anthony, who from the back table leaned towards us and started speaking.
Harry Potter, we're going to have a class with Harry Potter. I have all his books at home. I'm so excited.
Anthony told us excitedly in a whisper. After hearing this, Terry and I looked at Anthony blankly, then at each other's faces.
Oh God, oh Merlin.
We said as we palmed our exasperated faces.
What?
Anthony asked us confused.
You are a Potter fanboy.
Terry said with an eye roll.
But he's the Harry Potter. How can you not be excited?
Anthony asked us incredulously.
Why would I be excited?
I asked Anthony with a raised eyebrow.
You guys treat him like he's someone important or great, when in fact he's just another boy. I don't see any reason for such commotion.
But he defeated the Dark Lord.
Anthony exclaimed in a whisper.
Yes, but it could have been luck or chance, hell. It might not even have been him who defeated the Dark Lord.
Terry replied in a whisper with a shrug.
And besides, do you really think he likes all this attention?
I asked Anthony.
I mean, everyone knows he was raised by Muggles, right?
To which Anthony and Terry nodded.
And given the shy appearance he had at the sorting ceremony, I doubt he's comfortable with everyone at school gossiping about him, pointing fingers at him, whispering about him behind his back of him, and there are even the most intrusive ones who plan to ask for his autograph.
I finished speaking, the last part being said with me glancing at Brocklehurst and MacDougall, who were sitting at a table together whispering to each other and laughing.
I've never looked that way, but if it were me in his shoes, I'd be really uncomfortable.
Terry said after thinking for a moment.
Sigh, all right, I get it. No fanboyism when Potter is around.
Anthony said.
Or when we're around.
Terry said.
Because if you start with your Potter idolatry around me, I'll hex you.
He finished saying, looking menacingly at Anthony.
Okay. No Potter around you either.
Chapter 32. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yay, here's the new chapter. Reeing asterisk. We then heard the bell ring and everyone quickly sat down. And barely arriving in time for class were Potter and Weasley, who hurriedly burst through the door.
Phew, we made it.
Potter said relieved as they stopped inside the classroom.
Yes, I don't even want to imagine what Professor McGonagall would do to us if we were late.
Weasley said after not seeing any sign of Professor McGonagall in the room.
They won't have to wait long.
I said in a whisper to Terry.
Like this.
He asked back in a whisper.
The cat on the table is Professor McGonagall.
I told him, which earned me a skeptical look from Terry. But that look soon turned to amazement, something that was reflected on the faces of everyone in the room as the cat jumped off the table and transformed into Professor McGonagall.
Can I know why the sirs are late?
Professor McGonagall asked Potter and Weasley with her stern look.
It's just.
Weasley admitted, a little embarrassed.
Maybe I should turn one of you into a pocket watch and the other into a map so you can make it in time.
Professor McGonagall told them, looking grimly over the top of her glasses.
Now find your places.
She finished dismissing them with a wave of the hand. After that, she turned to me.
How did you know I was the cat?
Professor McGonagall asked me.
Simple.
I started to answer her.
Also, transfiguration is a branch of magic where you can transform one thing into another, from objects and animals to people. And a well-known spell of transfiguration is the animagus, which is the ability to transform into an animal, in your case, a cat. And you, who are a master of transfiguration, would have tried to become one. And looking closely at the cat, I noticed that he had eyeglass marks around his eyes, much like the glasses you wear. Putting it all together, I ended up determining that you were the cat.
I said, ending my analysis answer, which apparently shocked both Professor McGonagall and the other students, since they were staring at me open-mouthed.
Carve.
Professor McGonagall coughed to get rid of the embarrassment.
Well, that was a spectacular analysis, Mr. Knight. 5 points to Ravenclaw.
She said, looking at me satisfied and amazed. She then clapped her hands to get the attention of the rest of the class and began her introductory speech.
Transfiguration is one of the most complex and dangerous spells you will learn at Hogwarts. Whoever messes up in my class will leave and never come back. Be warned.
Professor McGonagall said, looking at everyone grimly. She then proceeded to teach us the alphabet of transfiguration and the formula of transfiguration, which is that the intended transformation is directly influenced by body weight, A, meanness, V, wand power, W, concentration, C, and a small unknown variable, Z. Right after the explanation, she gave each of us a match and asked us to transfigure it into a needle. And as she handed the match to me, Professor McGonagall gave me a little look which I understood as,
I hope you'll do your best.
I then looked at the match on my desk and with my wand in hand, pointed at it, concentrated and imagined the process of transforming the match into the needle and started transfiguring it. And in front of me, I saw the match thin change from wood to silver, and at the end of the transformation, there was a perfect needle in place. But I still wasn't satisfied, so I started detailing my needle. I've added some blue and bronze details at the base with a carving of a raven to represent Ravenclaw. And at the end result of the transfiguration, I gave myself a nod, proud of myself.
Are you now a transfiguration prodigy too?
Terry whispered to me, looking at my needle in wonder.
It wasn't that hard.
I told him.
It's the same principle. I used to cast the Lumos spell. You have to concentrate and imagine. Only this time you have to imagine the transfiguration process from a match to a needle.
I explained to Terry, who was paying full attention to my words. Terry then gave me a nod, turned to his match in concentration, and began trying to transfigure him. And I, with nothing to do, decided to train my transfiguration speed. So I started transfiguring the needle back into a match, and I repeated the process. After a few minutes of practicing the speed of my transfiguration, I decided to look around to see how the other students were doing, only to find Professor McGonagall looking alternately between my needle and me, and through empathy I felt her surprise and happiness.
Congratulations, Mr. Knight. A flawless transfiguration.
Professor McGonagall said, impressed.
Take 10 points for Ravenclaw.
Thanks.
I told her with a smile, to which she nodded. And again, the jealous feelings surfaced, mostly from Ravenclaws, as I could only sense 2 people feeling jealous of Gryffindor, and I didn't even have to look to know it was Weasley and Granger.
On man again.
Anthony from behind me said, as he banged his head on the table.
Is there any subject you're not good at? I think this subject hasn't been created yet.
I said with a dismissive shrug.
Convinced.
Anthony said, rolling his eyes.
So,
He asked as he stared at me with puppy dog eyes, which on his face was.
okay, I'll help you. Just stop looking at me with those eyes.
I told him, and then I went on to give the same explanation I gave Terry to him. I could see some of my Ravenclaw colleagues looking at us, but none of them came to ask for our help. They must still be upset that I didn't help them in Charms class. Chapter 33. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yay, here's the new chapter.
Where is the defense against the dark arts room?
Anthony asked me as we walked down the hall.
Why are you asking me?
I asked him with a raised eyebrow.
Because you're the one who knows where the classrooms are.
Terry replied as if it were obvious.
And now I'm your guide.
I asked with mock indignation.
Yes, they replied in sync. Ugh.
I said, rolling my eyes.
Follow me.
I told them, and then I proceeded to lead them through the halls to Dada's classroom. The defense against the dark arts classroom was on the 3rd floor. The classroom was dark and stuffy, and it smelled strongly of garlic, and with my nose, I could smell decay. The room also had some skeletons of creatures scattered around it and some cages hanging from the ceiling. The boys and I entered the room and chose a place in the back to sit, and not long after, Professor Quirrell arrived and started his class. Professor Quirrell's stutter was something that made the class difficult to understand, and at one time or another I felt like taking a nap or reading a book, something that was more worthwhile than attending this class. The class was basically theoretical teachings. Professor Quirrell told us about sealing a werewolf bite with a mixture of powdered silver and dittany, about imps, who were a pixie-like species who liked to torment people by making them trip or push them, and about ghosts, using the castle ghosts as an example. And after a lot of stuttering and smelling that unbearable smell of garlic and corpse, which I realized was coming from Professor Quirrell, or more precisely, from his turban, Dada's class came to an end, signaling that the first day's classes had finally are over.
Well, that class was
Terry started to say as we left Dada's class.
disappointing.
I completed for him.
I was going to say boring, but I think disappointing too.
Terry said with a nod.
So far, I have no idea what he meant in 70% of the class.
Anthony said in frustration.
In the next Dada class, I will bring a book as it should be easier to learn by myself than with Professor Quirrell.
I told them.
I think I'll do the same.
Terry said thoughtfully.
Me too.
Anthony said.
But changing the subject, it's still a few hours until dinner.
He asked for us.
How about we go to the library?
Terry replied after thinking a bit.
The library, what do you think, Ethan?
Anthony asked, turning to me.
Fine by me.
I replied with a shrug.
Then it's decided, let's go to the library.
Anthony said, and then he started leading us down the hall until he stopped suddenly.
Hey!
He turned to me and asked, embarrassed. I said with my right eye twitching, and then I started taking us to the library. The library was truly amazing, with its thousands of bookcases on hundreds of shelvings, containing tens of thousands of books. It was as big as the Great Hall, and that's not counting the tables and chairs they had scattered around it. When we entered the library, we noticed that it was practically empty, with the only few students being the 7th or 5th year, who are preparing for their newts and owls, and the librarian, Madame Pince. Sitting at a table in a secluded corner, I grabbed my 4th grade spellbook and my notebook from my bag, and started looking for combat spells to jot down in my journal, where I would learn them when I went to Room of Requirement. And meanwhile, Anthony and Terry pulled out their own books, Anthony's being a herbology book and Terry's being a transfiguration book.
What are you doing, Ethan?
Terry asked me after a while, putting his book down on the table and looking curiously at my notes.
I'm writing down combat spells.
I replied to him.
For what?
Terry asked, confused.
Terry, we're in a world where everyone carries a weapon, so I would obviously try to learn how to defend myself from anyone trying to use that weapon against me.
I told him. And Anthony, who was eavesdropping on our conversation, asked me confused.
What weapon? A wand.
I told them, and seeing their uncomprehending faces, I decided to explain further.
Practically everyone in the wizarding world carries a wand with themselves. the same wand that with a simple wave can explode or set fire to a house. And that's not counting the basic spells we even learn at school, like the cutting spell, defindo, and the explosive spell, bombarda.
And I could see their faces slowly gain understanding.
And then there are the potions and spells that mess with the mind, the poisons, and the cursed objects. In fact, there's so much that can be used to harm someone that I couldn't even list them in a day.
Examples for them.
I always knew that the wizarding world had its dangers, but it's just that I never thought about it more deeply or worried about it much.
Said Anthony.
But you don't think you're exaggerating?
He asked me unsure.
Exaggerating? I don't think so.
I replied with a shrug.
Just think of the two wizard wars that happened, Grindelwald's and Voldemort's.
Anthony and Terry gasped in surprise when I said.
Voldemort?
And I rolled my eyes at that and kept going.
Yes, they were two very powerful and dangerous wizards, but they were just one person, and they managed to terrorize the wizarding world. And even when they had their soldiers, allies, whatever you want to call them, they were still only a few dozen, that if you compare with the amount of wizards who could fight or fought against them in these wars, there was a ratio of 1 to 10 in favor of the light side, in the minimum.
I finished while looking at them seriously.
And you still think someone with a wand isn't dangerous?
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
That...
Terry said after not finding a way to refute what I said.
But how did you know all this, Ethan? Aren't you a muggle born?
Anthony asked.
I did my research.
I said, shrugging my shoulders.
Since I was coming to a whole new world, I decided to inform myself first. Good thinking.
Chapter 34. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yay, here's the new chapter.
But changing the subject.
I asked, trying to lighten the mood.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to better understand how transfiguration from a match to a needle works, since I couldn't completely transfigure it in class.
Terry said as he showed us the page of the book he taught the spell.
And I'm just reviewing the book for when we have herbology class, as that's my favorite subject.
Anthony said.
I see.
I said as I launched a Tempest. 1758.
I forgot to ask before, but what spell is this?
Terry asked me, curious.
It's the Tempest spell. It shows the exact time according to the time zone where you are. It's pretty simple to cast it.
I replied to Terry, and then I gave a basic explanation of how to cast the spell, and after a few tries, they managed to cast the spell without any problem.
Cool.
Anthony said as he tossed Tempest into the air. 1802.
I think we better go.
Terry said after checking the time.
Agreed.
I said. And we then packed our books in our bags and quickly left the library and headed towards the Great Hall for dinner. With us already seated at the Ravenclaw table, the boys and I started talking about what we thought of our first day of school with some of our classmates and some older students, until Sophia Jenkins, our 6th grade prefect, who was sitting a few seats away, turned to me and spoke.
I heard you got 40 points on your first day alone, Mr. Knight. Congratulations.
Jenkins congratulated me somewhat in awe.
I don't think any first year got that many points on their first day. In fact,
She commented in an afterthought. The other students around the table, who heard what Jenkins said, started looking at me in surprise and amazement.
Thank you.
I told her with a nod.
But that was mostly because I studied the subjects before.
I finished with a shrug, and I could see out of the corner of my eyes Anthony and Terry looking at me skeptically.
well, that's still amazing and unheard of, at least for me.
Jenkins said, still impressed.
I think so too.
Said Andrew Phillips, a 5th-year Ravenclaw.
And if you keep earning points like that, we might have a better chance of winning the House Cup this year.
He said ecstatically.
I can try.
I replied with a shrug.
Fair enough.
Phillips said with a nod. As I was eating, I could feel someone looking at me, and turning towards that someone, I realized that the person looking at me was none other than Albus Many Names Dumbledore. As I turned toward the headmaster and looked at him, I could see surprise flicker in his eyes for a moment before being replaced by his calm gaze. The headmaster then smiled his gentle grandfatherly smile and nodded at me, and I returned the nod with my own and smiled back at him.
Professor McGonagall must have talked about me to him too.
I mused to myself.
And I didn't feel any bad intentions coming from him. It just confirms the fact that he's not the evil Dumbledore.
Ethan!
I then heard Terry call, pulling me out of my thoughts.
Yes.
I questioned, turning to him.
We were debating what was the best class today. Mine was Transfiguration.
Said Terry.
And mine was Charms.
Anthony said, also giving his answer.
Mine was Charms too. Mine was Transfiguration. Mine too. Mine was Charms, but Transfiguration comes close.
Then everyone started talking about their favorite classes, and the funniest thing is that not once were mentioned potions or defense against the dark arts.
I think my favorite class today was Transfiguration.
I said after a while.
Charms might have been a cool class, but I've known how to cast Lumos for a while, so there was nothing very impressive. But Transfiguration was more fun, as I think being able to turn one thing into another with a wave of a wand is much more complex and interesting.
I thought to myself.
Perhaps this opinion of mine will change as classes go by, when Charms class is teaching more advanced spells. Looks like I wasn't the only one who preferred Transfiguration.
Terry said, looking at Anthony smugly.
You're traitors!
Anthony exclaimed in mock indignation.
Don't fight Anthony, come and join the dark side.
Deciding to play along, I said in my best rendition of a cliched fifth-rate villain.
Never.
Anthony bravely exclaimed.
How could you have chosen Transfiguration when you could have chosen the Charms class our head of house teaches? This is a betrayal.
He kept talking while looking at us like we had cursed his mother.
Stop being dramatic.
Terry said, rolling his eyes.
It's not like we didn't like the Charms class too, it's just that we just liked the Transfiguration class better. And I didn't even have a lot of choice, as out of the 4 classes, 2 of them were terrible.
I reminded them.
And just because the classes I was most excited to take were defense against the dark arts and potions.
Terry said regretfully.
But that was the teacher's fault.
Anthony said with a shrug.
If we had had different teachers, I don't doubt the classes would have been much better. Well, potions the teacher is unlikely to chain.
Grade 3 Felix Brunt, who overheard our conversation, said.
Really, how do you know?
Terry asked curiously.
I know because since I started studying here, no Dada teacher has stayed for more than a year.
Brunt replied, and then he brought his body forward on the table and said in a whisper, like he was telling a big secret.
I say this because I heard that the defense against the dark arts class.
Chapter 35. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Serious?
Terry asked skeptically, and even Anthony, who was the most naive of us, was also looking a little dubiously at Brunt.
Yes, when I was first told I didn't believe it either, but so far no teacher has stayed for a long time.
Brunt said.
If you don't believe me, ask some older student.
That's true.
Terry asked Jenkins, who nodded in affirmation.
It's true. I'm already in my 6th year, and so far no Dada teacher has stayed for very long. They all leave after a year.
Jenkins said. Some teachers left for family problems, work-related injuries, personal reasons, and grade 6 Ashley Wright also joined in and started saying, until she was cut off by Phillips.
And there were even some teachers who died.
Phillips said dramatically. My classmates who heard this gasped in surprise and fear, and then they started to question the other students about whether this was true, who died, how they died, etc.
Yes, by chance a teacher actually died.
Jenkins replied patiently, glancing slightly at Phillips for scaring the early years.
But that was a case apart.
She reassured us.
Would it be a bad time to say that our teacher is going to die at the end of this year?
I questioned myself.
So next year, are we going to have another teacher?
Anthony asked hopefully.
Probably.
Jenkins replied with a shrug.
Thank you, Merlin.
Anthony thanked relieved.
I don't think I could stand Quirrell so long as our teacher.
So that means next year we'll have a decent teacher.
Terry said happily.
Yeah, right.
I thought sarcastically, remembering that Lockhart Fraud would be our second grade Dada teacher.
Absolutely a decent teacher. If all the professors at Dada have left after a year for some reason, what will be the reason for Professor Quirrell's departure?
Terry asked curiously.
I don't know. Maybe the vampire he says attacked him in Romania will come after him to finish the job.
Lisa Turpin, our classmate, said in mockery.
Or maybe his own shadow attacks him while he's sleeping.
Brocklehurst said, adding his two nuts to the conversation. And then everyone started to come up with their own ideas about what the reason for Professor Quirrell's future departure is going to be. And each reason was weirder and more unlikely than the other, like,
Maybe he'll be devoured by the giant squid.
or,
He can be turned into a candle to light up the Great Hall forever.
and there were even a few who came very close to the truth, saying that,
He may be possessed by some spirit.
in that,
He will lose to a duel against Harry Potter.
the latter being said by Mac Dougal dreamily. Even I added my nuts to the conversation saying,
He's going to fall in love with one of the Black Lake Selkies. And together, they'll run off on a grand romantic adventure. Damn, Ethan, how good can you be even at this?
Terry asked me irritably after his third loss at my hands.
There has to be something he's not good at.
Anthony, who has lost 4 times to me, grumbled in annoyance.
That thing doesn't exist yet.
I said dismissively.
Who's next?
I asked, looking at the people around who stopped to watch the game.
I'm out.
I don't even know how to play chess.
Nah, maybe another time. HMPH, he can't even be that good.
Philip snorted disdainfully, seeing everyone refuse to play against me.
Give me space and watch, I'll show you how to play.
He continued arrogantly as he sat down across from me.
Are you sure about that?
Jenkins asked him with a raised eyebrow.
Of course, it even looks like I'm going to lose.
Philip said proudly. Some minutes later,
That.
Phillips exclaimed in horror.
Lucky maybe.
I replied with a shrug.
But.
Philip stammered as he gaped at me.
Well, I guess that's it for today.
I said as I got up from the couch, ignoring the catatonic Phillips in front of me.
I'm going to my room to sleep, good night.
I then said goodbye, and so I let the other students continue to play wizard chess and went to my room. Back in my room, I found Nyx playing with a cat toy on the bed. And as soon as I walked in, Nyx stopped what she was doing and threw herself into my arms the moment I dropped my bag.
Hi, girl.
I told her.
How was your day?
I asked.
Meow.
Nyx meowed, conveying feelings of boredom.
Looks like you didn't find anything interesting to do.
I told Nyx, and I could feel the joy and happiness coming from her.
Mayo.
Good.
Chapter 36. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yay, here's the new chapter.
Where the hell am I?
I asked no one in particular as I looked around cautiously, realizing I was in a strange place. It was night, or at least as dark as night should be, and I was in the middle of an unknown forest, and touching my body, I realized I was without my wand or any other kind of weapon. With that, I immediately became worried and wary.
Damn.
I asked myself, looking around. With no idea where I was, I decided to start walking slowly through the forest, looking around for some sign that would tell me where I was. But as I walked, I realized that it would take a long time for me to get anywhere at that speed, so I started running, even honing my speed with magic.
Huff.
I wondered breathlessly as I stopped running. Even with my stamina, I still got tired, mostly because I ran for what felt like hours. And although I've been through a good part of this forest, I still haven't found any sign of life, neither human nor animal.
Who's there?
I yelled, looking around for the owner of that figure, but got no response. Russell,
I know someone is there.
I yelled, turning quickly and looking in the direction of the noise, looking for whatever it was that was stalking me because I was sure it wasn't human.
Gia ra 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 ra.
I then heard the beast growl angrily at me. And at that moment, I really wished my beast powers weren't failing, because whatever this beast was, it was angry.
Arrow-yarsh.
I then woke up in a panic and sat up quickly on the bed, my heart pounding fast and my breathing labored.
Huff, huff, huff.
And as I tried to control my breathing, I noticed that my body was in a cold sweat and my hands were shaking.
What bloody dream was that?
I muttered to myself, still shaken by the dream. But if I had looked at myself at that moment, I would have noticed that my eyes were glowing and slitted, just like the beast in my dream, before quickly returning to normal.
Meow.
I heard Nick's meow, conveying concern to me.
I'm fine, girl.
I told Nix, my voice shaky. Nix then climbed onto my lap and watched me worriedly.
Really, I'm fine. It was just a dream.
I told Nix, patting her with my hand.
A really weird dream.
I muttered to myself, wiping the bead of sweat that trickled down my forehead.
Purr.
Purred Nix happily, and I smiled softly at that.
Sigh, what the hell was that dream?
I asked myself, looking straight ahead at my room that was being lit by a small candle. I've read enough stories to know that when someone has a dream like that, something else is happening, and it definitely has to do with my beast power, but I don't know what.
Sigh.
I said to myself. But I knew it was just an excuse for me not to have to think about that beast and the fear I felt. I then took out my wand, happy to have some weapon to defend myself even though I knew it wasn't necessary. But after that dream, could anyone blame me? After getting my wand, I launched a Tempest. 0617.
There's still time to do a quick workout. Maybe with that I can get my head out of this dream.
I said, so I put Nix back on the bed and got up to get ready and start my workout. After my training, I sat on the shore of Black Lake throwing pebbles to giant squid, who had a tentacle out playing happily. I was able to lighten my thoughts a bit, but I still had a lot of questions on my mind. Things like, what was that dream? What beast was that? Why did I only have this dream today? What was its meaning? And many others.
Sigh, at least I'm not having dreams about a dark lord because of a scar.
I joked in an attempt to cheer myself up, and then I got up to go back to the castle and get ready for breakfast and classes.
If I'm not mistaken, my classes today will be charms in the first class, transfiguration in the second, Dada in the third, and the fourth and last class will be astronomy at midnight.
Chapter 37. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. Let's go, here's the new chapter.
Good morning.
I told the two happily as they arrived in the common room.
Good morning, Ethan.
Terry replied with a smile.
Jan, good morning.
Anthony said, still half sleepy, until he was awakened by a slap to the back of the head, a gift from Terry.
Ow, what was that for?
Anthony asked, looking fiercely at Terry as he rubbed the back of his aching neck with his hand.
That was to wake you up.
Terry said to Anthony.
You should start sleeping earlier, otherwise you'll end up sleeping in class.
He continued as he looked at Anthony critically.
And you should take your hand and shove.
Hey, calm down, guys.
I said, interrupting Anthony, and what would be an inappropriate insult.
He started it.
They said in sync, then blinked and looked at each other in surprise.
Kids,
I said, rolling my eyes.
if you're done.
I told them.
Okay, we've already stopped.
Terry said with his hands raised in surrender.
I'm hungry too.
Anthony said.
Okay.
I said as I clapped my hands.
So shall we?
I questioned, already walking towards the exit of the common room.
Yes.
Terry and Anthony said, and then they started following me, and together we went to the Great Hall. As we ate breakfast, letters started to arrive, and I could see my family's owl, Hermes, among the hundreds of owls carrying a letter from home for me. And as soon as Hermes landed in front of me, I took the letter from his claws and handed him a piece of bacon as a reward.
Thanks, Hermes.
I told him, putting the letter in my pocket to read it another time.
You can go to the owlery, and then I'll give you a letter to give to my parents.
I told Hermes as I scratched his back gently, much to his satisfaction. Hoot, chirped Hermes in agreement before taking off and leaving.
Letter from your parents.
Terry asked me curious.
You.
I agreed.
What about yours?
I asked him, who had also received a letter.
From my mother.
He replied, showing the letter to me.
And you, Anthony?
I asked our lazy friend.
I got 2 letters, one from my brother and one of my parents.
He replied.
You have a brother?
Terry asked a little surprised.
Yes, he already graduated from Hogwarts and now works at the Ministry of Magic.
Anthony replied.
What about you? Do you have any brothers or sisters?
He asked us.
No.
Terry replied.
I don't think my parents ever wanted another child.
He said with a shrug.
I have a little sister.
I told them.
So I'm the only one who's an only child.
Terry said.
At least that means I don't need to share my stuff with anyone. Ha.
Chapter 38. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. When I woke up, I was relieved that I didn't have any dreams like the one I had yesterday. And getting up from the bed, I cast the spell to tell the time. 5:30.
I woke up really early.
I muttered to myself.
Since I'm awake, I might as well read the letter my parents sent me.
I said to no one in particular. I then went to my bag and picked up the letter, and opening it, I started to read it. In the letter, they basically asked me about my first day, if I've made any friends, if I'm studying and how I'm in class, if I've done any pranks, if I'm okay, if I'm brushing my teeth before go to sleep, saying that they already missed them.
I think they're getting used to it.
I thought. After I took my shower and got dressed, I went down to the common room, and downstairs I found Terry, sitting on the couch reading a potions book.
Good morning.
I said, pulling his attention away from the book. Good morning, he replied back, closing the book and putting it in his bag.
Anthony still hasn't woken up.
I asked him, even though I already knew the answer.
Woke up. That one over there wouldn't wake up if a dragon invaded his room and destroyed everything.
Terry replied mockingly.
Hey!
We then heard someone say from the dorm stairs, and when we turned around, we saw Anthony with his messy hair looking at us offended.
I'd like you guys to know that I only sleep a lot as it keeps my beauty up to date.
Anthony told us.
So you must have been a long time without sleep.
I replied as I looked at him critically.
What?
Anthony asked confused.
PFFF.
Terry started to laugh, both at the joke and at Anthony's confused appearance.
And wait.
Anthony said after understanding what I meant.
Haha, really funny.
He laughed sarcastically.
I do what I can.
I said with a shrug.
I don't know what you're talking about. Do you think you look good?
Anthony asked me in a mocking tone.
I think I'm pretty cute and sexy.
I said with another shrug.
And I'm sure others must think so too.
Unlikely.
Anthony said scornfully.
Well, it's pretty easy to resolve that issue.
Terry said.
How?
Anthony asked curiously.
Like this.
Terry then yelled, catching the attention of Clearwater, who was sitting at a table by the fireplace with her 5th grade friends Victoria Reese, Emily Blair, and Allison Clark.
Yes.
Asked Clearwater.
Could you answer a question for my friends?
Terry asked her.
What question?
Clearwater asked curiously, and her friends also started to pay attention, wanting to know what the question was, thinking it was possibly something to do with classes.
Do you think he's cute?
Terry asked as he pointed at me, and I could only roll my eyes at your question.
And was that it?
Clearwater blinked a little surprised at the question, as she didn't expect this to be the question.
Well,
She replied as she eyed me analytically.
that and the fact that he seems to have a well-developed body under those clothes.
Blair said, joining in the conversation. And to prove her right, I lifted my shirt to show my semi-defined abs.
Damn!
Reese blurted out, looking at me with his jaw dropped. She then quickly gave me her thumb and saluted, which I returned with a nod.
That's quite.
Blair said, staring at my abs and chest, and Clark and Reese, who were beside her, nodded in agreement, both looking alternately between me and a group of fourth-grade boys which was on a table in the corner. Clearwater coughed to get rid of the embarrassment, but you could still see a little red on his cheeks.
I think with all that, yes, Mr. Knight is quite handsome.
Clearwater said, avoiding looking at my abdomen.
And surprisingly sexy.
Blair muttered under her breath.
There's your answer.
Terry said to Anthony and me, and then I started looking smugly at Anthony, who just scoffed and turned away.
Don't be upset, Anthony.
I started to say.
If you start waking up early to train, maybe you can get a defined body like mine.
I told Anthony, who looked at me like I had two heads.
And wasting my sleep time, never.
He said resolutely, as if the thought of waking up early was a gigantic sacrifice for him. I then turned to Terry with a questioning look.
Training isn't really my style.
Terry replied lazily.
You who know.
I said with a shrug.
What kind of training do you do?
Clark then asked me curiously.
In addition to normal physical exercise, I also train martial arts.
I replied.
What martial arts do you do? My dad did taekwondo.
Reese asked excitedly, and then I started talking about martial arts and fighting with Clark and Reese while the others looked at us blankly. But that was to be expected, as martial arts are more of the Muggle world. And as they all came from wizarding families and never went to the Muggle world, they obviously wouldn't know what martial art belts and katas are. Now Clark and Reese knew, as Clark is a Muggle-born just like me, and even though Reese was half-blood, with her mother coming from a wizarding family, she still had a high influence in the Muggle world thanks to her father. Clearwater cleared her throat, thus getting our attention.
I know you guys are having fun talking, but we have to go to the Great Hall for breakfast.
She reminded us.
Oh yeah, sorry, we kind of got into the conversation.
I said as I scratched my head in embarrassment.
It's just that it's hard to find anyone other than Allie to talk about the Muggle world, so I got a little carried away.
Reese said apologetically as well.
Sigh, all right, but we'd better get going, as I don't think anyone here will want to miss breakfast.
Chapter 39. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yay, here's the new chapter. After breakfast, our first class was Transfiguration, and we were still studying the transfiguration of the needle match. But since most of the students had managed to transfigure the match almost completely, with Terry, Anthony, and Granger being able to do the transfiguration completed, Professor McGonagall asked them to put more details on the needle. I was still training my transfiguration speed, only this time with a dozen matches. Transfiguring all the matches into needles was easy, but if I wanted to detail them all at once, then things got complicated. I could put the same details on all the needles, and it would be a lot easier, only that wasn't enough for me, and so I started trying to detail them all different from each other. In a few moments, one needle or another would have some defect. But after a few tries, I finally managed to transfigure all the needles with different details, and thanks to that I could see Professor McGonagall lose her composure again, which was invaluable. At the end of this class, thanks to my feat, I got 5 more points for Ravenclaw, and even with the other students still feeling envy and jealous of my abilities in transfiguration and my ease in getting points from home, they started to accept that that would possibly be the norm while I was around. After the transfiguration class ended, the boys and I started going to our next class, which was potions, and according to Professor Snape, today we would be making the cure for Boyle's potion. Potions Classroom Dungeons. In the potions classroom, I was sitting with Anthony next to me, as he beat Terry at rock, paper, and scissors to see who would be my partner in class, and now Terry was partnering with Padma Patil, the twin of Parvati of Gryffindor of Indian heritage. We didn't have to wait long, as soon as we all took our seats, Professor Snape arrived.
Today, we will be making a cure for boil potion.
Said Professor Snape at the front of the class. He then waved his wand at the blackboard, where several words magically appeared. Instructions for the potion are on the blackboard. Begin, he said to us. And everyone quickly got up and went to the ingredients cabinet. I then grabbed the ingredients and items needed for the potion and started to set them up on the table. After setting the table, I asked Anthony, who was my partner, to grind the snake's fangs, and about that I prepared the cauldron and the other ingredients. As the class progressed, Professor Snape walked around the desks looking at everyone's potions.
Acceptable,
Said Professor Snape after a while, being the first to break eye contact, and then he left to check on the other students.
Phew.
Anthony sighed in relief as Professor Snape left.
I swore he would take points away from us too.
He said in surprise.
Maybe he didn't take any points, because he didn't find any problem with our potion.
Chapter 40. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yay, here's the new chapter. Today is Wednesday, which meant we were going to have our history of magic and herbology classes for the first time this week. And I was excited, but not because of the history class, which I already knew was going to be a boring and monotonous class, but because of the herbology class, which, like astronomy, is something that fascinated me. Like the stars and planets in astronomy, the plants and herbs in herbology make me very curious and excited to study them, and some may find it boring or too simple, but for me, this is the most mysterious and unexplored kind of magic that I've seen even now, together with the magical creatures. But I'm not the only one excited about the herbology class. Anthony is as excited as I am, or even more, since he woke up he's been talking about herbs, magic fungi, and their fertilizers. And at some point, Terry got tired of listening to Anthony talking about magical plants and threatened to gag him and feed him to giant squid, and just then Anthony stopped his lectures. Our classes started with 2 periods of history of magic, and already knowing that the class would be nothing more than a monotonous and boring lecture by Professor Cuthbert Binns, who happened to be a ghost, I already decided to study the material on my own by the books. The class was just as boring and tedious as described in the franchise books, and I actually almost fell asleep at times, even though I wasn't paying attention to Professor Binns' sleepy voice. And Anthony, who was next to me, who was already known for his laziness, ended up falling asleep within the first 6 minutes of class, and I, like the evil genius that I am, used a paint spell to draw his face.
Heh, this is what you get for sleeping next to me.
I thought, smiling mischievously. And Terry, who was at the table behind me, snorted as he clapped his hands over his mouth to stop himself from laughing.
Yawn, that class was so boring.
Anthony said to us as we walked down the hall towards the Great Hall for lunch.
Yes.
I commented amusedly, using my occlumency to keep me from smiling as I looked at his face, which was now covered in makeup, making him look like a mime. Terry agreed without speaking, as he knew that if he opened his mouth, he would eventually burst into laughter.
You guys are acting weird.
Anthony said, looking at us strangely, to which we just turned our faces and pretended innocence. And seeing that Anthony continued to look at us suspiciously, I decided to change the subject.
So Anthony, excited for herbology.
I asked him to distract him, which apparently worked as his face lit up and he started talking again about the magical plants, and this time Terry didn't even try to stop him. Anthony was so focused on talking about herbology that he didn't even notice that people were looking at him strangely or laughing as we walked down the hall, and this continued until we reached the Great Hall. Before we entered the Great Hall, I cast a spell for the last part of the prank. That spell would take away Anthony's voice, and whatever he was going to express would appear in shapes and symbols above him, like the Acme coyote with its plates. And with everything ready, we enter in the Great Hall. As soon as we entered the Great Hall, a few people looked at us, or more specifically, at Anthony. And a second later, the Great Hall burst into laughter and whispers. Anthony looked at everyone laughing and pointing in his direction, confused, and that was pretty obvious to see since he had a question mark floating above his head. And behind him, Terry bit his lip trying not to laugh. I looked at the staff table to see their reactions. Professor Snape was scowling as usual. Professor Quirrell was confused and scared for some reason. Professor Sprout was laughing with her hands over her mouth. Professor Flitwick was laughing so hard he even fell out of his seat. Professor McGonagall was with her usual stern appearance, but I could still see a smile trying to escape her lips. And through her emotions I could feel the amusement coming from her. And lastly, Headmaster Dumbledore, who was smiling amusedly at all this mess, happily dancing in his eyes, and when our eyes met I winked at him with a mischievous grin on my face. I then looked over to the Gryffindor table, looking for the resident playful twins, and when I found them, I realized they were laughing and looking at Anthony in wonder. We continued to walk to the Ravenclaw table and then sat down. As we sat down, some Ravenclaws started to point and laugh at Anthony or look at him strangely, further confusing Anthony. Anthony then turned to us questioningly. He then tried to say something, but no noise came out of his mouth, and if we looked over his head, we would see several symbols appearing one after another. And at that moment, Terry couldn't take it anymore and started to laugh, leaving Anthony even more confused and frustrated. And I, like the good friend that I am, decided to end Anthony's confusion. I then took a plate off the table and gave it to Anthony, who took the plate confused.
What?
Anthony exclaimed shocked.
How did it hurt?
And at this point, Terry laughed even harder as he laid his head on the table and hit it with his hand repeatedly. And at that moment, even I couldn't take it anymore.
How did it hurt?
I then started laughing uncontrollably while holding my sides, ignoring the dozens of symbols that appeared above Anthony, who was staring at us. Anthony then looked at me with realization, and then he started pointing at me as the symbols above his head flashed by. #G.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
I said innocently, which only earned me a fierce glare from Anthony.
Okay, I'll cancel the prank.
I said with my hands up in surrender. I then took my wand from its holster and pointed it at Anthony, canceling the 2 spells I had cast on him.
Phew, I couldn't take it anymore not being able to talk.
Anthony said relieved as the mimic spell passed, looking at his reflection and seeing his face without any makeup.
And that was the best part of the spell.
Terry whispered to me. He then looked at Anthony.
You weren't that bad, Mr. Mimic.
Terry commented amusedly.
Uh-huh.
Anthony chuckled lamely.
I want to see your face when Ethan decided to do the same to you.
When Anthony said this, Terry paused for a moment as realization hit him. He then started looking at me fearfully.
Hey.
Chapter 41. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yup, here's the new chapter. After that emotional lunch, where Terry started staring at me paranoid in fear of a prank, we started heading to the castle greenhouses, where our herbology class with Hufflepuff would be. The greenhouses were on the land at the back of the castle, and this was where we would learn the practical part of herbology, while the theoretical part of teaching would take place in the South Tower. When we arrived at the greenhouses, we found Professor Sprout waiting for us.
Good afternoon, kids.
Professor Sprout began to say happily.
I'm herbology professor and head house of Hufflepuff, Pomona Sprout.
She said, smiling at everyone kindly, and many of the puffs looked happy with her.
Today we will have a practice class in Greenhouse 1.
Professor Sprout said, and then started to lead us to the greenhouse.
Remember, first-year classes will always be Greenhouse 1, so don't try to go to the other greenhouses, since they are for more advanced students and have more dangerous plants.
She warned us, and some students started looking around cautiously. When we got to Greenhouse 1, Professor Sprout told us to sit down. I sat with Anthony on my left side and Terry beside Anthony, and on my other side sat Lisa Turpin, a Ravenclaw of my year.
Today we will be learning about spiky bush.
Professor Sprout said to the entire class.
Can anyone tell me what kind of plant this is?
She then asked us, and many puffs and ravens raised their hands, with Anthony being one of the most excited to answer.
Miss Bones.
Professor Sprout said, choosing a Hufflepuff girl, much to Anthony's dismay.
Spiky bushes are semi-sentient bushes that have big yellow thorns growing on them.
Said Susan Bones, a girl with strawberry blonde hair.
Spiky bushes shoot their thorns when they feel threatened or when someone gets too close to them.
She finished.
Great explanation, Miss Bones. 5 points for Hufflepuff.
Professor Sprout said, smiling. The rest of the class was her explaining the role of spiky bushes and how to destroy them. She then brought us a spiky bush and explained to us what spell we were going to use and how to cast it.
The spell to destroy the spiky bushes is the conjuration spell to make fire, incendio.
Professor Sprout told us.
The spell's pronunciation is incendio, and the wand movement is as if you were drawing a flame. It goes up and down. But be careful. I recommend casting the spell at a good distance from spiky bush.
She finished the explanation and allowed us to try the spell. With my wand already in hand, I pointed it at spiky bush and recited the spell while moving my wand according to Professor Sprout's demonstration.
Incendio.
I recited, only to receive a small puff of smoke from the tip of my wand.
Strain.
Incendio.
I recited, only to receive a small puff of smoke from the tip of my wand. Strain.
Damn.
I thought to myself, looking at the ashes in surprise.
Oh, what powerful conjuration, mister.
Professor Sprout, who was behind me, said, before looking at me questioningly.
Knight Ethan Knight.
I replied to her.
Mr. Knight, you managed to be the first to cast the spell, and to top it off, it was very powerful.
Professor Sprout told me, looking in awe at where spiky bush should have been, but now it just remained ashes.
Take 10 points to Ravenclaw. And great job, I hope you keep it up.
She told me, smiling, to which I nodded with a smile of my own. Professor Sprout then left to see the other students' work, and I looked to the side, only to find Anthony and Terry staring at me with blank faces. I tried to make an excuse, but from the look I was getting from them, I realized it didn't really work. So after helping them with the spell, I continued to practice the spell casting by decreasing the flame's potency. At the end of class, I was the only one who managed to destroy Spiky Bush completely, or more like incinerating him, and those who came close were Anthony, Terry, Bones, Turpin, who swallowed his pride and ended up asking for my help in some moment, and Megan Jones, a short, brown-haired Hufflepuff girl. The others managed at most to produce a small jet of flame, but it wouldn't be enough to destroy Spiky Bush from a safe distance.
Good, all of you were great today.
Professor Sprout started praising us as the class ended.
But some of you are still having trouble casting the spell, so study up on it as next class we'll try again. Now go, or you guys are late for your next class.
Chapter 42. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Friday finally arrived, and that meant that this would be the last day of school for the first week. And today we would have 2 herbology classes in a row, and then we would have the rest of the day off, much to the joy of many. After my morning practice, I caught up with Anthony, who by some miracle had woken up early, and we sat down in the common room to wait for Terry, which wasn't long since he arrived a few moments later. And then the 3 of us went to the Great Hall for breakfast. After breakfast, we started heading to the greenhouses for our herbology class. And when we got to Greenhouse 1, we saw that Professor Sprout was already waiting for us with spiky bushes ready. So after we went to the same places we occupied last time, Professor Sprout started to explain in more detail about the incendio spell, and after that asked us to try and burn the spiky bushes again. Professor Sprout passed by those who had difficulties in the last class and started to help them, and sometimes she also gave some tips for those who were already about to destroy a spiky bush. As I could already destroy a spiky bush easily, even if
Accidentally.
Professor Sprout told me to work on my control, where I would try to create a weak jet of flame, only to hurt the spiky bush, and then create a more strong flame to incinerate him. So for the rest of the class, I was alternating between burning, charring, and incinerating. And with this training, I could feel my already high control of the spells increase even more, and the weird thing is that I thought transfiguration or spells would be the class that would help me with this, but it looks like I shouldn't have judged the class of herbology so lightly. After some thought, I understood that the incendio spell is a simple spell, but as its main focus is to make fire, an element known for its unpredictability, temperament, and destructive power, it ends up becoming more complicated when compared to turn a match into a needle or create light. Even when I did a wandless fire spell, I could still control it more easily than with a wand, and I began to think this was due to the fact that I trained my magic longer without a wand than with a wand, and my wand has a thunderbird feather in it, which should have added fuel to the spell's temper. And I think this was the first time my wand influenced my spell.
Huh, weird.
I thought to myself.
Why did you just start interfering now?
I questioned myself. Deciding to put those thoughts aside for now, I refocused on the class and trying to burn spiky bush to several different degrees. When the herbology class was over, luckily without any problems, we all put away our materials, and before leaving Professor Sprout gave us an essay on precautions to take against thorny plants. I'd already had lunch, and right now I was in the Ravenclaw common room playing snaps with Anthony and Stephen Cornfoot, one of the boys of our year, and meanwhile Terry was playing chess against Corner. The girls in our year were gossiping at a table in the corner of the common, and the older students were either chatting with their friends or studying, as 5th, 6th, and 7th grades had to prepare for their newts and owls.
Hey, I just realized something.
Anthony exclaimed, bringing my attention to him.
Ethan got over 60 house points in his first week of school.
He said, looking at me in wonder, and Terry, who was just a few feet away and paying attention to Anthony, started to stare at me too.
True, I never stopped to count, but Ethan got at least 50 points on his own without even trying.
Terry said after doing the math in his head, and Phillips, who was on our side reading, looked up sharply from his book.
How many points did you get?
Phillips exclaimed in shock, and some students who were standing nearby and listening to his outburst began to pay attention to our conversation.
70 points.
I said nonchalantly, but that was more than enough to make half the students wide their eyes in surprise.
70.
Phillips repeated in shock, then he started looking at me in wonder like I was a chest full of gold.
You
I confirmed nonchalantly, as if that was the most normal thing.
70 points? And I was thinking 40 points the first day would be the most you could get this week. Hell, I thought that would be the most you could get in a month.
Prefect Jenkins said to me, and I will not lie.
What would they think if they knew he doesn't care about the house points?
Terry whispered to Anthony, already imagining the face everyone would make.
I can already imagine the Slytherins' faces when they realize this year's House Cup is going to be Ravenclaw.
Philip said with an almost manic look on his face.
But remember, it's not the points that matter, it's the knowledge and experience gained in class.
Jenkins said wisely.
Knowledge and experience we can use to defeat and slaughter the Slytherins.
Philip said with a big smile on his face and a faraway look, not noticing the way everyone started looking at him. Ignore him, he has some Slytherin issues, Jenkins told us, looking already used to Phillips's fixation on the Slytherins.
It's not like I'm the only one.
Phillips muttered, not daring to say it out loud so as not to piss off Jenkins.
But back to the subject, 70 points should be a record of points earned in a week. Congratulations, Mr. Knight.
Jenkins congratulated me, and a few other students followed and started to congratulate me too, with Phillips being the most vocal.
Thanks, but I was just doing what was asked in class. I didn't expect to get so many points.
I commented nonchalantly.
Didn't expect my butt.
Chapter 43. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The weekend has finally arrived, and now is the time when I will start exploring Hogwarts, decorating the castle layout, and finding the secret passages. So after waking up and doing my daily exercises, I told Terry and Anthony that I would be spending the day
Studying.
and that they could go out without me. After they left, I started heading towards the dungeons, planning to look from floor to floor from the lowest to the last floor, which is the 7th floor, where I would make my last stop, which would be the room of requirement. The floor below the ground floor was where the dungeons and basement were located. The dungeons had the potions classroom, the head of Slytherin office, the Slytherin common room, and a few other locations. The basement was where Hufflepuff's common room and kitchen were located. As I had decided to start from the lowest floor, I headed straight for the dungeons, already with my magic vision turned on so I could see the magic passages, And I once again thanked any supreme being who gave me these abilities, already that they were facilitating my exploration and search for secret passages at Hogwarts. As I walked through the dungeons, I noticed that she didn't have many places to look, as I only found a few passages and shortcuts, but even those were few, and the only places I saw reasons to decorate the path were the head of Slytherin office and the Slytherin common room, and I made sure to stay away from certain rooms that I suspected were the Hogwarts places where prisoners were placed and punished at the time the school was created. This was basically Filch's wet dream. The head of Slytherin office was easy to find. I just had to ask a fourth-year Hufflepuff where the most avoided place in the castle was, that he pointed me in the direction of Snape's office. The next place I looked was the Slytherin common room, and instead of asking someone the direction of the room, I simply headed in the direction the Slytherins were coming from. As I walked down the halls towards the common room, many Slytherins looked at me curiously or disdainfully, but mostly curiously, as it's not every day they see a Ravenclaw first year walking near their common. I thought I'd have more problems with the Slytherins because I'm a Muggle-born, but it doesn't seem like they bothered about it. Maybe it's because the robes I used to wear and the ones I was wearing were expensive and luxurious robes made of acromantula silk and dragon leather, so they're probably thinking I'm also a pureblood or a half-blood.
Looks like the only Slytherin dumb enough to antagonize a person without even knowing them well is Malfoy. The others at least think before they act.
I thought, looking fearlessly at the Slytherins who were staring at me, and that seemed to make them even more cautious. After walking down a few corridors, I finally saw the entrance to the Slytherin common room, and taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, I got close to the entrance. I kept looking at the entrance, which was a wall that had some silver accents and snake carvings. I thought about trying to guess the password, but I didn't know what would happen if I got it wrong, and even if I got it right, it wouldn't make much difference to me as I still didn't have a way to enter the common without being noticed by the other Slytherins. So after looking at the entrance for a while with my magic vision, I decided that I had explored the dungeons enough. I then started to head towards the next places, which were the kitchen and the Hufflepuff common room. It was relatively easy to find the kitchen, as I simply searched the hallway which was decorated with many food-themed paintings. And getting there, I went directly to the portrait of a fruit bowl, which was where the passageway to the kitchen was, as I remembered the franchise. As far as I knew, the information I had about the kitchen was that to get through the passage, I had to tickle the pear in the portrait, which would turn into a knob that opened the kitchen door.
Even the passage to the kitchen is safer than the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room.
I thought, wondering where Rowena Ravenclaw's great intelligence was when creating the entrance to the common. I looked at the portrait for a moment and then I started scratching the pear in the portrait. The pear then started to laugh, and after a moment it turned into a big green doorknob. I grabbed the doorknob, took a deep breath and turned it, and when I heard a click I pushed the door open. The kitchen was larger than the Great Hall. It had 5 tables identical to the ones in the Great Hall placed in exactly the same way. The kitchen had many counters and stoves, and on those counters were stacked many pots and utensils, and at the far end of the door was a large brick fireplace. The place itself was amazing, but the most surprising thing about the kitchen was the 100-plus house elves working in it. Well,
A student. The great master would like anything. Sir, are you hungry? How can Flipsy help you?
the excited and euphoric house elves then started bombarding me with questions, wanting to serve me and help me in some way. And her emotions overflowed with joy and happiness. And even though it seemed annoying, I still found the way they acted funny and cute.
Calm down, all of you.
I then yelled at them, and with that, they finally held back a little, but I could still see how they swayed in their places or made little hops, wanting to do something or serve me. I looked at all those little hyperactive creatures and couldn't help but smile a little.
First, call me Ethan, no master or sir. And second, I haven't had breakfast yet, so could you guys make me something to eat, please?
I asked them kindly.
Master Ethan said please. Master Ethan is so kind to us. Choppy will bring you the best breakfast possible.
The house elves, who skipped the part about not calling me master or sir, then looked at me adoringly for the simple fact that I said.
Please.
It just showed how little affection and care they get, and if Hogwarts elves feel that way, imagine pureblood elves like Malfoy, who are treated worse than slaves. Just thinking about it made me angry, but since I didn't want to scare off these cute house elves, who were putting too much food on the table for me, I used my occlumency to control my emotions.
Fucking magic world.
Chapter 44. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After the elves finished putting food on the table, they started looking at me expectantly, waiting for me to start eating. And not wanting to keep these cheerful creatures waiting, I sat at the table, grabbed a plate, and poured some bacon and potatoes. So I took the first bite of this wonderful food, which is one of the best and tastiest I've ever eaten in my 2 lives, and I couldn't help but praise them.
This food is amazing. You guys are the best cooks I've ever seen.
I said to the elves. And after I said that, the elves started crying with joy, and there were even some who hugged my legs under the table.
Master Ethan is so good to us. No one has ever complimented Tassie's food before. We don't deserve such kindness.
And seeing these happy, tearful little faces, I could only shake my head, a wry smile on my face, knowing full well that it was almost impossible to try to change the opinion and the adoration they have for serving, so I just let them continue to express themselves and continued to eat.
I just hope they don't start a service with how much worship they are showing me.
I thought playfully as I popped a piece of omelet into my mouth.
But this food is really good.
After eating until I was full, having eaten a little of everything they brought for me, I got up to continue my exploration of the castle. But just as I was going to say goodbye to the elves to go out, something came to my mind. My beast power had an ability that allowed me to open a connection with animals, and if I was touching this animal, I could open a stronger connection for 7 minutes. But I've only tried this power on common animals, and the connection has always been a little fuzzy. I had assumed this was due to the fact that common animals had simpler, less developed minds, and after seeing that my power worked on more conscious magical creatures like the goblins I saw in Gringotts, I started to think about what it would be like to open a connection with some magical creature. And now in front of me, I had over 100 magical creatures that had a developed minds, and I obviously wasn't going to miss the opportunity to see what that connection would be like. I asked them, and when I said that, immediately all the elves rushed forward and started jumping and talking, trying to be the one I would choose to help me. I said, pointing to a little elf with big yellow eyes and pointy ears, who squeaked as I pointed at him.
Despise would be very happy to be able to help Master Ethan.
The little elf, now known as Despise, said excitedly as he came towards me, taking little hops along the way.
Okay, Despise, what I'm going to do now won't hurt him or anything, so keep calm.
I said, trying to make the little elf as calm as possible, since I didn't know if the connection would be harder if he was nervous. The worst thing that could happen is that the connection would be more confusing than with ordinary animals, as now both sides of the connection have more complex minds. But something else can happen is the connection just fails, which would be disappointing. Looking at Despise in front of me, I brought my hand close to his head, and as soon as I touched him, I opened a connection with him. A direct connection to a common animal was simple, confusing, and uninformative, but this connection was different in a way I couldn't even explain. I could feel all the joy, happiness, surprise, and immense desire to serve me coming from the little elf, and these emotions even affected me a little, influencing my own emotions to the point where I had to use occlumency. I then tried to do something that was not possible to do with an ordinary animal, which was to try to transmit some thoughts and memories to Despise. I found that I could do this when I opened a connection with a rat, but I unintentionally started thinking about things from my other life, and unfortunately, I ended up frying the little animal's brain. But I was sure I wouldn't hurt the elf, and that certainty came from a feeling as if something told me I could do it. The thoughts I wanted to convey to Despise were my gratitude that he was helping me, and the memories were of a dish I saw on a cooking show in my past life, which was chicken stroganoff and French fries cut into thin strips. As soon as I conveyed my thoughts to Despise, I could feel his euphoria and joy, and at some point, he even started to cry with happiness. But his feelings shifted to surprise as he saw my memories flash through his mind. The little elf is now unconsciously sending me his thoughts of how he would make a dish of stroganoff for me to please me. And I felt like I could see his other memories if I tried a little bit, and that it would be a lot easier than Legilimens. As thoughts and memories came and went, the connection grew weaker, demonstrating that she had a limit, and the connection weakened until she closed.
Sai, that was phenomenal.
I said in awe.
But apparently, a connection to a being with a complex mind is harder to maintain.
I reflected to myself.
A connection to an ordinary animal could be maintained for 7 minutes at most, but a creature like an elf could only be held for 3 minutes.
I continued after counting how much time had passed in my head.
That was amazing. Young Master Ethan taught Despise a new dish.
Despise hissed excitedly, looking at me as if I were Merlin himself in the flesh. And that simple phrase was enough to make all the other elves look at me too.
A new dish. Cranky would like Master Ethan to teach him a dish too. What dish?
Can Sissy learn too?
The little elves then started bombarding me again, and I almost regretted using one of those hyperactive creatures to test the connection.
Look, I would like to teach you all a dish, but I don't have time, and I can only do what I did with Despise once a week, so regrettably I won't be able to teach you today.
That was a lie since I could use the connection again after an hour, but I wouldn't tell them that, as I didn't want a crowd of elves asking me for new dishes all day. As soon as I said that, I could see how many of the elves got discouraged. But after knowing I could do something like that again in a week, they went back to their usual hyperactive attitude.
Well, I really enjoyed your food, but I still have things to do.
I said, realizing I'd spent a lot of time in the kitchen.
Already?
Despise lamented.
Yes.
I said with a smile.
Thank you, Gordon Ramsay. Well then I'll be off.
Chapter 45. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. From what I remembered about the Hufflepuff common room, it was near the kitchens, and its entrance was in a set of barrels so it wouldn't be too hard to find. And just as I thought, after walking a bit, I came across a pile of barrels. In those barrels, supposedly was the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, and if it wasn't obvious before, seeing one of the big barrels roll to the side and open a passage for a bunch of puffs kind of took away any doubts I might have had. The puffs who just left looked at me curiously, but they didn't speak or do anything, probably because I was just looking and I was a first year, so they must have been thinking I was just a lost student. As with the entrance to the Slytherin common room, I didn't try to enter the Hufflepuff common room, and it was mainly because I knew this was the most protected common room of all, as it only allowed badgers to enter. And the most impressive thing was that, if the person trying to get in was not a puff, or if they got the password wrong, which happened to be hitting the beat of
Helga Hufflepuff.
in a specific barrel, the person would be dipped in vinegar and would have access barred.
I'm almost afraid of Helga Hufflepuff. If she even has punishment for someone who tries to break into her common room, I don't even want to imagine what she would do to an enemy or someone more hated.
I thought, a little shiver running through my body. I then started looking at the passage, trying to absorb every detail. I questioned myself, and if any puffs could hear my thoughts right now, I was sure they would want to bewitch me to the ends of the world. After leaving the basement, I went to the next floor, which was the ground floor. The ground floor didn't have many places I didn't already know, as this was the floor of the Great Hall, and I passed it every day. So I decided to just check it out with my magic vision to see if I hadn't missed anything. After looking around the ground floor for a while, I found some passages that were behind some paintings and armor, and these passages led to other corridors on the ground floor and the other floors. The only place worth noting was the Great Hall, which, because there were a lot of wizards walking around in it every day, had an immense amount of magic. And it was very fascinating to see all those magical signatures with different colors and densities passing through the air. After looking at the Great Hall and seeing that there was nowhere else to look, I decided to go to the first floor, where I would see if there were any passages or more interesting places. Before reaching the first floor, I had to go through the grand staircase, the most famous stairs in the cinema. These stairs led to every floor of Hogwarts, and in their path were many paintings with many other secret passages. Hogwarts had a total of 142 stairs. These stairs ranged from wide and sweeping to narrow and fragile. Those same stairs moved according to the castle, so the same stairs that led to the fourth floor hallway on Monday could end up leading to an entirely different hallway on Fridays. Also, some stairs would stop moving just to irritate students. There were even some steps that were fake or disappeared when you stepped on them, so you always had to remember to jump over them. These stairs are treacherous and evil, and believe me when I say these stairs are the most dangerous thing in the castle. And guess who came up with the brilliant idea to create moving stairs? It was from our dear and intelligent founder of the Raven's House, Rowena Ravenclaw. I'm seriously starting to doubt her intelligence, and also whether she was really sane. From what I've seen so far, for someone known for her brilliant mind and intelligence, her actions aren't all that rational. But that aside, I continued up the stairs until I reached the first floor. The first floor had lots of interesting places. Places like the library, the Gryffindor head's office, the tapestry corridor, the potions pantry, the hospital wing, and the girls' lavatory. I'm not going to talk much about the library as I've been there since the beginning of classes, and it doesn't take much explanation to know what's in a library. Well,
Bara.
the hospital wing was where the students went when they were sick or injured, and it was also basically Harry's second home, as every single year he ended up there. Chapter 46. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After exploring the first floor, I went straight to the second. The second floor didn't have much for me to look at, and as I walked around it, I occasionally found some secret passages. Many of the secret passages looked like they were used, as they were clean and had footprints on the dusty floor. I didn't even have to think too hard to figure out that these were passages known to the twins, but I also realized they weren't the only ones using them, which shouldn't be a surprise. Seeing as the second floor had nothing else for me to look for, I decided to go to the only place I knew was important, the girls' lavatory.
2 girls' lavatory in a row, sigh.
I thought relieved.
Wait!
The second floor girls' lavatory was a very important place for the franchise, as it was also known as the Moaning Myrtle bathroom, which meant that it was also the entrance to the famous and mysterious Chamber of Secrets. And one of the things I'm most curious to find out is if my beast's power works on Basilisk. But trying to enter the giant snake's nest has its many downsides, like me being killed or petrified, as I don't know if my powers work on a 1,000-year-old basilisk. But back to the subject.
So this is the most mysterious place in Hogwarts.
I said to myself as I walked into the girls' lavatory.
I was hoping it was, I don't know.
I commented, looking towards the bathroom a little disappointed. The bathroom was dingy and depressing, with a large cracked and stained mirror in the left corner that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years, which was probably true, and under the mirror were some chipped and dirty sinks. The bathroom floor was damp, probably from the water that leaked from the taps, and the wooden bathroom stall doors were peeling and scuffed, and one of the doors was even hanging on its hinges. Looking at this bathroom, I started to question if the wizarding world had health surveillance, or if the headmaster was too lazy to fix and clean this bathroom, as it only took a few flicks of a wand for everything to be presentable, as every bathroom should be. But I guess I can't complain too much, as I've seen more decrepit bathrooms than this one in my first life. Using my magic vision, I could see many remnants of magic, mostly black magic, running through the environment. Looking at the sinks, I saw one in particular that had a magic with a dark green tint, and increasing my vision and looking closer, I saw a snake notch in the faucet of that sink.
This is the sink that opens the Chamber of Secrets.
I thought to myself. I then looked across the bathroom and saw more remnants of that same magic at a specific spot.
So that means that this is where the entrance is.
After taking a good look at the bathroom and the magic around me, I only had one word to describe it, which would be haunted.
Hello.
I called then, knowing I was probably not the only one in that bathroom.
What are you doing here?
And not 5 seconds after I called, I heard a female voice behind me, and as soon as I turned around, I saw the resident ghost of Hogwarts' bathroom, Myrtle Warren. Myrtle's appearance was as described in the books. She was a stocky girl with pimples on her face and thick glasses, and she was wearing a Hogwarts uniform where I could see the Ravenclaw crest on it.
I'm just here to look.
I replied to Myrtle as I looked around.
I heard a lot about the infamous second-floor bathroom, and as I was passing through this hallway, I decided to come check it out.
I continued with a half-truth.
Bullshit. You're here to make fun of me like everyone else.
Myrtle said, looking irritated and tearful.
Even though I'm dead, I still have feelings. But you keep coming, cursing me. Ugly Myrtle, fat Myrtle, depressed Myrtle.
She kept babbling and probably forgot that I was here too.
I would never do that.
I said,
Outraged? I didn't come here to make fun of you, Myrtle. In fact, if I had known there was such a pretty ghost in the castle, I would have come here much sooner.
I continued giving her a charming smile, and I might have felt awkward flirting with a ghost, but Myrtle haunted the bathrooms at Hogwarts, one of the school's main gossip spots, and I wouldn't miss the chance to befriend such a great source of information. And that's one of the reasons I think Potter is a bit of an idiot, as Myrtle liked him a lot and would do anything to help him, but he just ignored her. Plus, I kind of feel sorry for her, to have been tormented by her classmates, to have died at a young age only because of a teenager with an inflated ego and daddy issues, and yet to remain in the same school as a ghost. And she probably didn't even get to see her parents after becoming a ghost because they were muggles, and that must have been and must be very sad. So the least I can do is try to be nice to her. Plus, from the books you can tell she's not that bad, as she even helped Malfoy when he was under pressure in 6th year.
Serious?
Myrtle asked me excitedly and hopefully, before changing to a cautious, depressed look.
Or are you just saying that to let my guard down?
No, I really mean it. Wizarding honor.
I said as I crossed my fingers in front of my chest, and it seems like the combination of my serious face and my promise was enough to appease her.
Hi, so you really think I'm pretty?
Myrtle said, giving a girly laugh as he looked at me sheepishly with a small blush on his cheeks, something I didn't expect was possible for a ghost.
Clear.
I said with conviction.
Maybe if it was dark with you turned around, and I closed my eyes.
That was a thought I decided to keep to myself.
Thank you.
Myrtle said shyly. She then looked at me from head to toe.
You're not bad to look at either.
And just hearing that I could feel my right eye twitching.
Thank you.
I thanked with a calm smile on my face.
By the way, my name is Ethan Knight.
I then introduced myself to Myrtle.
Nice to meet you, Ethan. I'm Myrtle Warren.
Myrtle introduced herself to me with a smile, looking happy just that someone was talking to her. But that smile dropped a little as she kept talking.
But usually people call me Moaning Myrtle.
She sneered by the name.
Don't worry, Myrtle. They're just a bunch of idiots, so don't mind them too much.
I comforted her.
And if I see someone calling you, that I'll hex them myself.
I continued, looking at Myrtle confidently, which brought a smile to her ghostly face.
Well, I'd love to keep talking to you, but I still have a lot to do, you know. The teachers gave us a lot of homework and essays this week.
I told Myrtle, wanting to end our conversation when I saw that I had spent time enough in the bathroom. Myrtle said a little crestfallen, but she perked up again when she heard what I said afterwards.
But I promise to visit you some other time, Myrtle, and I'll stay to talk to you longer.
I told her. I then started towards the door.
Bye, Myrtle.
I said to her while waving my hand.
Bye, Ethan.
Chapter 47. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. When I was leaving the girls' lavatory, I started using my senses to try to see if there was anyone around, since I didn't want to get caught leaving the girls' lavatory, and not feeling anyone around, I walked out of the bathroom and took one of the shortcuts to go to the third floor. The third floor had lots of interesting places, not counting the forbidden corridor, of course. And these places, as incredible as it may seem, were places that all students have gone through or will go through. The most interesting thing about these places was that the things that caught my attention about them were hidden from ordinary eyes, but I was sure that if any students paid attention, they could see why I found these places interesting. The places I'm talking about are the trophy room, the armory, the clock tower entrance, and the one-eyed wick passage. The trophy room was the room that kept in crystal display cases all the awards, cups, trophies, plates, shields, statues, and medals that Hogwarts and its students had ever received. This room also had a list with the names of all the head boys and head girls the school has had and has. The Hogwarts School Service Awards were also being prominently displayed in this room, and you could even see the name of Tom Riddle aka Voldemort. When I looked around the room with my magic vision, I found 3 secret passages. One of the passages was behind a wall-hanging portrait from one of the former Hogwarts headmaster by the name of Brutus Scrimgeour, and that passage led to a hallway on the 4th floor. Another passage, also to the 4th floor, was behind a mirror. The last passage was behind one of the trophy racks, and as far as I could tell, one of the shields had to be polished to open the passage, and that passage led to the corridor of the Great Hall. The armory, also known as the Armor Gallery, was located in the hallway adjacent to the trophy room. It was a hallway filled with armor on display, and in some of that armor I found more secret passages. When I looked at the armor with my magic vision, in addition to the passages, I also saw that the armor was enchanted, but I didn't know what the enchantment was or what it did. The clock tower entrance was one of the 3 main entrances to the castle. The entrance consisted of a large open space with 2 staircases going up to the highest levels of the tower, and in front of the main entrance was a large window. A massive steel and iron clockwork pendulum swung slowly above the main entrance. The pendulum appeared to have several stars imprinted on it, and when I looked closely, I could see what appeared to be rune symbols carved into the outer edge of the pendulum. I knew some of those runes, but others looked so old and complex that I couldn't understand, and because of that I couldn't decipher what effect the runes were having on the pendulum either. The one-eyed wick passage was the passage Harry and the twins used to go from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. The entrance to the passage was hidden in a statue of Gunhilda of Gorsamore aka the one-eyed wick. To gain access to the passage, it was necessary to tap the hump of the statue with the wand and say the password Descendium. After saying the password, the bulge in the statue would open to reveal a tunnel, and that tunnel led to the basement of Honeyjuke's sweet shop in Hogsmeade.
Maybe I can stop by Hogsmeade before my 3rd year.
I thought, already thinking about the wizard candy that I would eat. I kind of gained a little crush on wizard candy when I tasted my first sweets on the train. I also thought about going through the forbidden corridor, but I decided to leave this place for later. And as these were the only interesting places I found on the 3rd floor, I wasted no time and started climbing to the next floors. The next 3 floors didn't have many interesting places to look, so I walked past them quickly. Between occasionally finding a few passages and shortcuts, students making out in broom closets, and some empty or unused classrooms that I might use at some point in the future, I came across only one place worth mentioning, the prefect's bathroom. The prefect's bathroom was on the 5th floor, and those who read the books or watched the movies remember it as the bathroom that Cedric told Harry to dip the egg they won from the first Triwizard Tournament event. The bathroom was nothing special, and its only difference was the fact that it was a private bathroom for the prefects, head boy and head girl, and for the captains of the Quidditch teams. The entrance was located behind the 4th door to the left of the statue of Boris the Bewildered, and it only opened if you gave the correct password. And I was more confident that I could get into the prefect's bathroom than the Slytherin and Hufflepuff common rooms. Maybe I'll try to create some spell or magical device that would allow me to discover the common room's passwords.
Does Marauder's map show these passwords?
I asked myself. As I recall, the map also showed the passwords for some secret passages, so it wouldn't be impossible for it to also show the passwords for the common rooms and prefect's bathroom. If it doesn't show all passwords, it should at least show some.
I think I'll try to get the twins'
map before they give it to Potter so I could study it and try to make my own. I started making plans in my head about how I could get the map.
If I can't get the map, I can try to make one myself. If 4 teenagers managed to make the Marauders map, I think I can too.
I reflected to myself. As I recalled the original story, James, Sirius, Remus, and Pettigrew managed to create the map after they had mapped the entire castle, using their animagus forms and the Potter family invisibility cloak. And after mapping the entire castle, they used the homunculus charm to track the movements of all people within the mapped area. But I really don't think that single spell could make such an impressive map, and that's why I think they probably also used castle wards and/or other spells to accomplish such a feat.
Well, I still have time, so I don't need to worry about that for now.
I thought with a shrug. Re-eyeing.
That must have been the lunch sign.
I thought, and then I felt my stomach growl.
Well, it's been a while since I had my breakfast, so I might as well go to the kitchens to see if the elves could prepare something for me. Maybe Despise even try to make the dish I showed him.
Just thinking about eating that dish made my mouth water.
Who am I kidding? They'll obviously be able to prepare something for me to eat.
I thought to myself, letting out a small laugh.
Well then, let's get going.
Chapter 48. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After an incredible lunch, complete with 7 types of cakes and pies for dessert, I continued with my exploration that was already in its final stages. The next and last places I started exploring were the 7th floor and the towers. I had said they would be work before, and the reason I think this is because the 7th floor was like a maze, having more rooms and corridors than the other floors. And if that wasn't complicated enough, we still had the turrets, which are the big focal point of the castle, which is known to have many, and because they are quite large. The 7th floor, in addition to having Professor Flitwick's office, the Hall of Hexes, and the Room of Requirement, still had the corridors that would give access to the towers, such as the Gryffindor Tower, the Dark Tower, and the Headmaster's Tower. And the other important towers in the castle, or at least the ones I thought would be important to mention, were the Central Tower, the West Tower also known as the Owlery, and the Grand Staircase Tower, which might not be the tallest tower in height, second to the Astronomy Tower, but it was the biggest, containing many rooms within it. It didn't take me long to find Professor Flitwick's office, as I had already heard from some older students about how to get here. As soon as I walked through Professor Flitwick's office door, a 6th-year Ravenclaw student, as I recall, walked out. This student looked pleased, and in his hand was a delicious-looking little cupcake.
Maybe I should stop by Professor Flitwick's office at some point.
I thought, looking at the happy student who was devouring the cupcake. Hall of Hexes was a very large hall that was behind a large door in one of the 7th floor corridors. The hall was 3 times the size of the Great Hall, and it had a ceiling lit by a few candles and small points of light. The room had a few chairs stacked in the corners, and in the center of the room was an oak floor, almost 40 square meters. A door was hidden at the far end of the room, and behind that door was a small room with tables, more chairs, and other decoration materials. And using my magical vision, I found a passage in this small room. A passageway that was on the floor, under a crescent-shaped decoration, and that passageway led to a broom closet in the East Tower. The Room of Requirement I decided to save for last, as it would be the last point in the school that I would explore. Of course, that's not counting the precincts outside the school. The Gryffindor Tower was the location of the Gryffindor Common Room, obviously. The passage to the common room was guarded by the portrait of the fat lady, which only allowed entry to those who had the password, a password that changed every week. And if memory served, the passcode for the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, at least for the first week, was Caput Draconis. And this must be one of the easiest common rooms to break into, obviously not as easy as Ravenclaw's, but it's so easy that even Sirius Black, who was a fugitive and a famous
mass murderer,
managed to get in just using the password. Okay, that could be because the portrait of Sir Cadogan was guarding the passage, and he was dumb enough to allow an outlaw to enter just because he spoke the password. I could try breaking into the common room, as I think besides the Ravenclaw common room, Gryffindor was the house that would have the least problems with a stranger entering their common. Sure, that's if you're not a Slytherin, or if Weasley decides to be an idiot that day.
Sigh, at least that's all the more reason for me to live my life in the castle without worrying too much about the canon. As the few things that worry me, like the location of the Horcruxes, still have a huge chance that they haven't been changed.
I thought disappointed, but with a touch of relief. Headmaster's Tower was the tower in which the headmaster's residence and office stood. The headmaster's office was guarded by stairwell gargoyle, the griffin-shaped stone gargoyle that were enchanted to be sentient, like many other gargoyles in the castle. And just like the Slytherin and Gryffindor common rooms and some secret passages, the gargoyle only allowed passage by someone who gave them the correct password. A password chosen by the director, and as far as I can remember the password is always the name of some muggle candy.
Headmaster Dumbledore's office is not a place I want to enter. Not yet, at least.
I thought, looking at the gargoyle guarding the passage, which surprisingly stared back at me.
Scary.
I thought as I slowly backed away from the gargoyle, who still didn't take his eyes off me. The central tower was in the middle of the castle, and it might not be as big or flashy as the others, but it was still one of the busiest towers. This tower connected all parts of the castle to each other, and with the secret passages it had, it was possible to get anywhere in Hogwarts, and that's why I highlighted it. The West Tower, also known as the Owlery Tower, was located near Professor Flitwick's office. At the top of this tower was the Owlery, a circular stone room that was very cold and windy, as the windows were open and had no glass, and this allowed the entry and exit of the owls more easily. The floor was covered with straw, owl droppings, and rat bones. The Owlery was the resting place for the student owls and the school owls, which could be used by any student. When I passed the Owlery, I didn't forget to pet the owls, as they seemed to like me and always chirped at me happily when I passed by. And there were even moments when Hedwig, Potter's beautiful white owl, would come up to me for me to pet her.
With all the affection these owls have for me, they could even start a war against the house elves for my attention, hee.
I thought amused.
Although this gave me a great idea for a prank.
Chapter 49. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The Grand Staircase Tower was the tower that stood out the most. In fact, it was the most recognizable and prominent place in the entire castle. The tower had a circular shape and a cone-shaped roof, and could be seen from anywhere outside the castle. The Grand Staircase Tower is obviously where the Grand Staircase is, and as I've talked about it before, I didn't have much to add. This tower has many rooms, portraits, and statues, and it was very easy to get confused and get lost walking through it. In a book I read about Hogwarts, and no, it wasn't Hogwarts. History, the author talked about what the school was like 700 years ago, and he said that this tower was a building made together by the founders. And for those who don't know, the castle was in existence long before the founders decided to create a school here and call it Hogwarts. And from what I remember from the books, the castle was a gift from a noble wizard who was dying, and decided to leave the castle as an inheritance for the four wizards. Godric, Helga, Rowena, and Salazar, who helped him when he was still only an heir and not the lord of his family. And the book also said that, as the castle was already owned by other wizards before the founders became the owners, there are possibly many other mysteries kept in these walls. And when I remember that even Merlin studied here and probably many other powerful wizards, I get even more excited, as they might have kept something here, just like Salazar Slytherin, who left the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk. And speaking of Merlin, I know he studied at Hogwarts around the time the founders had died, so that means he came after them. And Merlin is much better known and adored than the founders, along with Morgan Le Fay and Arthur Pendragon, the greatest dark witch and greatest king in Britain, and it makes me wonder what Merlin has done so amazing to be so recognized and adored. Another thing I would like to know is, who among them is the most powerful wizard? Merlin, Morgana, or one of the four founders? At this point, I would like to have been reborn in the founders' time or in the time of the Merlin, just to have the answers to my questions. But come to think of it, I wouldn't have to have been born in those times to know the answers, mainly because I have many sources with the answers I want, right here in the castle itself. And those sources are the ghosts of Hogwarts. But I'll probably wait a while to talk to them, mainly because the ghost who would know most of the answers doesn't like people very much, and even though she's a Ravenclaw ghost, I doubt she would answer my questions outright. As I was taking one last tour of the castle, the bell rang once more, and when I looked out of a window beside me, I saw that it was getting dark.
Dinner is about to start.
I thought about going to the kitchens again, but I realized I haven't seen Anthony and Terry all day, and they're probably curious about what I was doing, so not wanting to worry them, I decide to have dinner this time in the Great Hall. Arriving in the Great Hall, I saw Anthony and Terry sitting at the Ravenclaw table eating and talking. I then walked over and sat down across from them.
Friend 1, friend 2.
I said, greeting them and getting a blank look in return.
How are you guys?
I asked, going to put food on a plate for me, but before I could do it, a plate appeared in front of me with rice, stroganoff, and potatoes, and I smiled happily.
Thank God for the wonderful house elves.
I prayed, thanking any higher beings for these fantastic creatures.
How are we? How are you? You've been missing all day. I even thought you got lost in the castle.
Terry replied with his own question, looking at me with narrowed eyes.
Phillips even said that you might have been kidnapped by one of the Slytherins to keep you from earning more home points for Ravenclaw.
This time it was Anthony who spoke, who then started to look at me curiously.
I was exploring the castle, and no, I didn't get lost.
I said, stopping Terry, who started to open his mouth to speak, probably going to ask me if I'd gotten lost.
And why didn't you call us?
Anthony asked, a little disappointed.
Because you were doing your own thing, and I thought it would be over quickly. And besides, would you by any chance go?
I asked them with a raised eyebrow, and as soon as I asked that, I saw them start to think, but then they just lowered their heads.
Okay, I would probably be too lazy to walk around the castle.
Anthony replied sulkily.
And I would rather read in the library or the common room.
Terry replied right away, then he brightened up and looked at me.
So, did you find anything cool?
He looked at me expectantly, wanting to know as much as possible about Hogwarts.
Wanting to know everything I found out, but still not wanting to look for it yourself.
I thought, looking at Terry with disdain, something he obviously ignored.
Yeah, did you find Filch's private torture room?
Anthony asked me excitedly, and Terry and I then started looking at him strangely, but he kept looking at me with a twinkle in his eyes, so I decided to ignore his question.
Yeah, I found some interesting places.
I replied calmly, and then took a bite of my food. As soon as I got a taste of stroganoff, my eyes started to glow.
Tilda, this stroganoff is amazing. It's the best dish I've ever eaten.
I thought in ecstasy. Despise really excelled. When I go to the kitchens again, I have to remember to thank him, I mentally noted.
Did you really find somewhere nice?
Anthony asked me, curious and expectant.
Yes.
I reply simply, and then I said nothing more, just to make them annoyed and even more curious. The two then started looking at me impatiently, waiting for me to continue with the answer. But when they saw that I wasn't going to answer, Terry couldn't take it and asked.
And let's just say the castle has more mysteries than it looks.
I replied cryptically.
When I'm done exploring the castle, I'll show you some of these places.
Chapter 50. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Yawn.
I woke up and let out a long yawn as I stretched. Meow, Nyx meowed into my lap lazily and with a bit of annoyance, upset that I woke her up. And as an apology, I started stroking her, and she soon purred contentedly. After spending time with Nyx, I started to get dressed and went to my daily workout. After I got back from my practice, showered and dressed, I went down to the common room, only to see some students around the bulletin board, and curious to know what it was, I started to approach. As I approached, Anthony, who was with the other students reading the bulletin board, spotted me and started walking towards me excitedly, pulling an equally excited Terry and somewhat irritated by the collar of his shirt.
Ethan, did you hear? Flying lessons are starting this week.
Anthony told me ecstatically, obviously excited for flying lessons, something he made very clear last week when he kept talking about how sad he was about not having flying lessons the first week.
Ah, so that was it.
I thought, mentally slapping myself on the forehead.
I always flew at my house. There's an open field for me to fly there, and I always competed with my brother for who could score the most points and
Anthony started babbling about his broom adventures, and I just roll my eyes at him.
so will auditions for the Quidditch team.
Terry said, interrupting Anthony's chatter.
I wanted to get on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, but the first few years can't audition.
He said, disappointed.
I know, this is so unfair.
Anthony then responded indignantly. Unfair to you who don't have the Potter pass. Being an orphan, defeating a Dark Lord as a baby, and being a Gryffindor is a great way to gain privileges at Hogwarts, I thought, a little annoyed that Potter will be able to join the team even when it break the rules for it, sigh. And that will be the norm for the rest of the years, as the headmaster and some professors have a soft spot for Potter. I have nothing against him, but even in my other life, when everything here was just a book in a fictional story, I thought it was wrong for Potter and the Golden Trio to have gotten rid of so much trouble that should have resulted in an expulsion from school, at least.
What will their reaction be when Potter becomes the Gryffindor Seeker? What about you, Ethan? Aren't you glad we're having flying lessons on Wednesday?
Anthony asked me as soon as he saw that I wasn't excited like everyone else.
Oh, it's because I knew classes were starting this week.
I answered them honestly.
How did you know that?
Terry asked me.
They just put this on the bulletin board today. I asked the older students, and they said that flying lessons always start in the second week of school.
I replied as I walked over to the bulletin board after it had emptied a few people, and the boys followed me.
Oh,
Terry nodded, but then he stopped and started musing.
Because I always forget to ask older students about something. It would be so much easier.
And I could only look at him with a blank face.
House of the Smart.
Anthony commented with a hand on his chin. He then shook his head and turned back to look at me.
But back to the subject, aren't you excited, Ethan?
He asked me, cocking his head to the side curiously.
Of course I'm excited. Because unlike you guys who flew broomsticks in your wizard houses, I've never flown on a broomstick in my life, and Wednesday will be my first time.
I replied, reminding them that I was Muggle-born and didn't know about the wizarding world until recently. And as I've said before, I'm obviously excited to be flying. Feeling the wind in my face, the thrill of being in the sky at mighty heights, being able to have a view from above Hogwarts, being able to maneuver on a broom.
Oh, I forgot.
Anthony apologized, smiling as he scratched the back of his neck shyly.
Oh yeah, you've never flown before.
Terry said as the realization hit him.
But don't worry, you'll like it. And if you fall off the broom, I'll catch you.
He finished, looking at me with his chest puffed out proudly, but your sentence didn't give me much confidence. Not that I needed someone to help me with the flight, but if at any point someone was going to help me or save me if I fell, that person would definitely not be Terry. So I just looked at him blankly and ignored him, turning to the bulletin board. Looking at the bulletin board for the first time since I'd been in the common room, I saw the flight lessons announcement, some of Ravenclaw's rules written down, and other less than useful information. But I also had some information that caught my attention. Extracurriculars, art and theory of magic began their classes in the third week for the 5th and 6th year students, and in the 4th week for the 7th year students. Clubs, some clubs will start their activities in the 3rd week of their term. The remaining clubs will only be allowed to start their activities in the 5th week for reasons of rescheduling and reorganization. The clubs that will start their activities in the 5th week are Astronomy Club, Potions Club, Hogwarts Orchestra, and Frog Choir conducted by Phileas Flitwick.
Looks like Hogwarts has more classes than what's shown in the books. And I forgot that the school also has extracurricular activities.
I thought, looking at the clubs noted on the bulletin board.
Maybe I should stop by these clubs to see what they look like. And if they interest me, I might even try joining one in the future.
Does Hogwarts have a potions club?
Terry asked interestedly, looking over my shoulder at the bulletin board, and because I was taller than him and even taller than a few 3rd years, he had to stand on tiptoe.
Are you interested?
I asked him with a raised eyebrow, to which he nodded.
But I thought you didn't like potions.
I questioned, confused.
I didn't like the class because of the professor and not because of the subject itself. And before I came to Hogwarts, I was excited to have potions class, but the professor ruined it.
Terry said with a frown, a little annoyed by the fact that Snape had done away with all his excitement to study potions. Terry then looked back at the bulletin board and smiled.
But now that I know there's a potions club at Hogwarts, maybe I can join, as normal potions classes didn't please me.
He said, and I nodded my head to your idea. Since your teacher is an idiot and your class sucks, the club can't be worse. As I reflected on what Terry had said, we heard a stomach growl.
Hee hee, I think it would be good for us to go get our breakfast. I'm starving.